We gather here today to bear witness to the next generation of gunslingers.
Let's go, boys!
Yesterday proved that Fort Worth is for the bold. After all, this is the land of opportunity. We have brought you the very best of our prized stock, and only the strongest will be branded as the rival's champion. Fort Worth is about risk. It's about breaking that frontier. The only way you win this game is to own it. It's not enough to just arrive here. It's about survival. Our teams are here and they're calling you out. You can't tame the arena. You hold on for dear life. You want to fight? Well, you came to the right place.
Welcome back to the Dickies Arena for day 2 of Blast Premier Rivals Fort Worth. Day 1 was something special. Let's just talk about it for a second. It had twists and turns, fireworks and fumbles. 2 teams locked in their semi-final spots, and the other 2 headed to Fort Worth Airport to check in their bags and head home. Now, it's semi-finals Saturday, and it truly is Dreamers versus the Giants. Let's take a look at our top 4 teams. GamerLegion, the outlaws of this bracket, punching above their weight. NAVI, dominant in the groups, straight here into the semis, looking for that #1 spot. FaZe Clan, the home crowd favorites, looking very much like their old selves. And Team Vitality, the #1 team in the world, looking to break some more hearts and break some more records. So when today is all said and done, 2 teams will gallop into our grand final. The other will ride off into the sunset. Let's get day 2 started.
Let's get it started indeed. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by my favorite analysts in the world, for now at least. Dust and Maui. Wow. Don't clip that. But hey, what a day we had yesterday. It was so much fun in the arena. I know it wasn't perfectly filled out, but the better FaZe did. You could just hear the tickets getting bought for today and possibly for tomorrow Dust, but the atmosphere was insane and the underdogs reigned supreme.
Yeah, we have had a lot of surprises already in Fort Worth, more than I anticipated if I'm being 100% honest, but I'm down for some messy Counter-Strike. I'm down to get down and dirty, so good stuff.
I think we're all a little bit shocked that it isn't Furia in one of these semi-final positions, but I don't think anybody's complaining. Everybody in Texas loves a good underdog story, and we're getting one unfolding, maybe even 2 before our very eyes.
Yes, let's take a look at the playoff bracket and how it updated after the upsets of yesterday. Both Astralis and G2 were set aside by FaZe and GamerLegion respectively, giving us a FaZe Navi semifinal and later on a GamerLegion Vitality semifinal. Now, of course, you would be inclined to say, well, obviously that Navi Vitality final was the one that was promised beforehand, but maybe there's something about, maybe FaZe can let the magic grow a little bigger.
What day is it today?
Saturday.
It's Saturday, unfortunately.
So what would that be in comparison to a Brokey Friday?
Not quite as good. We saw the numbers. We saw the numbers, Dust. The magic really lives and dies on Fridays.
Well, here's the thing. You know, Twist kind of said it himself in the interview. Anything else is a cherry on top now. They've already done so much better than probably most people would have anticipated. Being able to get a couple of big wins over teams that should have toppled them, they found a way to rise to the occasion, make a semifinal, and that does wonders for this squad. We don't know what the long-term future of FaZe is going to be, but at least they're building whatever foundation that's going to be required for whoever that might be.
Well, I do know that right here, right now, you are backing FaZe.
No. but
No?
I am excited for FaZe. FaZe arrived in Fort Worth in free fall. An organization long known as a force to be reckoned with on one of the biggest stages was now failing to make it there. FaZe was indeed on their bullshit at Budapest. They made the major final after a season disappointment, yet they became one of only 3 teams in the history of our game to miss the major after the finals of the previous one. They then lost their captain. How much further can they really go? We will find out today in short order.
Twist, as you can see, FaZe fans, not just here, but around the world, are absolutely loving seeing this version of you guys play. How much fun is it to be performing for the FaZe fans worldwide like this?
It's exciting. I mean, it's been a rough year for us. We've kind of put all of that in the past, and now, you know, we're looking to a bright future right now.
You've overcome some tough tests to get to this point right now. Today you're up against world number 2. Feelings about them?
It's a rematch, so I'm pretty positive about it. I say if we were playing a team that was top 5 and we didn't play them yet, I would say, you know, maybe it's 50-50. I feel like, you know, there's more footage and more for us to go off of in this game now.
Any words that you want to say to the Texas crowd that will be watching this interview back and FaZe fans around the world today?
FaZe up, and I want to hear you be loud.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's go. It's a rematch indeed. FaZe up. I did it wrong with like Londers, but it's like this.
You're
right?
crushing it.
Yeah,
Like
we're
this.
doing well
That's
now.
it,
Yeah, but you can't be doing that because you want to tell us about NAVI.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true, in fact. FaZe, they may have the fans on their side, but NAVI has proof of concept. It's been under 50 days since they last lifted a trophy in an S-tier event. You've got Bit, Wonderful, Ema, Alexi B. That's the core of the team of 2024. FaZe, yeah, they're reaching for the stars, but NAVI have already proven that they are indeed one of the most dominant forces that we have in Counter-Strike. They're destined for a grand final here in Fort Worth.
Alexi, here you are again, pulling up to another Blast semi-final. I get the impression that anything but the trophy this weekend would be a failure.
Yeah, I mean, we're here to battle for the trophy, obviously, and the last grand final, I think we left dissatisfied.
To get to that grand final, you've got to get through FaZe Clan once again. Did you catch any of their gameplay yesterday, and what do you make of them?
Yeah, I think they played well. They showed a bit of the FaZe magic that we were used to before, but we are prepared for sure.
What have you been up to in the last couple of days?
Just been prepping and obviously playing our games and our opponents that we faced. It's a rematch against FaZe. I know they want the revenge, but we're going to be ready.
You're experienced. You're not going to let this FaZe crowd get to you, are you?
It's going to be nice. It's going to be nice.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Alexi has fans everywhere as well. What do you make of that, right? Because I feel like when you look at a team like NAVI, maybe other teams would say, oh, we've beat them once, so it'll be comfortable. I don't think they leave anything up to chance.
Yeah, NAVI is a team that has solidified themselves as the second best team in the world, which is a big accomplishment when the GOAT is ahead of you, right? We saw them win an EPL earlier. We saw them make the finals of Rotterdam, only losing to Vitality along the way. They are the only team in this tournament that has not dropped the map. They have dominated so far the competition they've been up against to make it straight to the semifinals, and as we've already kind of talked about, they are destined to be that grand finalist next to Vitality. We'll have to see if FaZe can throw a wrinkle in it.
They're very, very comfortable in their map pool as well, so let's talk a little bit about the veto. I think we're about a minute away from seeing how it actually plays out. Something that I found interesting from FaZe yesterday is that they went for Dust 2 versus G2, which is a very, very good map for G2. Still, they were better because they had the confidence. That does show me that they might have a little bit more in the tank that we may have thought, because they also had that nuke, for instance, versus Furia, which is not necessarily something you think they would go for. So maybe there's a spanner in the works.
Yeah, I think they might go for Dust 2 again. I'm assuming Navi is going to pick Ancient. That's been kind of their perma pick. We're not going to see Inferno or Overpass. We kind of know what the bans are. I'm kind of curious what the third map's going to be, though, because that's kind of the variable that can often change in a rematch situation.
It is, and the veto is about ready, so let's kick it down to the veto.
We knew what maps it kind of roughly going to be. Yeah, I mean, Navi is a very prep-heavy team. Yeah, I mean, the veto was expected. I think, I mean, as I said, if we show up better than we did the first day against them, I mean, the rest is going to be probably different, you know, not 2-0.
I don't think they have wide map pool, so I'm pretty sure like their overpass is not so good, but we cannot pick it. And yeah, they're for sure not, it's like very fresh squad. It's normal, they don't have like wide map pool, and I think we just try to play something comfortable that was last time.
I think the maps are going to be similar. We got some preparation coming to Ancient especially, so we'll see.
All right, it's Maui Mania on the main stage here as we get set to reveal picks and bans for this first semi-final. Maui, I don't know about you, but I'm seeing FaZe Clan jerseys a lot as the fans are filling up this arena.
I gotta make sure, do we have any FaZe fans here? Yeah, we got some.
We have, and it is still only early. The fans are filling this place out, and we have got an epic semi-final to kick things off here. It should be a banger. Let's get into the picks and bans. FaZe ban Inferno.
It's what they've been going with the entire time since Twist took it over.
Let's move on. Navi banned Overpass.
We heard Blade right there. As much as they'd want to pick it as a punish, they don't play it.
Let's move on to picks. FaZe pick, just 2.
Oh, they've been powering up on this one. We saw what they did to G2 yesterday, but that was Brokey Friday.
That was Brokey Friday, it's Saturday now. Navi, Ancients.
Great map. This is where Makaze is just a whirling dervish in the middle.
FaZe ban, Mirage.
Little bit of a surprise. We saw some success on that from them lately, but we'll see where it goes.
And Navi ban, Nuke.
Damn, I thought they would want to flex into their map pool a little bit more. Nuke's one of the more tactical ones.
Anubis will be the deciding map.
Woo. Okay, bit of a surprise, but Navi, they took down FaZe on the map earlier comfortably. They think they can do it again.
Are we going 3?
It's going all 3.
It's going all 3. All right, let's go. Thanks, Maui.
Yesterday, the fans were rallying behind you guys. What does that do for you?
I think it fires me up a bit. I think it's cool to have the crowd, of course, with you, and brings me some good pressure. I would say like pressure, but like good, like I don't know, like translate it into positive energy. So it's pretty nice.
I like to play versus fans. So if it's gonna be a lot of fans, I think I will be more excited, and I think I will play better. Let's see.
So ready to be a bit of the villain today?
Yeah.
This is what we work for, you know. We've been in a rough spot, and we're just trying our best to get back. And yeah, I'm just happy that we're showing good results, you know.
I hope so. Let's see what's gonna happen. We already know the maps. It's Dust, Ancient, and last map is Anubis. It's a good map for us, and let's see what's gonna happen.
Let's see, indeed. It's going to be one hell of a banger here with Navi versus FaZe. Are they going to be the villains, and are they going to kick out FaZe? We'll see. What did we think about the veto and that Anubis coming out as decider, guys?
Yeah, I think that was kind of the one thing that maybe went the way we didn't think. We knew what the bans were going to be. We knew what the likely picks were going to be as well. So that will be an interesting wrinkle if we wind up getting there. But I'm not so sure we will.
Ooh, you don't think so?
I mean, here's the thing, like, Ancient's up first. The 14 games Navi have played this year, they've won 11 of those, so I'm going to give them Ancient. I like them on Ancient. I think their Dust 2's also been really improving this year, in my opinion.
As much as I think Navi are favorites in this one, they barely ever win their map pick. That's the one concern I have.
All right.
This year, they've won their own map pick less than 50% of the time, despite the fact that they're the #2 team in the world, so they just like making a series entertaining.
But how many times was it Ancient?
Actually a few.
Yeah.
It was actually a few times they did.
Let's do it first anyway,
it does happen.
So
yeah.
We don't need to worry about it. Let's look a little bit closer at this matchup. Of course, we saw it play out earlier in the play-in stage here in Fort Worth. And it was 2-0 for Navi. We saw some good things, though. This was the very first time, though, that we saw FaZe. And I do want to draw those comparisons a little, or setting that context, because the FaZe we saw yesterday is not at all the FaZe that we saw on the first day of the tournament here, Dust, right? They had so much to contend with, so many changes, so many question marks for that team, but they're really growing in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I mean, they entered this tournament at rock bottom, and they needed just anything to cling on to give hope. The fans have not had much to cheer for FaZe in quite some time, and FaZe have not had much to celebrate about themselves in quite a while, and they've been put in a dire situation. Their captain gone, considered the GOAT to ever be in that in-game leading chair. Twist now taking his second stint at leadership in an organization at FaZe, and you know, they have done so well already. I mean, I think that even a loss here, they've done so much on the way that it's fine, right? But if they can really throw a spanner in the works and keep this one going, that would be quite the incredible story.
FaZe are playing with house money at this point. They've already gotten so much out of this tournament. I think they've jumped at least 15 spots in the VRS, so their chances of at least getting into more invites is already ever so more likely. So I think they're already quite happy. It's going to be difficult against this level of NAVI.
It will be. There's some interesting chats that were made or quotes that were made by NKJ. I think you were talking to him, right? And he said, okay, maybe I'm a little bit delulu, but I actually think we could have won that match versus Navi 2-0. How delulu is he?
I would agree with him. I do think he's a little bit delulu on that one. Look, when you freaking only get one CT round in the first half of Anubis and you're down 11-1, I don't really expect you to pull that one back. Maybe Mario will prove me wrong with some of his analysis, and then on Ancient, I do think they had a chance there. I think that FaZe got off to a cold start. They did really rally well on their CT side. They had a hot start on their T side as well with 3 rounds, so they got themselves into contention on that one for sure. I'll agree with that one, but they just weren't really able to get it across the line. So I don't think a 2-0 was ever possible, but I'm willing to be proven wrong.
I like that he believes in himself because he understands that some of the ways that the round started, on Anubis especially, were great. We have a couple rounds to show just how Jacob was actually a beast in this one. He got a double opening kill in this round 5 early on, and this would have been a great moment for FaZe to pick up some momentum. Of course, the Molly finds the trade there, but then you kind of have FaZe players that they just don't really know what's happening next. You have Twist kind of walking out in middle, you have a lot of space given up from Natus towards A, and some of the ways that they played the mid-late round situations in this game left a lot to be desired. And I think that's always going to be the case when you have a brand new team where they don't really know who's the next point of contact after their initial entry player in Jacob falls.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but as said, they have a lot to work with, and it feels like they have a lot of things that they can use, that are in their toolboxes now. We have a Twist who's stepping into this role again. We have all of a sudden different configuration or openings for Jacob where he could step up. Maybe he didn't feel like that in the past. We know that they are really facilitating Nature, right? And then there's NKJ who's coming in, as we heard from the players, as this really German, like very, very controlled style. He makes sure that the schedule outside of the server is pinpointed, that they don't have to worry about anything. And apparently he anti-strats a lot as well.
Yeah.
And I think there's just a lot of unquantifiables. And for me, for today, it's all about how much is that going to come together already now.
Yeah, they took a crippling blow, but they found a sense of direction in the aftermath, right? I mean, like you said, NKJ bringing a schedule, bringing a practice regimen, bringing in some of those things. He knows Natus. He's coached him in the past. That's also a nice linkage to have in a situation like this. Twist, he's done this before as far as being an in-game leader, so he kind of has a vibe for it. And he has a lot of talent on this roster, right? You know, Frozen is the pillar of this squad. Twist can still frag very highly in the IGL side. He's also given his players a lot of freedom to be comfortable. And Natus, I think he stepped up to the occasion well. He's been kind of a quote-unquote fragging upgrade for Kerrigan in some of the anchor roles defensively, but he also has just kind of held his own, going from playing tier 2 events to studio environments to now playing on a big stage like this when he's lived up to it. So there are some positives for FaZe.
There are.
I would also just say the eye test of calling for Twist is already better than it was when he was back on Liquid. We remember that time not all too fondly. Obviously, he didn't capture any trophies when he was with that team, but he did have a major playoff berth. And he also, in terms of what I'm seeing from the tactics, he's willing to play with pace a little bit more, like slow rounds down a little bit more creative finishers as well.
Man, they hurt us there. They left out Daddy Ocean and SKDC on that team history list. What are we talking about? We got the godfather of NACS who brought Twist into the world, okay?
Okay.
I have to give that a shout out because it is kind of crazy how Twist came from playing like in a very small environment, you know, playing on the SKDC team I'm talking about, where Ocean was kind of bringing up NA talented players, and you know, he was on that Misfit squad with Sean Gayers and company for a bit. But yeah, he really has been kind of a 2 franchise guy, right? You know, FaZe and Liquid bouncing back and forth, but doing big things with both.
Yeah, people might not be aware if they haven't been paying that much attention as we all are, right? This isn't locked in as like he's going to be the IGL forever now. The team has been very communicative about that, but he did say yesterday on stage in the interview, I feel like this is where I belong. This is where I'm always supposed to be at the end of the road. It's now up to how this all works, how my management works and trusts me, how my players around me trust me for this to last.
I don't want Twist or FaZe to second guess himself as the captain of this team. I think he's already shown improvements on the tactical side. Last time when he was with Liquid, he was a great fragging in-game leader. If he wants to buy into it, then go for it. Go all in, because there aren't that many great in-game leaders that we have right now in CS. A lot of them are already on the elite teams, and so if you're actually gonna mold yourself in the shape of a captain, then why not just try to be the best version of yourself there? I think he's got a great coach to work with right now, who can work hand in hand. He's worked with some of the best in-game leaders of all time already, so he can pick and choose what he liked from those guys in the past and bring it to the future.
It is the nature of the situation that the Kerrigan departure was so kind of out of pocket, right? That I think makes them say, well, this is just our temporary solution. But do you both agree agree that they should just say right now, no, we're going with you for the long run because you are FaZe through and through, and you will put everything behind this, because who else is there?
I think you make a valid point on the sense of he was kind of thrown into this out of reaction. I don't think this was like an intended thing. I'm sure that he was hoping he was going to get to rebuild this project with Kerrigan, perhaps, right? And I think that the one pause I have about him becoming the in-game leader is I just know how good he can be as a star player. You know what I mean? And I think that that's always the debate you have to have internally about, are you ready to kind of give up that part of yourself and become a leader? I think he could be the captain of this team. I think he could be the emotional heartbeat of the team. I think that he can do a lot of things to be the face of FaZe now, right? Rain was the face for so long. Kerrigan became the face of the organization. And now it's Twist's turn to do that. I don't know if he should be the tactician all the time. I think that's something that needs to be assessed after this event and what options are out there, but I do think it's possible.
Yeah, I follow you, yeah, but because if you're fragging so hard, then why would you try to neuter that in a way? Now, someone who was fragging very hard yesterday as well when it came to that last map was Frozen. We've talked so much about Frozen. He talked to us on the desk as well. They're all auditioning for him to stay, but I gotta say, when you look at this guy, the impact he has for FaZe, the way he plays with the camera, and he's through and through FaZe as well, right?
Frozen Friday stole a little bit of Brokey's thunder there. I mean, both players played really well, but Frozen was just a beast on Mirage. The retakes that he pulled off, the precision that he has in so many of these moments where even in the, I mean, even the way that they qualified for the playoffs, going back to the Furia victory, how it was him and Brokey in that nail biter situation. This guy is just ice cold, it's in the name, and there's a reason that he is one of the most wanted players in all of Tier 1.
Yeah, he is a fantastic defender, in my opinion, one of the better rotators out there, but also can anchor if need be. So very, wide spectrum of talent in that regard. Offensively, just a good trade fragger, good late round specialist, but they actually have used him now because of the situation they're in more active positions, because they're kind of moving NAVI into some of the lurker roles that he's used to playing. It's kind of put Frozen more in the pack on a couple of maps, and I think that's where his firepower can actually still really shine in kind of a different way. He's such a versatile talent.
Absolutely is, and before we move over to Navi, they have so much aura, FaZe. Like the way they walked in here with those tracksuits, glow in the dark, slow-mo. I mean, what's that?
Even the audience is in awe of the aura, enough to try to help them too. They're saying, I must give my energy to this team whenever I possibly can.
Yeah, but we're gonna head over to Navi. Of course, it's nice to talk about FaZe and their home ground advantage, but Navi won't let that bother them. They are the second best team in the world. They're gunning for that trophy. Ideally, they go through Vitality. Their goals are very clear, right, Dust? So do they stumble here?
I don't think so. They have yet to stumble at this tournament. They are the only team that has gone undefeated in maps played. Their talent is looking ferocious right now. Makaze's leading the event in rating and virtually every other metric you could think of individually. Wonderful's having one of his big events. We kind of know that there's kind of two versions of Wonderful. There's the one that we saw at Cologne and at the Budapest Major that can pop off and be a top 5 opera in the world. But then there's been events where he's been kind of slacking, if we're 100% honest. This event, we're getting the Wonderful that can be one of the best.
And also, I think that he's shown his rifle prowess in this event, too. That's one thing there. A lot of the operas who sometimes are a little bit slow starters. I'm looking at Molodoy in this one, where they can't always rely on the other primary weapon. But, man, Wonderful's clutch moments, I think he had on Ancient at least a 1v2 in this tournament, or at least the last one, where it's just, he is so clean that if he didn't have the op in this game, he would still be on Navi. I have full faith in his ability when he has to be on the T side as well, where he's not just hamstrung trying to play a system, hoping he's getting set up or anything like that. He can create his own fate because when he has the rifle, he has a little bit more autonomy, and I feel like he knows exactly what to do with it in the Blade system.
Yeah, some tournaments everything just goes correctly, right? When Wonderful is the second highest rated player at the event and Makaze is the first, you almost think, how can this go wrong? Because they're fundamentals are also extremely crisp. Dust, is there anything you can point to that you're like, this is something that I need to see out of Navi when we're thinking not just about this semifinal, but perhaps a final tomorrow against Vitality?
Yeah, I think I just looked to some of the supporting cast members we haven't mentioned yet to see what they do. Bit was once the best anchor in the world. I think that 2024 stretch that he had, everyone was talking about how good he was there. And I think throughout 2025, he had his ups and his downs, but I think this year he's actually kind of been on track, kind of fulfilling that role in a really strong way. And I think also Ima often kind of gets slept on, in my opinion. Obviously he's not the star of the squad. Other people are going to overshadow him, but he's actually one of the better secondary entries on the market right now. Like, his actual conversion stats on opening duels on T-side are really high for a guy who actually goes for quite a lot of them. Yeah, Makaze takes the brunt of it, but he still does a fair amount, and he's able to do it at a high level. He had to kind of sacrifice his roles to kind of facilitate Makaze last season, and he's found a way to still gel into this team but perform at a very high level. So I think they actually have pretty well distributed talent, in my opinion.
One player that I would actually relate to how Ema's career is shaping is a little bit like Rain, actually, where I feel like they're these rocks of the team that aren't necessarily popping off on a regular basis, top fragging against the best teams in the world, but he's totally reliable against anybody that's not a top 5 team. So, and Ema's also just such a great contributor when it comes to communication for NAVI. Anytime we bring up their comms or they release videos on it, he's always secondary calling, coming up with ideas to aid Alexi B, and he's one of the guys that is definitely a pillar of this team.
I 100% agree. And I think the other cool thing that we're seeing is just the development of Makaze over time. I know you're a huge fan of Makaze.
Totally.
I'm sure you're going to wax lyrical about him in just a moment, but I want to give my 2 cents if you don't mind as well.
Go for it.
This is a guy that when he first joined the team, I felt like he got overshadowed by the other kind of rookie entry fragger that year, which was Kyosuke, because of how good that guy's mechanics were, how flashy he looked, how he was converting opening duels on the T side so effectively. Makaze, I feel like he was always a strong CT player. I think his T side development is something that has really been notable this year. I think that at this tournament, he's winning 62% of his opening duels on the T side. That's insane. Like, you just don't see that very often. And I know that's a smaller sample size of 4 mats. That's still really good. But the bigger thing for me is in the background, it's getting better on average every month.
Yes.
And I think that's been the biggest kind of twist for NAVI that's allowed them to go number 2 is the fact that his entry frag on T-side is actually now up to standard with all the best out there.
The difference for me between Kyosuke and Makaze is that I think a lot of people were blinded by the fact that Kyosuke's mechanics are probably better than Makaze's. I think if you put him in an AIM server today, Kyosuke might score higher, but that's not everything in Counter-Strike. And what Makaze is he is a triumph of Blade's coaching. He is a prime example, once again, of what it means to be under a head figure who can give you direction and tell you when you should be doing some things and when you shouldn't, because that's the difference still. Actually, even when I look at Kyosuke, that maybe somebody like Zonic could reel him in a little bit more often, but Blade, he knows when to lay down the law.
Oh, absolutely so. He's done it to so many players, and the development over time, it's only scaling is what we can assume. We just saw the battle cry from FaZe, really putting it all out there. Yeah, I'm really actually curious more than anything, because we saw this match already play out, how FaZe is going to have leveled up, because it seems to me that we're getting something fundamentally different than we did when they were playing with Kerrigan, with Neo behind them. I think that duel of NKJ and Twist have something for us. The question is always, is it too early on a stage like this, right? In a best of 3 against the best team in the second best team in the world. But you have to dream just because it's FaZe.
I think FaZe have to look back to what they've already done against this squad, right? They've been the underdog virtually every time they've played NAVI in recent history, yet they were able to crush them at Blast Open London 2-0. Then we go to the Budapest Major, an opportunity for NAVI to really solidify themselves as one of the best in the world. However, they fell short in the semifinals against none other than your boys at FaZe. And that was after a season where FaZe were dire. I mean, it was so grim. The fact that they were able to make it to the finals through NAVI was that FaZe magic. And so if they can find that magic again here today, as they did yesterday, I think they can maybe make some magic happen.
We'll see indeed, and we're just about ready to meet the team, so take it away, Ian.
Fort Worth, Texas, who's ready for some Counter-Strike? It's sounding good in here now. And of course, 2 semi-finals lie ahead as we look to lock in which 2 teams will compete in the grand final tomorrow. The process starts right now. Let's welcome our first 2 teams. Have taught us anything, it's this. How dare you take them for granted? How dare you count them out? We've had them down for too long, but with the rebuild snapping into gear, it's officially FaZe up. know this squad can not only meet the expectations of NAVI's legacy, but they can exceed it. They have shown us that they are distinguished players in their own right, truly worthy of kicking off the next era of NAVI Nation. The fire-red warpath continues, and the yellow lightning is ready to strike. These heavyweights of Counter-Strike are back for round 2. With the fans behind them, FaZe burned through the quarterfinals. And as red hot as they are, Frozen has been ice cold. However, the world number 2 is here to put a stop to this FaZe bullshit. And with Alexi B leading the charge, NAVI wants another crack at a trophy. There's a final on the line here and a chance to show the world who you are.
Opportunities for both of these squads of FaZe that was down in the dumps for so long, left by their IGL, and now Twist's at the helm. And a NAVI who, it's never just this NAVI that plays right now. They have the memories of all the NAVI success in the past. They can see that trophy. They just want to step up and take it.
Indeed, as you said, the world number 2. But Fort Worth, are you ready for some FaZe bullshit? That's what I thought. I suspected as much.
What does it look like, FaZe bullshit?
Well, FaZe bullshit is like this, right? Even though they have yet to win Ancient in this tournament, which is what we got up first, they have looked ferocious in all of their games. Their mid-aggression has been so potent on both sides of the map. Natus being embedded in positions he's comfortable playing on that A side, he's been stable for them. And then they've moved Frozen into more of an active role, taking B control and trade fragging. And they're getting good performances out of all their players. I think they're gonna bring a nice pace to NAVI, but they're up against one of the goats of middle on Ancient, and that's your boy Makaze.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be difficult to unseat him. The FaZe bullshit, it's gonna have to come down to crunch time because you know NAVI themselves also like to play down the clock. A lot of these rounds are gonna end in the last 15 seconds, gonna end in the post plants, and that's where I just give the edge to NAVI. They've been doing it for way longer and they look way more polished doing it. I feel like all of their protocols are so well outlined. Every piece of utility is sailing exactly to wherever FaZe is lining up, and that's because of the prep. That's because of what Alexi brought in. That's because of what Blade has brought in.
Yeah, it's gonna be control and protocols against utter chaos. That is the type of game that we're gonna get. We always want a slobber knocker in the ring in the center of the stage, and FaZe have already provided so much as your boy Frozen has been so electric for this squad. He has more responsibilities now he's delivering, but again, I really do think that NAVI are gonna be very well prepared here. I think this should be a close game, but you'd be crazy not to call NAVI the favorite.
Yeah, it's true, but I always hear that NAVI's so prepared, and we know when they got their protocols, but can you really say that it's only FaZe bullshit, that it's only those crazy rounds on the side of FaZe? Because I don't necessarily agree with that.
I actually think they look pretty organized in the 2 Ancient games. I think people may look in the results and say, oh, they've lost both their games, they must not be doing well. But when I watch back the tape and I kind of see in the limited amount of time that they have together, the adjustments that they have made to how they play, they actually do look pretty well constructed, and we've actually seen some pretty good team play, but they also do throw out those just wild haymakers. They push 4 people down mid and just try to run you down. So it's gonna be a really flashy style to watch on the server today from FaZe, but one that has planning behind it.
That's what's so difficult here for NAVI, where obviously they're going to be playing against a FaZe that's improvising a lot.
Yep.
When NAVI can just get a download of the team that they're playing, then they can anti-strat them to Kingdom Come. But with FaZe, so frequently you see them just kind of throw the rulebook out the window. I've seen 4-man pushes towards middle when they're getting stumped, and those kinds of rounds can be the difference maker in a close one like this. The question for me is, when do FaZe decide to hit the panic button in a half? Are they going to throw it after the first 2 gun rounds, or is Twist going to actually take it right away after the first failure and say, okay, we need to completely change everything? Because if he does do it early enough, then I don't think Blade is going to have as much of an impact in terms of the preparation.
In many ways, this is a defining game for Twist, right? Because of that, right? They won't get that many chances to be on these stages and show that. And it seems like with all the pressure on him, he almost needs to have a good performance.
Twist right now is trying to right the wrongs of his past. He's trying to dispel the narrative that he was not a great in-game leader. Again, the fact that he made it to a major playoffs with Ultimate is crazy enough to me. I'm still in shock about that kind of performance. And also, a reminder, he lost to the eventual champions at that major. It was Spirit that defeated them there. So I think that there's a lot in store, and I think that when you walk away from the role, as Twist has in this case, and come back to it, you're fresh with brand new ideas and ways to make amends.
Absolutely, and I think that he just also has the full buy-in from his whole entire team. He's got a brand new coach who comes in who has the same philosophy as trying to install order in a system that had failed them, right? We're talking about a team that went from major finals to not even making the major. Everything was going against them. They are down and beaten, but they've shown up to Fort Worth with vigor and looking to try to make it all the way to the grand finals, and we'll see if they can get it done.
With that, I think the players are just about ready. It's going to be a feast to watch for us. NAVI, the second best team in the world, they want that bout versus Vitality, but FaZe, they are ready. They are ready to fight down in the dirt here in Fort Worth.
On this stage today, we have two of the most storied organizations in Counter-Strike history. On one side, FaZe, led by the in-game leader Twist, North America's most decorated ever player, and his challenge today is to call against a major winning veteran in-game leader in Alexi B. The odds are stacked against FaZe Clan, but they have been every single step of the way. We have been coming to this great state for over 2 decades. Counter-Strike lives and breathes in Texas, so Fort Worth, let us hear why Counter-Strike comes to Texas!
And the semifinals are live. Dust 2, and we've already got a little bit of aggression. Wonderful up middle. Navi's gonna be starting on this CT side as they attempt to quell this incredible push from FaZe into these playoffs. Out towards Long, and they're not slowing down. They're coming in quick. Long is already smoked, the cross is already up. Alexi and Ema playing in behind it. Brokey throwing support utility. Shuffling in. And no one providing resistance just yet, but now they found themselves in the A-bomb site.
All over the site, bomb plant gonna be coming through. Alexi B slips away back into a CT spawn, and Emma's just gonna wait on down towards CT. So Makaze setting up for the utility. Smoke gonna go in towards the site. And time to start this retake for Navi. It's gonna be Jacob's first kill. Emma cast aside, they move in. It's gonna be Makaze finally entering the kill heat feed here for Navi, but the kid's down towards CT, and it's all about Twist and Frozen again, but Bitch back, and headshots again. Jorbarettes looking for Natus! Natus sits Bit down!
Exactly what FaZe needed is the hot start, and again, you get this kid, Natus, coming into this lineup. How impressive has he been delivering important kills, big clutches for FaZe through this run, adds another big fist-around clutch. And a team with this new lineup, Blake spoke about it coming together. We saw yesterday, love playing with momentum. It's a great strength of theirs, and you've got started in a positive note.
Great to see the pistol here for FaZe, but the issue is they've still got to go with another buy up against you, right? The force buys come in here for Navi. It's got a rifle here for Emma, scout for Wonderful, and we know what the likes of Bit and Makaze can do on these Deagles.
Absolutely. Bit and Makaze, they're going to have a huge, huge role to play throughout this series. Makaze, such a strong player he's become inside this Navi lineup. The impact he's able to have for this team. Now he brings up an interesting point on the desk of the structure of Navi and the ability of FaZe to kind of break out in the way that they kind of approach things differently. There's going to be moments in this game where Navi are going to have to meet that kind of improv, that kind of disorder, like that individual style. You're going to have to be aggressive. Break out of your own foundations to fight fire with fire. FaZe at the moment now, just relaxing in middle. They've got complete control, no pressure. Navi content to sit back and wait.
Out through Cat, putting utility down towards him. He'll use a smoke. Only just slow them down, block them out. So now FaZe know they're up against something at least on the other side. He's got Util, Deagles out for a spin in mid. Let's see if FaZe can break through it. 2 smokes have gone through, one towards CT and one for that B ramp cross.
All right, around the edge, this is a dangerous point. Makaze drops.
Good reactions from Twist. Now it's Bit, the last hope. The bastion defense on the B-bomb side. He's gone. Twist able to get rid of it. At least a kill coming through the smoke from Mima, but at this point for Na'Vi, surely just the save. You can't go for this. You got to back away. You got to save these weapons, and FaZe going to go up to 2-0.
Might be kind of enticing to try and find that AK-47, but they backed all the way off. Feel like maybe FaZe is going to push forward to protect it. So 3 saved weapons will come into the next round for Navi's defense. Nice easy round from FaZe. Nothing too crazy. Grouped up with mid control, and you march on in. And yeah, I mean, you know, all the new lineup and all the kind of disorganization and the rough run that FaZe have been on coming into Dallas, I think it's easy to kind of like forget that this team and this core of so much experience, yeah, they're still gonna have the basic ideas on maps, right? It's not like they're gonna be completely lost with everything coming into this. It's gonna be the protocols, it's gonna be the details, it's gonna be if Na'Vi can be disruptive enough to make them kind of make decisions that they haven't planned out before. And that'll be the big question throughout this half, throughout this series. So far, so good for FaZe, up 2-0.
At least with Na'Vi saving some of the weapons, they still have a chance in this next round, but this is such an important kill. You see Makaze looking in the right direction and Twist slowly creeping around the side of the smoke. You think that's the opening for the Deagle. Makaze might just pick him off, and from that point onwards, who knows what would happen.
Well, now what do you want to do with the M4 if you're Ema? If you're Navi and Ema, do you want to actually challenge? Do you want to see if he can get you an early kill? And yep, that's the answer.
Yeah, just send him up top middle, try and get him involved in some fights early on here.
Yeah, he's still sticking with it despite hearing the AWP. So now pushed up towards middle, Brokey might be in trouble without even realizing it, and Ema is going to keep up the aggression. Navi, or excuse me, FaZe split across the map. 2 players out long, 2 players in the B tunnels.
Brokey, looking in the right direction. Ema getting ever closer. Brokey not ready for this, not ready for this at all! Gonna be so disappointed. Brokey gets away with that one, and Brokey's even got a little smile on his face for checking it. He's gonna hold as well. Might get another one on this top mid push.
Oh, close. The legs show. But that 1 kill on Ema negates really any chance that Navi had of turning this round, especially spotting this follow-up aggression. Still nobody's moved from FaZe. They recognize that Navi's trying to pull something off, trying to be a little bit sneaky, a little bit crazy. Wonderful's going to add a kill onto Twist. That's up middle with the scouts, and things get a little bit more difficult, and now a trade in tunnels.
Yeah, 5-7 coming through. Now
Bombs
we have
isolated.
the next fight. It's going to be Brokey dropping Makaze towards suicide. We got 40 seconds left. Frozen with that headshot should wrap things up, but like CB, yes, the bomb is isolated, but he's stuck inside of tunnels. You've got plenty of players who can get over here now for FaZe.
You know, Frozen's probably only going to have this 1 kill in the round, but what an important one. When you have a 1-on-2, essentially a player in the bomb site, player flanking you, nowhere to go, huge kill to grab. Wonderful, maybe just a quarter of a second too slow. So Alexi with a Galil. Not really a chance to go for this, so probably going to back off, looking if he can find one more. He wants that AWP, but Brokey's not going to give it to him. So 3-0 start for FaZe. And if you followed the descent of FaZe and the fall that they've had over the past few months, the conversations they've been having, releasing into FaZe content, statements in interviews, conversations after departures of teammates, it's been a lack of trust. It's been a breakdown of the trust and faith that the players and the team had in each other. All of that at this event seems to be switching. It's building back up now with Twist early on in this new in-game leadership role, coming back into it, new players entering the roster, but now that all of them are delivering, performing on the stage, that trust and that faith is growing. And that's what's making FaZe such a scary team now, a scary prospect in these playoffs.
See another factor yesterday, which is Brokey's start on Dust 2. A good one here, 2 kills so far. And that AWP is going to be staying passive at the moment. It's going to be the long players moving out here for FaZe. Twist and Jacob. Got a reaction for Na'Vi. They're going to start taking some of the tunnel's control away, but Nature's waiting. Got the angle and come in towards him. Makaze steps forward too quickly, and in fact, he gets to. Frozen's dead as well, and that's the bomb down in the tunnel. So, disaster here for FaZe. The round's pretty much blown wide open, and it looks very tough to recover from this point.
Yeah, that's a huge push. I mean, I wonder if Navi maybe felt like there were going to be more bodies out long, and they wanted to kind of close the map off. That's the classic reaction. But finding the bomb is just the cherry on top. This round feels not done, but it's just brutal for FaZe if you want to try and come back into this. You got a minute to address the situation. Maybe you can get lucky enough to clean this up without taking too many losses. The problem is Wonderful and Ema now pushed in middle. So much information for Navi.
The last hope is to throw the smoke onto the bomb, see if you can sneak in and take it. NAVI showing they've got plenty of utility just to fend you off, and now FaZe realize there's no way of getting back into this round.
Well, NAVI just realized they don't have to do anything. They stalled out. You can actually back off, and there's such a small chance. You know they're likely going to have to come to this B bomb site. Vin's going to back away, takes a fight. That's a good kill on a Jacob, and that's the round sealed. No more even attempts of an idea for FaZe. So 3-1, Navi's on the board for the first time in these semifinals. And seeing some aggression mixed into the early Navi game plan. The emo push with the M4 in round 3.
Yeah, that was great to see. The push-up, and then Mikaze's success, taking both players in the tunnels. You think maybe he gets the one, but the fact that Frozen was there, you think he gets that trade, but Mikaze able to get both is an overperformance to Navi. They can be very happy about Mikaze getting into the tunnel. Second kill as Frozen was distracted.
Well, they're going to love that kind of production out of him. Mikaze is the #1 rated player of the event. He's the highest rated. He's been the best player statistically at the event so far. Wonderful, actually, on Navi is second as well. So two very important players, critical to Navi's success, performing extremely well this past week in Texas.
Yeah, when we've seen them perform at Pro League back in Stockholm, it was that combination as well, right? Wonderful and Mikaze that made them look so deadly. So great to see that recipe coming together for Navi.
Brokey with a quick shot actually tags Fit on the cross, so he's tagged down to 19 HP for the remainder of the round. A little bit frustrating. We'll see how he chooses to play. Feels like they want to slide him over to the A bomb site and hide him. Maybe park him out towards long and Pit. Ema's going to slide over and shift to change positions.
Yeah, Frozen making his way through the mid door. Strong position to get already. See if he can activate right away. He will. In the dead first, so Navi have the advantage. Or rather FaZe, and now at the moment, Wonderful's going to try and change that fact. So he's moved out towards long. You'll get the scope up and have to push forward with the Lexi B. There's always a reaction for Navi's defense so far.
Oh, here we go. Pop flash peek in. Okay, he's actually vacated. Good call from Nature to just back out. Molotov to make sure the push can't come. Now Lexi now knows the position. Wonderful has everything on his shoulders.
Yeah, just waiting with the swap. They've already got by his crosshair. They've already got by, and he's missed the shot. But now he has the information, but the utility as well. Wonderful looking a little nervous in his spot right now. His teammates coming over to try and alleviate some of that pressure. Shadow cast against the wall. Wonderful. Trying to go forward, but Twist and Brokey. 3 kills quickly, and Twist again. That's the kind of performance you want to see out of Twist here in the semi-final. Good start here on Dust 2.
A very confident, measured hit from FaZe. They didn't get everything they wanted on the initial utility, on the initial peaks. They couldn't find Wonderful for some time, but they don't panic. They maintain composure through this hit, slowly progressing and reacting to all the information, all the pushes from Navi. I'll tell you what, too. One of the issues that FaZe felt like they had in the first time they played Navi, back in the group stage where they lost 0-2.
Right.
Twist had mentioned specifically, he felt like they were nervous. They had some first event jitters as this lineup. Players weren't making plays and being proactive the way they had been in practice. That play from Frozen, that's him being proactive. Those are the moves that Twist wants to see his players make. Frozen sliding out, sensing a gap, sensing a weakness, and then exploiting it to give them an advantage.
Well, a timeout coming in, and Bloyd looking very vocal during it as well. He knows his team are coming into this next round. They'll still have a good buy available. And you're going to have Wonderful on the op, everybody on the rifles, but Blade not going to be too happy about what he's seeing at the moment. I mean, there has been positive signs for Navi. It's just not fully together right now, and FaZe definitely fragging harder at the moment. Fantastic to see that level of firepower coming out.
I was talking to our boy Flom before the match went live. One thing I mentioned him, I think Navi's an extremely upsettable team. I think this is still a team sometimes that feels like they can be very varied in their performances. So I think an upset isn't as unlikely as you might expect coming into this, considering things.
Especially with FaZe playing with this confidence after winning some big games, right? The fact you've taken down Fury, you've taken down G2 on the path. Navi aren't a team that are going to really make you feel a level of fear that is unconquerable. Utility going to go towards Wonderful, making him step back a little bit. He's got plenty of teammates here as well for Navi at short.
Sliding back into the angle as the Molotov subsides. I like it. Wonderful, not wanting to give an inch here. Oh, they're going to be aggressive. Here's the push around the corner.
Yep, it's good. Imma goes into it. Twist going to be taken away. Good shot back from Brokey. Advantage siding with Navi. His Wonderful descends down towards CT. He chases in from Frozen, but he hasn't been able to get past that smoke. Slowed by the utility, but the release valve is over towards long, and Wonderful realizes he needs to jump up and take that 1v1 fight against Brokey. So it's all on Jacob, who towards the end of the day yesterday really started to come into his own.
He was the closer of that series in overtime for sure. Let's see what he's got now. Problem is the bomb is just so far away.
Yeah, 30 seconds as well. Not a huge amount of time to make this work for Jacob.
No utility. I think if you had a smoke to block off Catwalk to go get that bomb with some safety, you might be able to make an argument for it. But now that this flank is coming in, yeah, there's no real options here. Bit.
Yeah, moves up. There's the head spotted. Jacob actually got it, but it's the time that's worrying me. 15 seconds.
He can plant.
He actually can get away to the plant. He's worried about the short peek coming in, but he has to commit to this now. Has to think about the plant. And here he goes. So just enough time to get that bomb down. So they run him forward. We got Makaze coming in from short. He's being wrapped around on the ramp as well. And Makaze will take the headshot to confirm the round victory for Navi. I think if they lose that one, I think Blade is going to be extremely upset.
Yeah, frustrated. Well, Bit's going to be frustrated with that missed shot. Obviously, we know him to be just a mechanical genius in the game. That one he misses, fluffed his line a little bit. I like the pressure put on by Wonderful in the 2v1, forcing Jacob to take the peek out towards short, forcing his move into Makaze's waiting arms. Timeout taken by FaZe to talk things over. 4-2. NK is going to try and get his boys fired up to put a stop to this. They haven't yet let Navi get a streak of rounds together. Haven't yet let them build any momentum into this game. They've stopped them in their tracks after each and every win. But money's going to start getting sketchy for FaZe. Full investment into this round 7, but after this, money's gone. So critical round if you want to keep this T side rolling and try and bury Navi early on in the semifinals.
Guys, good fucking shit. I like the energy. I like everything that we're showing so far. Keep it up. Full speed, full gas the entire fucking half.
All right, NK. Twist has mentioned, he makes it so much fun to be an in-game leader, and you can see the infectious energy he's trying to push throughout the team. Frozen looking for a push and lower at the moment, and there is one. Makaze is being aggressive. So is Ema off short. You have Wonderful out in mid with the AWP ready to react to any contact.
Mid-door smoke lands perfectly. Nade to break it, Wonderful. Searching for some information. Makaze is going to retreat on that.
Yeah, it's a team nade. Makaze was just Wonderful was just breaking the smoke as Makaze was falling back. So a little unfortunate there, but happy to get Makaze out of the danger position when the Molotov comes in. And yet again for FaZe, they take control of the middle of the map. No pressure being applied. Alexi and Ema starting to slide up short.
Yeah, setting something up here, Navi. We've seen this a number of times so far in this half. Aggression on different areas of the map. He's coming in short this time. Util clears it. Here's the sign to go. That's the ball on Brokey. Keeps his head down as well. Making sure not to give it away.
They're kind of bottlenecked right now, though. All 5 players are here. They don't have a great presence on the map phase. So, I mean, you're going to be grouped up attacking either out mid to the B bomb site or you're going up short. 38 seconds left. Navi trying to run the clock down as much as possible, slowing this play from FaZe. It's all going to be a fake.
Twist inside the smoke. Good nade. It's going to soften up a lot of FaZe. Time is limited. 25 seconds left. Here comes the play. Up through Catwalk. Elective B only gets to 1. Emma wins the fight in CT, and Wonderful chiming in. Okay. That's more like it. Wonderful happy shutting down this attack and putting Brokey in a 1v4. They're not letting him get comfortable in. Never letting him get away with it. Wonderful continues his good form into the semis. That's a great shot in the AWP to close it through the box as well.
Great recipe for success for Navi as well. They executed perfectly. Take away the first initial option that FaZe is going for, stall them out, force Twist to improvise, force FaZe to make a decision as they change up the attack. All of a sudden, this play they want to make towards Catwalk turns into Twist trying to lurk into CT spawn. They've got to come through a smoke on short. Everything's disorganized. Really well done from Navi, and now they've grabbed a little bit of economic control as well as FaZe force back to pistols.
Some breathing room, and I mean, it's not just pistols, it's Glocks as well, right? So it should be a free round, no problem here. And FaZe taking one off, playing some football.
Okay, careful with that here. Careful with that.
Yep.
There's only one football in this state.
All right, now I think Blade's going to be happy to, after the timeout, the fact that Navi have been able to get control of the game, at least for now. A positive turn.
This is nice. He's doing a good job.
Good ball control for sure. Okay, where are we going to go with this?
I guess they just take it out long.
Take it all the way.
Well, they're just going to wait for the smoke to clear, and then we'll get the game back on, you know? It's going to be fine.
Here we go. Oh, another smoke. It's out. No Alexi ruining all the fun. He's taking himself 3 kills, shutting down all the clocks. And at least we got a round off. But here we go, tie game. Or tie ball game, I guess.
Tie ball game, yeah, we'll go with that one right now. 4-4. Bai comes back in. So I don't even know what kind of a timeout we're going to call that one. Not a French timeout, some kind of crazy timeout. Talking things over as they kick the ball around. Now we get to see what they bring into the fight on round 9. Full AK-47s. Brokey's not going to have that AWP. The Blast Rivals trophy, what everyone is competing for. Winners move on to the championship game, the grand finals tomorrow. Face off against either Vitality or GamerLegion, our second semifinal of the day.
Smoke in the mid doors. Keep the smoke up short. And a lurk smoke trickling down into the B site.
Got to start feeling a little bit better if you're Navi. You've recovered this half very nicely. It never got too far out of your control, but on top of Makaze having some very impactful rounds, some pushes. Wonderful's hitting some very nice shots. That one tags Twist. Grenade goes over, but Twist is backed away from the danger, thankfully.
Yeah, realizing as soon as you take that damage, the nade is very likely to follow, gets into cover. Under a minute left. We move through the doors. FaZe going to be setting up the mid to B split utility. Going in the tunnels.
Had some success with it earlier in the anti-eco or anti-force buy, so I don't think they've had enough real success in the gun round. Frozen got that 1 kill on Ima kind of trying to cross over, but not enough success on the mid to B to make this too nerve-wracking for Navi.
Right, so you've still got 3 players defending A. And Makaze, one of them inside of the pit. Alexi B taking the frag elsewhere. We got Makaze trying to hold down. Just drops himself into the pit, stays alive. We'll get another one here as well, but the round feels done just with the early success that Navi have had, and it all comes crashing down. So that competitive nature to the game has started to fizzle out as that round just looks so easy for Navi.
Yeah, well, I wonder if we're going to see Twist now kind of switch things up and go into a little bit more aggression. Maybe like this, like kind of slower, grab control of mid, then sort of spread out and pick a place to hit. I wonder if now he's going to call something a little bit more out of spawn. I mean, maybe around like this, it makes a little bit more sense. It'll probably be a half buy with Tech 9, so you can be more mobile, you can be more fast. You want to get into the engagements when you're swinging hard and quick. But once the guns come out, I want to see maybe a little bit trickery coming out of FaZe, hit a different timing, change the pace a little bit, because Navi's the one who's now kind of dictating the map and what you're able to do on it. You can take that control back if you throw something a little bit unexpected at them. That'll be in the gun rounds. For now, Deagle picked up for Jacob. Tech 9's coming out, upgraded pistols, a little bit of utility. But Navi's now in a 4-round streak, 5 of the last 6 in their favor.
Well, you're down to pistols again if you're FaZe, playing with Deagles, Tech 9s. Saving for the next one. Navi very likely have an easy time of getting 6 rounds on the board.
Towards catwalk we go. All 5 players for FaZe come into this situation. Smoke might slow them down. They can come through this with these Tech 9s. If you get the utility, break the smoke, chuck out a flashbang, you can still come through and challenge, but they don't know what's on the other side, so they're gonna chill for now. See if there's any kind of a reaction, but this is playing out like a lot of the rounds previously. All 5 players grouped up in middle. You don't really have a whole lot of map control or map information. It's wonderful to take contact with his AWP out towards the long corner. Ima to provide support from the CT ramp. And Alexi B will hold on to pit, look for a long lurk.
Yeah, wonderful, ready to go again. He's hitting some great shots, and he, again, is so composed to land that one. Ima moves in from CT to help him out. And wonderful, they've got on by, couldn't adjust in time or accurately enough towards Natus. So the kills come in from FaZe, and the bomb plant secured. But around seems so far off.
Yeah, and the money's so strong for Navi that even kills don't really have any real impact with only 2 rounds remaining after this in the half. So Nature's gonna try and pull off a miracle.
Yeah, a miracle indeed. Where it's above them, they run on in. Makaze now detecting him. Needs to take the kill on the first time of asking. The Alexi B runs him down from long. And a lot happier now is Blade.
Yeah, things looking good. Things looking cleaner. Wonderful, still doing good work with the AWP. 6-4 scoreline. Plenty of money to replenish what Navi lost in the round, but the AKs, the rifles come back in for FaZe, and we'll see what the switch up is going to be. Second time out was taken a couple rounds ago to have a little bit of a chit chat. So what have NK and Twist cooked up to close out this first half of the semifinals? Yeah, super pleased, Blade, leaning in. Here we go. Op is out again for Brokey. Full sets of utility for this T side.
Yep. 2 rounds left up for grabs for FaZe on the attacking side. And Twist is going to go out towards long. He's really trying to force the issue forward, but here comes that aggression that we've been seeing all half long here from Navi, and it's worked out again. Mikaze and Imma both getting the opening kills, and it's so disruptive. They're not letting FaZe get into any of these rounds.
Okay, here we go, 1 kill, but it's traded right back. And I mean,
this aggression in tunnels as well.
Yeah, it's just Navi being aggressive everywhere to abuse the protocols, right? They sense the lower, they get into contact with a lower push. The reaction is for Brokey to peek top mid to alleviate that, but you've already got a player pushing up the swing on him. You've got a player pushing up in B tunnels to punish that player when he tries to address the situation. That's just Navi just beating you basically on tactics alone. Absolutely brutal. I talked to Mikaze last night outside the hotel, and I was like, you guys ready for tomorrow? Are you guys gonna drop the ball like G2 and Astralis? What's the sense? And he just goes, bro, it's gonna be an easy 2-0. Look me dead in the eye.
Well, definitely. It looked a little shaky to kick things off. I mean, a Blade timeout really sorted them out very quickly on in this half. And since then, this streak has been so dominant from Navi. Those positive spirits, the high energy from NKJ, I'm sure fizzled out very quickly indeed for FaZe. Trying to get it back at the end of the half here is Frozen.
Well, the things that got it back yesterday when things got quiet, when things got rough, were the individual heroics, where Frozen popping off, Brokey having some insane rounds, the clutches from Netu, the way Jacob closed these things out, the calling from Twist as well. But it all started with some individual heroics to save the day. Triple kills and quad kills, the name of the game for FaZe.
You got Wonderful locking them away. If they're in the lower tunnels, they try and cross out towards the Xbox. Wonderful. A shot at taking them down. He's also looking out towards the long side now too. That smoke comes in, severs off his information flow. Smoke break up.
Feels like so much of the impact for Navi has come from Wonderful and Mikaze, but Alexi V has quietly just been chipping in a couple kills here and there consistently. He's leading the way for his team. Captain at the top of the scoreboard with 11 frags. He might get tested again as he's the solo man at the A-bomb site. Mikaze goes down in mid. Wonderful gets it right back.
Yeah, Wonderful right away there with the trade, but FaZe, they have to win this one. They try and end the half with at least an extra round to play with. 35 seconds. We got Alexi B starting to move up towards long. Can he get another frag? Added to his wonderful tally so far in this half. And the answer to that is no. Jacob brings him down, opens up long, and weakens this defense so much as FaZe move in. Here's the short flank. Smoke comes up at just the perfect time to keep Wonderful alive. Imma's going to start moving towards CT. He's blocked by utility as well, so that plant comes in, and now it's a 4v2 post plant favoring FaZe.
And they can't get it started until this catwalk smoke fades, so Wonderful can be involved. Everyone from FaZe has backed off, hiding into positions inside the bomb site. Playing the post plant should be unlosable.
Well, in the meantime, Imma's tried to gain as much ground as he possibly can, but he goes up against Twist in this fight around the corner, and he loses it immediately. It's Wonderful left, tap it away into the site, and he will go down. So at least FaZe securing an extra round of play in this first half, but Navi's streak just about closed, a 7-5 lead.
Hello guys, this is Natus.
This is Fallen. Hey, I'm Alexi B, and today I'll be reading some bad comments.
Furo itself hasn't been looking hot since in the major result. Well,
Vitality are so good that even a single map win for Navi would be a victory in itself. What can I say?
Everyone knows this kid is going to be the next Brokey or Sampaio, bro, what you doing, right?
The Hunter was never and will never be a good player. That's a bullshit, I can already tell, and this guy is clueless.
Sampaio was like that in 2023 too, always flicking and constantly getting pack kills, but then he disappeared, XD. Oh, typical HLTV user, I love it. You know, Volodoy has a bright future ahead of him, he's just starting, so you're gonna have to watch a lot of games from Volodoy, and hopefully he's gonna be winning a lot, so I think you were wrong with this one, Cyber King.
So guy named Insert Blame here says, Navi gonna get the honor of losing to Vita in finals this event. But yeah, I'm glad that people are thinking that we're gonna reach the finals, and yeah, it's good for us.
Minus Nico plus Heavy God is a huge downgrade. The previous could win the odd blast, this new iteration will most likely win even less. I mean, eventually we won the tournament, to be honest, after this guy said it.
My mission here is to make Fury a super competitive team in the best way I can. Then leave. Low. Yes, I'm doing that in December, bro.
You know shit's fucked when Alexi is Navi's top performer. It's probably better for the team's future prospects if they lose this match anyway.
Express Patience 9809. Okay, I like this nickname as well. Castrato was shit in Katowice, shit in Altin playoffs, shit in Cologne playoffs, and shit in Budapest playoffs.
I can't hit shit after Mirage and Alexi playing with half of his brain whilst it stays under 1 KD. Jesus, what a shit show once again. That's a nice and supportive comment, it seems.
Ignoring the latest shit show is strong, no? Good, my boy.
Navi have improved a ton. My prediction is Vitality 3-0. Not gonna lie, that's a funny one. The first one, funny one actually, so kudos to this guy.
So legit just bullied his team into being good and I'm here for it, haha. I mean, yeah, it was kinda true to be honest at some point, but yeah.
Are they seriously hiring a guy from Ancal? We need good players to become champions, not these low tier scrubs who play tier 3. What a joke, pathetic you guys. Who would have thought, eh? Maladoy, coming all the way from Kazakhstan, playing on the cyber coffees, no computer at home. Who would have thought, eh? The kid is good. And yeah, you never know until you know. Well, I proved you wrong, my friend.
EPL was a fluke for Navi. Damn. Can't win a trophy nowadays without it ever being a fluke. Thanks, guys.
Well, Twist said with the upset wins they've had in this event already, this was a great chance for them to show the real FaZe. We haven't seen it yet today. Navi's come in with their trademark structure, their tactics, their strategy to disrupt FaZe, but we haven't seen any of those FaZe pop-offs, any of those moments that fire this team up and make everyone get better. We're waiting for that, waiting for one of the individuals to provide it. It's a 5-7 deficit for FaZe as they try to continue this miraculous run here in Fort Worth. And we're live into the second half pistol. Switching sides, FaZe on the defense, and Navi attacking into them.
Well, FaZe and pistol rounds have been pretty good so far at the event, especially the success they get off the back of winning them, and both pistol rounds. We heard that, we looked at that stat yesterday, the fact that their map win success super high once they get a good start. So let's see if they can continue that momentum. I feel like it's so important, especially in today's game against Navi. Can't let them get a good start on this T side, and this is really helping FaZe out, getting in towards the longhouse. Bit's gonna have to position though, but will he be ready for 2 players there?
It's a crazy push. It's a crazy aggressive push. They're not gonna continue it for the moment.
How far is he gonna move though? That's the question. How far does Jacob go?
It's usually around the 1 minute mark, but they're gonna go a little bit early. No contact made either. They're gonna have such a fast wraparound.
Okay, this is great from FaZe in terms of the position they're getting this early into the round. Natus trying to distract, keep them pinned in middle. 2 players come around their back, 3 heads turn, no way! They're missing the shots here, FaZe, missing the opportunity, but at least Frozen getting 1. Panic stations right now as Frozen goes back in again, but this time he's dead, and FaZe have missed out on their opportunity to make something of this. Now Twist going back at it, the Jewel Berettas rattling away, Natus got in as well, and all of a sudden FaZe back in the pistol round again, and they're coming at Brokey.
All right, Brokey, what you got? 1 shot, 1 chance at it. Backing away, trying to stay alive. He's got teammates coming up short.
Oh, Brokey falls. Thank you, Jacob barely watched, but FaZe have arrived at short already. Bomb not planted, but wonderful. Great shot out on that P250. Now Natus, the new guy here in FaZe, the most inexperienced player, trying to make it happen here on the server. The 1v2, they play together. He's got a full shot, and he gives himself a chance. But Navi will have this pistol round thanks to Alexi B.
Well, we've been pointing at Wonderful since he joined this roster and saying the ceiling of Navi can climb so high if you get a consistent playing Wonderful, a top-level Wonderful. And he's delivering it here on Dust 2. Off work in the first half was phenomenal. Now in the pistol round, bailing them out of a chaotic situation. Filthy work with the P250. So the team split the pistol rounds here on Dust 2, and Navi get the advantage in the second half.
Yeah, this is where things can get very worrying for FaZe if you don't have one of those catalyst plays, right? When you don't have someone popping off, getting a big clutch that gives you energy. That was, like you said, the win condition yesterday. The reason they were able to find so much success was the clutch moments, the individuals really showing up. If you let NAVI get a great start on this T side and just start rolling, it's going to be really difficult to disrupt that in the same way that NAVI were able to disrupt FaZe in the first half.
It feels like FaZe has been playing much more of like a team game, kind of like more trying to like stick to the idea and kind of work together through the whole way. We haven't seen the individuals necessarily unleashed or feel like they can be unleashed.
But that makes me feel like NAVI want that, right? That NAVI are the kind of team that would really like that and appreciate that on the other side of things. You're giving them somewhat of a structured system to play against. It's wonderful. Taking himself two. Makaze able to get in with one. Somehow USP's doing a little bit of work, but eventually you're going to be run over the top off.
Yeah, a little bit of chaos. It's all good. Navi's going to be fine taking 2 losses in this with the round win. But the bye coming out now for FaZe. Op is going to be in the hands of Brokey. He gets it out real quick. Going to be M4s surrounding it, missing a little pieces of utility here and there, missing defuse kits as well for the CT side. But FaZe pick this 15th round to make their stand here on the CT side for the first time with weapons. Brokey's off heading out towards long. Wonderful's going to be here as well. They're going to move out quick. Does FaZe want to fight?
Yeah, they're coming out real fast. It's going to be a battle here. Makaze winning the first engagement. He's ready for the second, but he runs out of bullets. So Wonderful just throws himself through that smoke and gets the trade back.
And now picking up the pace a little bit too. Look at the way Wonderful's challenging already. Bit and Alexi be arriving late. Ima the lurk in middle. He's found Brokey. And that's the A bomb site cracked wide open. Wonderful adds another for no good reason.
Dude, how good is Wonderful playing right now? This is great to see, but also Alexi V. Like you highlighted that in the first half, you don't always see these kind of performances out of Alexi, but when he's showing up, I mean, it's just another cherry on top.
I feel like too, like I almost feel like sometimes I wouldn't see Navi like Wonderful be that aggressive after those kills out towards long. I feel like there's got to be a mindset of let's try and press the issue and take advantage of the fact that this is a new team playing together. We heard Blade reference it in the pregame interview talking about map pool, that it wouldn't be deep. It feels like they're trying to exploit the lack of like protocols, lack of understanding of where you're going to shift, of the lack of plans of how FaZe is going to move around the map when they lose players. Everyone just gets knocked out. Double digits for Navi, 10-5. Commanding lead and a stranglehold on this match now with economic advantage as well. This is FaZe map pick as well, and they are just floundering. Disappearing, fading away.
And the worrying thing is, next map up is going to be Ancient, right? We were really seeing FaZe struggle on that yesterday. Certainly got into that first half. They did start to come back and be competitive on it, but I mean, it's not a map you're going to feel super comfortable about knowing how good Navi are on it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting though, because despite the struggles yesterday were very real, they did play Navi 13-11 on it in a loss, but played them close, just looked bad on it yesterday. So which one FaZe are we going to get on that second map? We'll find out. We got to finish this one first. Twist and Natus going to cross over middle. One single M4 on Frozen. Other than that, FaZe waiting for the next buy round to try and get back into things. It's a 10-2 run since FaZe won the first half pistol and converted the ensuing 2 rounds. But once the guns came out for Navi, it's been all them.
Just keeping things chill for now, taking the time, getting into position up on catwalk. No disruption coming in from FaZe at all. Bomb going to be shifting its way up through short. The only player to defend the A side of the map right now is Jacob on the Deagle.
Priority is going to be keeping that M4 alive if there's no chance at winning the round. Money just such a big issue. So Jacob, he'll back away when he sees the utility coming in. No reason in him sticking around. They're not going to defend this bomb site, so relinquishing it and giving it over to Navi, giving an 11th round over to the T side. Navi's going to be just 2 rounds away from taking the opening map in the quarterfinals. And FaZe need to prioritize playing the long game, although there's not really much of a long game left.
I mean, FaZe have been a team that, at this event, have just kind of exceeded expectations, and when you count them out, always found a way, especially even on Ancient yesterday, where we thought it was completely over, and they actually came back into the map and made it competitive. So We need another moment like that out of FaZe. It just feels tough to do against this NAVI T side that's just in a flow state at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing in the first half was just getting exploited and not able to find any really good options for you. NAVI did a great job of making them feel uncomfortable, especially in the opening moves to start rounds out. Backing away from the explosion. 11-5. Everyone in this building waiting for FaZe to give us something, some sign that they've got that tenacity, that they can dig deep like they did yesterday. Looking for that moment that changes the feeling of this game.
You just look at the head-to-head, the disparity in terms of the in-game leader-coach combo, right? You've had Alexi B and Blade, two masterminds of Counter-Strike playing together for a long time, right? Being part of this team together for a very long time, building this Na'Vi system. Whereas over for FaZe, it's like Twist is stepping into a temporary in-game leader role. He did it before for a short stint over at Team Liquid. And now you've got NKJ coming into his biggest coaching role ever. I mean, it's still very, very early days in this roster. So in terms of that department, there's really no match.
That's why I'm kind of surprised to see FaZe in the first half play like what it felt like a slower, kind of more strategic style of trying to kind of move around the map and sense the gaps and the weaknesses instead of like mixing in a couple faster pace changing rounds where you lean on individual production to create those openings, to sense those opportunities. Especially with the way the individuals played yesterday in the quarterfinals. Well, we're going to try and end it towards the B-bomb site. Alexi going to go towards lower looking for a push, but all 5 members of Na'Vi here. So it's Netju and Brokey to defend.
Ooh, good flash, at least getting wonderful off the ankle. If he goes back into it, Brokey's waiting to punish, and he's got the kill. Do Na'Vi keep coming? Yes, they do. Right in towards the site, it's Imma, who's got both kills. Brokey and Nature both dead, and that's the B-bomb site completely taken by Na'Vi.
Yeah, they thought it was just the pick. They thought it was just going to be the AWP of Wonderful peeking into the bomb site, but that AK-47 turns the corner. Never had a deep angle to sense what was coming. Netju does his best, but good utility work. Flashed off the angle, uncomfortable. And that's 12 for Na'Vi.
Just keep coming back to that quote from Twist in the interview we gave with HLTV saying he feels like tomorrow we get to show the real us against Na'Vi. I mean, they just haven't shown any glimpses of what they've been doing in this tournament. This is going to be Na'Vi so comfortably finding themselves on that point.
You know, it's an interesting quote too. When I saw that, I was trying to think about it. I was like, does he even know what this phase is supposed to look like? They know
is this the real them?
They've been so new together that I don't think they really have that. But that's kind of a cool angle of this event for FaZe is on some level, on so many ways, they're trying to prove to themselves what the real FaZe is going to look like. They're trying to prove to Frozen that he should stick around and have faith in this project. Trying to prove to Twist, trying to prove to himself that he can be that IGL again. They have a lot to prove, and it's mostly to themselves. And we haven't seen that true FaZe yet. We haven't seen that exciting FaZe yet in this match.
A couple of times in the first few rounds of the game, but that was it.
That was about it. Well, now it's all stacked up against them. 7 in a row is what FaZe need if they want to force overtime.
Yeah, very tough to see it happening. Wonderful. He's going to be heading out long straight away, looking to open up, and that's exactly what he does. Straight through the chest of Jacob. Brokey forced away by utility. Na'Vi dismantling FaZe.
Yeah, there's an AWP difference inside this server right now. Wonderful is just a monster. Twist gets one back on a Mikaze, but the pressure coming long now.
Na'Vi are just unrelenting. There's just players coming in from all sides. You know, the long fight's immediately coming through. As soon as you get a kill on short, you've got to worry about that. And look at the space. Bit's got towards this A site.
And because he's the one making the play, Ima's backing off. He turns into the guy who's got to watch for the lurk, watch for the shift up catwalk late. Can be a backstab at the end of the round.
FaZe started strong. A Blade timeout, and then Na'Vi take control of the game for the rest. Brokey's waiting to try and punish anybody to peek out from Goose, but we do not have Bit moving. In fact, we've got Ima taking the next step. Spots out Nateju. He's got the flank coming in now up short. Got Twist, who's just waiting, has no ID, setting up utility. Ima comes around the back, looking to close out this map himself. Wonderful in the meantime, getting kills. And it puts Brokey and Nateju in a recovery mission. Now they're coming back into it, but Alexi B continues his strong map performance and puts it all on Brokey, who will not do anything about it. It's Na'Vi coming in and destroying FaZe Clan on the opening map.
Bit of a hot start at the beginning of the game. They were really no match for NAVI, who look absolutely poised, look absolutely prepared, and unwavering. Dust is what I would call it.
Yeah, they dominated that one. While FaZe were able to get off to a fiery start in those first few rounds and give the fans a little bit of something to cheer for, to get excited about, it got quickly extinguished. I mean, NAVI just showing you that sometimes class can beat flash.
It's true, unfortunately, for those that came to see FaZe, and even though FaZe at the beginning, like you said, showed something, I just feel like NAVI just showed why they were levels ahead. Like once we got down to a longer, any round that just lasted more than 45 seconds, you could see that NAVI are making rotations faster, they're finding picks in the default more frequently, they're making more active plays, and all of that kind of magic or bullshit that FaZe had, unfortunately, just kind of dried up in this one because NAVI were just one, if not two steps ahead in, I'd say, 90% of the rounds.
It was a mismatch the first time these two played, and we were, of course, hopeful that changes could be made, but you cannot forget that NAVI, if they were already sovereign, then with the system that they have and Blade behind them and Alexi B and whatnot, Dust, you were going to have to come with something extraordinary as FaZe. And I have to say, we heard some comments about that match initially that Twist said we didn't feel like ourselves, we were like not used to it yet, we were making mistakes that we usually wouldn't, right? And I feel the same way here.
Yeah, that sounds nice and all, but now you're in the semifinals and you got to make things happen, right? It's one of those situations where, again, I thought they got off to the start that they needed to have a chance in this game. They just couldn't really find a way to keep piling it on. I mean, you have a situation with FaZe where, yeah, they can play you fast-paced, yeah, they can play the scrappy style and just brawl you with all the skilled players that they have, but the reality is that they just didn't really have an answer for the protocols that NAVI had in place defensively. Wonderful continues to have a hot hand this tournament with the AWP. He was having so much impact. Like, once the economy was in order and he had a sniper in his hands, it just felt like he silenced him.
The audience needs to cheat a little harder. That's a bad take. Yeah, but it's one that actually would have, that's the only real way that you could have gotten this over the line. There's very few silver linings here when looking at FaZe, and I feel like the magic that we saw kind of was, so much of it was predicated on these like really great late round situations. The problem is they aren't even getting themselves into good late round situations that often. We're not seeing as many 2v2s or 3v3s. Frequently, NAVI were winning rounds fairly convincingly.
They absolutely were. Let's take a look at some of those rounds. Round 7, I think it was wonderful. It was a lot of wonderful, and Alexi B actually at the beginning end of that game.
It was them who collected in this one are wonderful especially, but also Ema. There were the crisscross smokes or the corridor smokes in middle, but Ema the whole time is just waiting for Twist to make this little extra pincer play from CT spawn. Good counter utility was already here from NAVI. That's why Alexi's able to get the one. Ema, like I said, was getting the next one, but then yeah, you get to see wonderful like this, and I know we've got more wonderful coming in store for everybody, but when he's playing at this level, this is one of the reasons that it can just make NAVI so elite, because he's so consistent, and I love how he's emboldened on that last kill to just jump up and take the fight directly to him on site.
Yeah, I mean, in Counter-Strike, dealing with the chaos of whether or not a team's going to hit you mid-B or they're going to hit you cat is very hard to deal with, because once those smokes come out middle and they scale and they get control of those cat stairs, you don't know where they're going. Like, they can kind of ping-pong back and forth, but the fact that Ema had so much faith in his rotator on the B side of the map and be inside CT spawn and be able to realize that, hey, the only thing that can beat us here is if someone tries to lurk through spawn, and I'm going to cover that. I'm going to put my faith in Wonderful Theop on the cross. I'm going to put my faith in Lexi B and what he's telling me to do, and they were able to manage what can normally be a very chaotic situation.
Yeah, game plan worked out perfectly. Also, the fact that they didn't really give FaZe a chance that much to develop a plan on the T side. They were very proactive with it every single time. You had Makaza getting an opening kill, you had Emma Asset being there, and that makes it really hard to kind of troubleshoot when you're FaZe, because it's going really quickly and you cannot find solutions.
They tried a couple setups, NAVI themselves, which kind of kept FaZe off kilter. On top of that, they were even killing lurkers. There were times where Bit would just get the better of Natus towards the B side. It would even happen just on the kill feed off the camera entirely, so you don't even see these fights. But NAVI was winning in ways that you weren't even viscerally feeling. You were just starting to see the numbers start to trickle down as they're trying to even, or FaZe that is, are just trying to even set up a play. So yeah, NAVI were just so comprehensively better on that first half, even though FaZe got off to a good start.
It's true, and sometimes it's like one of those games where you are 5 in your team, but it feels like they're more because they just have everything covered, and everywhere you go, they have a contingency plan. It was beautiful to watch from a Counter-Strike perspective, it was a little bit sad to watch. If you're a FaZe fan, of course, Dust, tell me a little bit more about Wonderful, not only on the AWP, but also on the rifle, right? Becoming that complete player in these big stages, how we have come to know and love him.
That becomes the way we kind of mark operas now. It's not just about how good you are with the AWP, but can you have it with the rifle? Because there's so often you're called upon to do it. But in this game, it was really just Wonderful doing with every single weapon. He had a scout kill. Yes, he was getting good AWP kills on the CT side. But the other big thing is that when he gets the AK in his hands, he can sometimes go ahead and just make a big play for you. And I feel like Navi is a team that we often kind of really pride on. Oh, they're system-based. They have all these protocols. They have this deep playbook. They have this system that Blade has built with the Alexi B, the brain power of the squad. But they didn't give a shit about any of that whenever the second half started, because they opened up their first gun round with them just flying out the gates of Long A. Wonderful getting a double entry with the AK. And then Ema, we talked about that too. Good secondary entry. But yeah, this is just Wonderful. Again, just a total Swiss Army knife with any weapon in his hands.
It's funny because we did talk to Blade at length after one of those matches, and we asked about that, right? Saying, hey, in this game, sometimes you played a little fast and loose. You took risks that you don't always have to take. And he went into a long palaver saying how, yeah, but we practice this a lot, and we actually know what to do in these situations. Exactly in these, we know it's like A, B, or C. Those are the executions, and then we do something else. I mean, he's like, of course they can do it. Yeah. As long as they're precise.
They had a clear plan on how they wanted to take Long A control in that round that we're talking about Wonderful, but once he catches that first kill on the edge of the smoke, it's just the freedom to know, hey, I can take it the extra mile.
I mean,
you can't teach.
I just feel like the thing that's so impressive about Blade is that he allows his players to have more freedom than you would expect from a disciplined coach. I feel like there's other examples in Tier 1. I always relate it to Paravision lately, because they're a team that just feels like if you step out of line, they're going to just like immediately snap you back into it. But Blade, on the other hand, the way we talked about it, or when we talked about him in the post-game interview with him, he was talking about quality, what it means to just exude quality. He's not trying to say that everything needs to be disciplined down to a T, that he's writing a textbook, and if you just disobey a single word, then he's going to punish you. He's just making sure that the entire play as a whole exuded some form of quality. And that's where it's like really hard to get into his brain entirely, because you're wondering, well, was that quality to you? Because like results-based oriented thinking is not how most coaches want to go about things, but I think Blade kind of realizes you got to take the good with the bad to make the best of a situation.
Yeah, absolutely so, and he has the players to back it up. Now let's talk about FaZe a little bit, if we are going to see this comeback happen. You know, right now, it looks very dire, I am not gonna lie, because it's not just about kind of the quality you see on the server, of course it always is, but with FaZe, I always have a, are you fired up? Are you believing in this? Are you getting these rounds that are typical for you, that seem like you're in a 1v3 and you still pull it off, and that invigorizes you and the rest of the team? The only thing we really saw was the first 4 rounds on T, then NKJ hopping in on the comms saying, you got this, guys, let's go, you have so much energy, but yeah, it kind of seems fabricated, as where when FaZe is really rolling, it's not fabricated. That's just the way they are.
I think it comes down to adversity, right? It's a situation where when FaZe took down Furia, they kind of just pile drive them. Like there wasn't really any resistance on that side. Yes, they did have some close scraps with G2 to get that win, like fair enough, but they were also going in the heavy underdog, the pressure's kind of off. And as much as Twist wants to say that anything else is a cherry on top, we've already kind of accomplished our mission. When you're on that stage, you want to win. Right? And if you're getting a good start, but then all of a sudden you keep facing adversity, you start losing rounds, all of a sudden that energy can start to drain. The gas can start to expel. And I just don't think that they necessarily have enough tools to kind of go to if plan A, B, and C fail. There is no like necessarily a plan D, right? Because they've had limited time together.
Well, FaZe themselves, I just feel like, the truth is they're running on fumes. They have a very limited playbook against a team like Navi. This is kind of what you expected. I was hoping that they would throw a wrench into the works, that they would find ways to upset that balance. They tried a couple pacier plays here and there. Unfortunately, they got stuffed. Just kind of shows how comprehensively strong Navi is as a team.
Absolutely, and maybe, you know, we're counting them out for real now. This is maybe where they punch back on Ancient. We'll see. We do have a polymarket prop that we want to talk about. It has to do with who's going to win the tournament percentage-wise. Well, no surprise there that 76% for Vitality.
The crazy thing about this is that I'm pretty sure it was 66 before the tournament even started.
Yeah.
So the needle has barely moved whatsoever. To me, Dust is just, I mean, do you even believe in FaZe as an underdog here? That's kind of the only question I feel like you should be asking.
Yeah, I mean, that is a wild spread right there. I think it's going to show you like how good Vitality actually are, that the percent is actually that high. I think it's merited, though. I mean, when you see what they've been able to do, I like how, you know, Snacks' one fan put a vote in there at the 2%. So shout out to Snacks Enjoyer out there for, you know, really
He's
just.
Right here. Maui is actually this.
Yeah, he's the other one. Yeah, absolutely.
I've changed,
yeah. So hey, that's nice. I mean, if you're FaZe and you're only 2% above GamerLegion, that's got to be a tough look.
That's bad because like GamerLegion, you're like 2%. Let's go. Like, 4 guys, really? Yeah, maybe.
It's dire.
Yeah.
It's dire, but we're gonna talk it up after the break. There is a possibility still for FaZe. We're gonna come back right after this and talk Ancient. Been an unbelievable run already for FaZe here in Fort Worth, but will the fairy tale end here? It will if NAVI has something to say about it, because they are gunning for that trophy. We're heading to Ancient, and that is NAVI's playground. I really want someone to make a case for FaZe on this one, but it's hard.
Well, let's start building the case for NAVI first, so we'll get to FaZe last, right? You know, let's show the giant they're actually up against, right? It's a team that's played Ancient 14 times this year, 11 victories. They are so well versed on this map. They can play you slow, they can play you fast. They have a guy like Makaze who just dominates the middle of the map and only gets better each match that they play. They just have such a well-rounded system, and so that is what they're going to be challenged by.
How many kills, Makaze, first half?
Ooh. Oh man, you're putting me under the bus right here. I'm gonna say 11 kills for Makaze first half.
Less than 15 last time?
It's the stage. It's the stage.
All
He gets better on the stage. I mean, Makaze is just a roaring locomotive on this map. Unfortunately for FaZe, they do not have the Man of Steel in their midst today.
What's so good about him?
The fact is that his first bullet is already excellent. His ability to move while shooting is just ridiculous. It doesn't even look like Counter-Strike sometimes, the way he's just running and spraying. Sometimes it looks like, when I'm watching Makaze, I'm second guessing. I'm blinking, I'm trying to fix my glasses. Am I watching a Rambo film or am I watching Counter-Strike? Because he is just going full gung-ho all the time.
Yeah, he lives and breathes this map, absolutely loves it, so much muscle memory. Now maybe we should be looking at Frozen, because when they needed him the most yesterday, FaZe, he stepped up. He really did. He has a tall order on his shoulders, but can he do it, Dust?
Yeah, I think Frozen has taken even more responsibility now on this lineup, right? He's kind of changed up how he plays Ancient because of Nate Yu coming in, because of Twist taking over the in-game leadership. Now he is the main guy at middle. He's no longer with Twist helping him. He has to kind of set the tone himself. And also they've moved him to a new T position as well, where he has to be more responsible for actually being involved in the fight in early round situations on that B side. But he's done very, very well with it. So I think that they have the right weapons. They might have lost both their Ancient matches so far, but I saw them be able to bring a nice, pace, bring some good confidence. They need that more than ever now.
Yeah, come on, Frozen, come on, FaZe, do it for all the fans here. At least bring us to a third map, or will Navi just finish it on Ancient?
Yeah, well, FaZe, every single time we've doubted them at this event so far, they've been able to somehow step up and take it to the next level. Well, this is going to be the tallest task yet. Coming back into the series on Ancient versus Navi, who just blew you out of the water on Dust 2, it seems like FaZe might be dead.
Yeah, well, they've got the tools to reverse this, right? I mean, let's not try and sugarcoat it. They're up against, they have to go really far up the mountain to be able to overtake Navi on this map, especially how we saw yesterday. But they got the players who can do it. We just didn't see those players on the first map. But now on Ancient, with tournament life on the line, with pressure cranked up, this is where FaZe can thrive. And they're going to be starting on the CT side. Twist playing in Red Room behind the smoke, and very fast out middle is Navi.
Frozen spot the first fight, not able to connect any of the shots on the cross though. Yeah, big factor as to why FaZe struggled so much on Ancient yesterday was that really slow start, right? The economic decisions, getting them in this hole, they had to come back into it.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be making that same mistake with the MP9 buy again. But you're right, they did get buried, I think, down 0-7 in that first initial, or the Ancient game yesterday, tried to come back into it. We'll see if they can hold off that kind of a disaster. It's going to be an exec towards the B bomb site. Twist and Frozen going to be flanking from middle. Netsu and Jacob have to just survive.
Yeah, Jacob going to find the first contact. That plant is going to be coming through here. Makaze moving up towards Jacob. Has taken him down easily with the Glock. Going again is big. And takes the wall, but gets both kills, and that's surely no chance now for FaZe. They're going to back away into the Red Room, and Navi have the pistol.
If G2 were watching this, they'd be wishing they had this kind of phase yesterday.
Yesterday.
No one's hitting shots at the moment. Dust 2 very quiet across the board for FaZe. Now Pisteron, we see a couple frags not even traded. Twist and Frozen over, and Jaguar can't handle it. 2-on-1. And first pistol on this second map goes the way of Navi. They start out 1-0 on this T side.
See what FaZe Clan's decision is. Do they just go for the full eco? I think they're going to prioritize getting a buyout as soon as they can here, rather than getting into that scrappy battle with the economy. You really needed to get the trade here on Bit. The fact you let him get away with that and get that second kill, somewhat shocking. He's going to be very happy about that. Navi with the pistol, and FaZe do go for the conservative approach. They've only got a P250 here for Brokey, USPs on the rest. And Navi going to get themselves a 2-0 lead.
All right, cool push though. So they are starting out in that kind of early deficit. The question is going to be when the gun rounds come out, are you actually going to be able to put a stop to things? Put a stop to this Navi offense. Here's the push, spotted at a distance. Any danger that it held is negated as they get mowed down inside of this narrow choke point. 1 kill for Frozen to get away with.
We'll see if he can get another one, and he won. Imma takes him away, so it is that 2-0 lead. As predicted for Navi. A very good start into the game here so far. And we'll get to see FaZe be disruptive on the CT side.
All right, Twist trying to get some confidence in there, telling the boys they can win this round. Let's see what he's going to be calling. Let's see what FaZe can do. Can they stop Makaze coming out middle? Can they stop the beast on this map? Okay, well, they're doing it again. It's not the actual choosing to do this strategy again that's the problem. It's how is it going to pan out at the end of the day? What's the decision you're going to make at the end? Remember, last time it was they lost the A bomb site, chose not to go for a retake, and had all these MP9s in the 4th round.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Mac-10 gets the opening start. Twitch tries to be aggressive. Jacob throwing himself into the fight. Gets traded by Mikaze. Took a while to get that kill on Alexi B. You have all the time in the world for Mikaze to ready himself for the trade kill. So Navi a player up now, 4v3.
And taking it slow now that they realize there's some weapons on the board. So a little bit more cautious as they look for any follow-up pushes in this man advantage situation. What's the next play that FaZe is going to want to try and make to even things out? Ima's lurked himself very deep in towards middle and red room. And we're starting to scale up B ramp as well at the moment. So Mikaze clears out cave just perfectly.
Steps in, Brokey put against the wall. Now Mikaze, can he get another one? I mean, that's the player that Maui was talking so much about as well heading into this game. Mikaze can be such a beast on Ancient, and he's got the first steps going. He's 6-0 right now, so looking like we're going to get that kind of Mikaze performance here on Ancient that we've been looking for.
Yeah, I mentioned as well, he guaranteed that easy 2-0 yesterday, and man, he's right on the money so far. Twist not able to do anything through the Molotov, taken down by Alexi with the quick angle, and all that aggression negated. Mikaze with a triple kill overall in the round. But the MP9s were just there to set up this next round by. Full M4s on the board for FaZe's defense. Plenty of utility. Biggest thing they're missing is that AWP on Brokey. And Mikaze's going to challenge.
Look how many plays they've got in middle here for FaZe. Trying to open up, trying to send bodies. They're dealing with Mikaze, but you can send player after player to deal with him, and he will kill every single one of them.
He even gets a Molotov kill in there as well as they try and push to tank too much damage from the grenade and just burn alive. Mikaze with a double kill to open things up. And look at this push, the desperate push to try and get this round back under control.
Yeah, last hope. Sent forward. Look out, Mikaze still in the red room though. There's another one. Big picture's falling at Mikaze's hand. It's 4 in the round from him and a 4th round for Navi. Mikaze dominating FaZe Clan inside of the server.
Yeah, deja vu. FaZe needs someone to step up right now. You can't wait any longer. Your next gun round has to be a win. Look at all the grenade utility damage.
Down here.
There was a barrage of flashbangs down middle. Mikaze was blind for most of the situation. But the utility taking that first player away keeps him alive to grab that second kill. Nice work from Navi in complete control.
Well, here he goes again. Mikaze now completely blinded this time, going to be taken down by Frozen, but Ima, he's up next.
Oh,
trying to fall back, FaZe dead. Alexi B's got both, and that's FaZe eradicated in middle again. Now, we talk about this mid-fight being a 50-50, Jason. It doesn't feel that way.
Like, not when you have Mikaze.
And then Ima is the second player.
Yeah, who himself was a very, very strong mid-player in his teams over the years as well. So you have a luxury if you're Navi of 2 players who are very, very strong in the position, in the role. Especially up against a team who has struggled on this map and still trying to piece things together as a unit. Wonderful, gonna crawl out slowly, precise as Brokey slides. And now it's Bit's turn to play. He's going to find Twist, lose the fight, but it's all good.
I mean, it's been great to see Mikaze growing as an individual player inside of this Navi team, right? Stepping into the squad, Jail stepping away from Navi, and Mikaze coming in. And we're wondering what kind of level will he be able to get to. It feels like now he's getting better and better. Obviously winning a trophy back in Stockholm a couple of months ago at Pro League, and then now coming into this event, he's in great form and looking for a grand final showing. He really has just become a star here over at Navi.
He did. I mean, he kind of popped off pretty quickly. I remember his first event as a rookie coming into Cologne. He was like surprising how solid he was to start. Nothing that's going to blow you away. But after that, it seemed like that event of just performing well gave him some confidence. And he's just kept on rising. And his importance and impact for this team keeps growing as well. Lovely work from the Navi organization as he was part of the Navi Academy, scouting him well enough to bring him into the main squad. And now you get to reap the rewards of a risk on a young player with potential.
Yeah, taking him out of what is now Foot as well. That team's gone on to do great things. Not so much at this event, unfortunately, with the standing situation, but stepping up is Ima. Once his teammate goes down, Mikaze taking his first death of Ancient. And Ima and Alexi B combining for the other mid kills. So 5 in a row here from Navi. We've got to this point very quickly. And for FaZe Clan, there just hasn't been any signs of life since the first 5 rounds of Dust 2.
No, who's going to ignite it? Which one of you is it going to be? Frozen in middle, He's gonna slide over towards Donut. Jacob's gonna be playing in towards Jaguar and Cave, supported by Brokey. Twist far back at the B bomb site. But Navi's not concerned about that at the moment because yet again, they've got complete mid control. Just due to the success earlier, they feel like they can waltz out and take it whenever they want, and they're not wrong.
Yeah, they're extremely right. We've got Imma pushed up towards red. FaZe not having the confidence to be able to challenge Navi in mid now. They've tried so many times, so many different variations, and now they just have to give it up, which is giving all this space for Navi to play with and to bully them and force them back and manipulate this map in Navi's favor.
Yeah, now you've got tons of pressure. Twist is going to have to keep his eyes over toward Red Room for quite some time as that smoke fades. How does Navi want to readjust this? There is an aggressive push from Netu in towards A main. Hiding at the angle. Alexi might come over as a solo player, so he could get taken down and dropped. Frozen's the one who's got the toughest task headed his way.
Waiting at the big box. Can Frozen be the player to deliver here? He's going to be pushed at A main eventually, but you've got to get some kills out towards Donut. He's got his teammate defending main. Twist comes in at the right time, and Alexi B, even from main, gets that kill. So at least the trade comes through, but Wonderful and Bit still stand a chance in this round. 35 seconds. Bit wins. Brokey goes forward, misses his shot, and Navi pulled this back. But now it's just Bit, and the headshot machine goes back to the AK-47. Flash out into middle. 25 seconds on the clock. Bit trying to pull them into fight, goes for the donut, and finally FaZe able to break through with a round victory.
There we go, big kill from Jacob, hustling over to Red Room to close the opportunity, drop the bomb, and force Bit to come back. That was almost Navi salvaging a lost round. And FaZe just maintained the control till the very end. Op still back in the hands of Brokey. Well done from Frozen, even with the missed timing. It's really Twist who kind of saves the day, arriving at the perfect moment to prevent anyone from taking Frozen down too early. First round is on the board, but if you're FaZe, the conversation has got to be about building up and building rounds together, stringing them together. You've got a lot of money to burn through after this 5-0 start. $7,700 on Imma even after the buy, $7,600 on Alexi. Navi is rich, so if you're FaZe, you need at least 3 in the row before you're gonna get any kind of reprieve. Round 7 set to begin. Both teams with full buys. Ops out on both sides of the map as well. FaZe still haven't proven that they can stop the mid control from Navi, but they did prove that last round they don't necessarily need it each and every time.
Got Brokey waiting to punish any peek on those top boxes. Wonderful is there with the AWP at the moment. He's also got the bomb on his back.
Oh, Imma's sliding over now, so they get the, okay, there he is, just went into a drive.
Yeah, well, that's the bomb going down, gonna be picked up. Imma's gonna collect it, but they move in. Bit's taking down his own teammate. It's a bit of chaos here for Navi trying to get in towards the B site. Strange to see it be so chaotic after a timeout. We've got Makaze trying to release this pressure though. He's gonna be pushing in towards the A bomb site, around the back here of the FaZe players. He could still win this round for Navi if he plays it well with Imma, who now has the ball back.
And it's the rookie, it's the newest addition to the FaZe roster who might have the responsibility of keeping track of Makaze. He's moved into Red Room. So Imma sliding in, gonna have a battle here, sees the elbow.
Oh, but he can't seize the chance. Natus stepping up, bomb down. Makaze's life just gets a whole lot more difficult. They know exactly where he is. So how does Makaze fight his way out of this one? 45 seconds. Trying to engage with the AWP, trying to bait that shot out of Brokey, but he will not fight until the right moment. Brokey to take the kill. Natus delivers the fight versus Imma. The second round for FaZe.
Okay, they're starting to seize this moment, right? They're starting to have this opportunity go their way. Still so much money for the Navi side is the difficult part, is you still have to go up against the strongest possible buy. Good opening kill from Brokey. I don't even mind this kind of an idea from Navi. It did get chaotic, but they're trying to exploit the fact that they could get out middle whenever they want. They think eventually FaZe is going to have to put bodies back there, utility back there, resources back in middle, and you can slide into that B-bomb site relatively for free. That round they were dead wrong, and FaZe string 2 together.
Brokey sees the shadow, sees Makaze off in middle, finally taking Makaze out before he gets any impact or any space to play with. FaZe have a comfortable advantage.
Yeah, I've been waiting for someone from FaZe to step up and provide resistance. If it's going to be Brokey with the AWP, FaZe is going to love to have that. See him start dictating the map a little bit, grabbing you some picks here and there. Bit's gonna try and find an equalizing kill.
Clear Navi, you gotta be trying to finish this on the B bomb side. Jacob needs to be careful, pulse utility.
One's in front of
him.
him.
They're coming at him, they're pushing up. Imma's got the kill, he was closer than Jacob anticipated, and that's a mistake that's allowed them into the site. So that advantage is gone, and now FaZe have to play retake on this B bomb site.
Yeah, especially as the only defender. Now we're gonna attack long, try and wrap around Q.
Well, they denied the plan, but Bit, once those fights come in, hits the shot, follows up, Imma's there with him. A destruction of FaZe, even with the 5v4, the mistake from Jacob on this B bomb site allows NAVI into the site, and they make the most of it.
Yeah, that's gotta be devastating for FaZe. That round's gonna be really frustrating if you're one of the FaZe players. They go around that cube one by one by one, nice and slow, so Bit can make sure he can line him up and knock him down in sequence. Very comfortable, casual round to win by Bit. So NKJ trying to get on the mic. First time out taken by FaZe. Couldn't get that third in a row. So Navi back to their winning ways, adding money into their bank. And FaZe is gonna have to line up and try again. They're out of money after this investment though. CT side starting to get real heavily punished. Six to 2.
FaZe have go off still for Brokey. Rifles on most. Absent notably here on Twists. Only with the 5-7. Got Jacob is pushed up towards Jag. We've got Makaze making his way through the middle. Well, Imma's pulling distraction, pulling those A players away from Donut, which is creating this opening for Navi to start to move through. When do they clock that this is a possibility? They've moved up so close. Makaze versus Natus into the fight. It's gonna be Bit to win it. Wonderful dies, but they move forward. Makaze taking space towards the A bomb site. Bit through the smoke, Frozen taken away. And FaZe are crumbling again on this site. So many players, layer upon layer for Navi. And the site is taken. That's 3 from Bit in the round.
Navi's looking real good at the moment. Lovely from Bit. Triple kill now as he heats up into the game. Makaze started things and he's starting to pick things up. This retake is going to be so late, so slow, and they don't have kits. If Jacob can't provide a kill, there's no reason for Brokey to really consider this.
Yeah, well, he blocks out that very position towards the temple. You got Bit still over towards main. Alexi B on the boost. You just can't really see this happening. It's a good kill from Jacob, but then the trade comes in from Bit. It's a 4K in this round for Bit, and Brokey getting taken down as well. Back turn, worried about getting flanked through red, so you lose everything if you FaZe. And Bit might have just ripped the heart out of this FaZe team.
I think FaZe is just mentally knocked out of this game now. I mean, Bit kind of just wandering away, meandering, turned his back to the bomb site, trying to save the AWP. I know he's thinking that someone's wrapping around him, but not getting out of that angle to save the op, which is the most important thing you had in the round. Would have been a lovely weapon to have if you want to have any chance of reversing what's happening right now and winning a round like this, where you're back to pistols, back to an MP9 on Frozen.
It's gonna be a crushing first half. Fantastically played here by Navi. You've got everything you want. You've got Makaze popping off. You've got Bit, who's having huge impact. Imma being able to step up when Makaze gets killed in mid. Everything going the way of Navi at the moment. Here goes FaZe, down towards the B ramp. Multiple players ready to fight against Bit. AK's out, ready to take him away. They're gonna send a lot of utility towards him, so at least dropping Bit for now.
I gotta be careful though. Imma sliding over to fight. This is a little bit scary. Bombs hustling back all the way to the A bomb site. Imma wants a little bit of a fight and he gets it. 2 kills and tons of damage onto Twist. And there goes Wonderful. That's all on the ground.
So it's on Makaze, who we talked about is on a heater. Looking to try and win himself a 1v2 here with the AK-47. FaZe, last spotted towards Heaven, have fallen back.
Sloppiest round we've seen out of Navi on this map. They're looking for fights way too much in that kind of a scenario. I think a little bit thirsty knowing it was the pistols on the board. Everyone wants a good eco kill.
Well, they've left the B site, and is that going to work out for Mikaze as he picks up the bomb and he's got an empty site he's heading towards?
It's all about the confidence he has when he comes to plant the bomb, right? If he taps it and spends 10 seconds trying to force someone out in the open, he's in trouble. If he just drops this bomb, oh yeah, he is.
He is so decisive, starts running up the ramp, puts the bomb down, and now the pressure is on FaZe.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this feels like Mikaze has already won this clutch. It's gonna come down to the shots, obviously, but the plant, the positioning, the time away, no kits on the FaZe players, low HP on Twist, everything lined up for Mikaze.
Semifinals, ancient performance feels like Mikaze's moment. A 1v2 that feels like he's already won it. Let's see if FaZe can flip that script. They get onto the site, they're trying to find the bomb. They can't find it, it's gonna be a 10-second stick as well. Time is fading away, they've gotta hold it. Twit's gonna be taken off, and then Brokey has no time to do anything about it, so they run away, and Mikaze so decisive, knows he's going up with a bomb. That makes that clutch look so simple.
Yeah, he handles it so very well. I wonder what the comms were. I think what he's doing when he plants that bomb so decisively, I wonder if someone told him to just go do it, but you have to be thinking if you're Mikaze in that moment, most of these kills coming out towards middle, they're gonna wanna recover those weapons, both players gonna shift in that direction. Feels like that's kind of the risk he took, or that's the educated guess that he went with, and he was dead right, nails it. 1v2 clutch win, and NAVI still in the driver's seat as they've been since round 4 on Dust 2.
A couple of rounds left up for grabs. FaZe's best chance to win another one comes now as the buy returns to their hands. Mikaze going to be heading out middle, but look how ready they are to go into the B bomb site. No one from FaZe is even in the site. So NAVI have got a free bomb site. Yes, you may have the advantage in the player department if you're FaZe, but look how much ground they've got. Brokey has no idea. Bit blasts him against the wall, and the round's pretty much done.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand too. FaZe is just trying to throw anything at the wall and seeing what sticks, trying to figure out how to stop this NAVI attack, and nothing's working. Trades at least on this flank, but still no kit, so the retake has to be quick.
Alexi being bit, all of a sudden a 2v3, trying to crossfire and hold on to this site to let that bomb go off. Here comes FaZe, nets you in, and Alexi B had to worry about a fight on multiple fronts. So FaZe do recover the round and get back into it for the defuse.
Yeah, excuse me, they did have 2 kits, so yeah, nice and easy, well done. 3rd round, but you can see no celebration on the faces of FaZe. They know the task is still insurmountable, feeling insurmountable at the moment. They're very fortunate to get away with this round win, considering how it started, considering Brokey going down, considering the control NAVI had. But lovely work on a fast flank. A 5-round lead for NAVI. And finally, at the tail end in round 12, FaZe have taken the money away.
Hero 8K in the hands of Big. They'll go into B lane. But they're just gonna go again. Straight into the B bomb side again. Twist is getting that information. Gonna start calling it over. He's focused on his crosshair for the time being. Flash comes in. Brokey assists it. Twist goes in. Another one picked up. Alexi B fighting him on, but Brokey's right here in the 4th round, and some hope left for FaZe Clan. Unless Wonderful can just rip it out. No way! Okay, Wonderful. He's gonna head over towards CT spawn, and this would destroy them. This would end them. FaZe Clan would have no chance, and it's the inexperienced player up against Wonderful in FaZe's most important round.
Already feels like FaZe is knocked out, walking.
Wonderful, so confident! He's got it! Mr. Wonderful! A smooth operation, and it's NAVI heading into the grand final if they win this one.
Now, as you all know, I'm not an analyst, but I do know a thing or two about Counter-Strike, so I should be able to absolutely nail these Nova predictions. The big thing to mention here is this is your last chance to take part in the Nova Shots app. The first thing to know is you get 1,000 tokens for free. It's a good play. But the smart money isn't on placing all those tokens on just one team to win. The key thing to remember about this app is that the prices change live. That means not just before the game, it means during the game. It means during the live rounds. These prices can change at all times, which means if you want your best shot at making some tokens, you need to be watching live and you need to be moving your tokens accordingly to make the right play at the right time. If you see a team lose a round, and if you know their economy is in the dumps in the next one, you know they're likely to lose it. So this is a great opportunity for you to consider moving your tokens and make the appropriate play. Now I know Pimp and Maui and Dust and some of the other analysts are going to go round by round, breaking things down by detail, going by the book, but I know enough about Counter-Strike, and I'm sure you do too, to get a sense of how the feel of a game is actually going. And if you're like me, you know there are some teams you can watch lose for an entire half of Counter-Strike and know that they're going to bounce back even stronger in the second half, and that's an opportunity for a play. And that's the real way you get ahead of Nova's shots. Playing by the book is going to get you only so far, and sometimes you're going to have to trust your gut instinct. Now we've got 8 teams here at Blast Rivals. Upsets happen, and there is an opportunity there if you're brave enough to risk it. Even if you're the all-in kind of player and you just want to play for your favorite team, fine. But do yourself a favor, keep tabs on the underdogs and see how they're doing throughout the event. If you're a Fury fan and you're hedging your bets that they're going to win, that's great. But they can still lose rounds, their token prices can still go down. So if you see the round swing and it's a 5v3 or worse, and you don't think they can actually clutch it out, then sell your tokens for the round before the price dips. Then wait for the price to drop and rebuy maybe even for a profit. How you play is up to you, but don't miss out on your chance to win some real money without spending any of your own. And download the Nova Shots app before it's too late. Well, Alexi B said the other day, I don't think any trophy without beating Vitality would be deserved. They're waiting in the other semifinal with a great chance to make it to the grand final. And Alexi B better be careful about what he wishes. That's a tough task up against him in a BO5. Winning this pistol would lay out the red carpet. They're just 4 rounds away from the Blast Rivals grand final here in Fort Worth.
FaZe completely up against the ropes. It looks like they've just had everything knocked out of them. Mikaze just going in for the information here. They come towards him. Of course, he recovers it. Mikaze! He's a beast. Away with a second. He just can do no wrong today.
Yeah, you're not going to get anything easy against him right now. He's playing so well. Bit forced back by the Gush. And Twist, a nice little lurk, and Wonderful goes down.
That's wonderful. The Shadow Realm. Twist looking for a second as well out towards Alexi B back at spawn. Twist does snap it into the moment. Alexi B looking to clear him, and he'll win the fight. So 3v1 after that kill from him. It's just Brokey left, and you need a clutch here.
Yeah, but the tough thing is now with Brokey having that kill, he can go to either one of the bomb sites. Yeah, and actually Navi, they can't really work together any longer. Bit's very, very low. He's going to have to play in a safe position.
Brokey's got time as well. You can see with the decision making, he knows he's got the clock to work with.
He's looking to see if the 2 Navi players can play together, wander around the map, try and find information. But they're split securing the bomb sites. Ooh, the timing of this. Alexi's just going to miss the piece of information. How valuable it would have been.
Slips into the site. Bomb going to be planted. And Brokey at least has his health to work with. But he goes back into Dona. He finds Alexi B. He's the high HP player. Take him down. And it would just be the 1v1 against the 13 HP.
They needed a little bit of life. Brokey's giving them some hope, a spark. And now they need to build upon it. A small chance now to begin this comeback on the T side of Ancient. Against a team that has had their number all day long. This is the last gasp of FaZe here in Texas. Off this pistol round victory. Secure the second, convert it, and let's see what goes on in the gun rounds. They've been waiting for someone to give him clutches, someone to give him some plays. Nothing too energetic or exciting, but he's at least kept him alive after the pistol, a must-win pistol.
Yeah, it was a requirement really that Brokey got to that round. The follow-up kills coming in here from Frozen and Jacob into the site. Plant going to be put down. Alexi B, Imma still stand a chance at making this uncomfortable, especially when you get a deke shot landing through the smoke.
And the problem is it's delaying the bomb plant, which brings the flank even closer. That's Imma coming all the way from T-spawn.
Oh, he's got a free kill and he takes it right away. Frozen down, Twist and Jacob. A 2v3 here. The playthrough from Twist is good. Worried about a player in the smoke, but there's not. And now Imma goes up, Twist goes, clears him, and now it's a 1v1. Bit lost the last one, but can he win it this time?
It's playing a default.
It's a 10-second stick, though. He taps it. Twist ain't buying it. He ain't going for it. He ain't peeking just yet. You got Bit, who now gets on it, has to hold it, it's the only way. And Twist moving in, Bit holds it, comes off time, it's gonna be on the side of FaZe. Bit will get the kill, but the round will go off here. And that will be FaZe at least getting one more. It's never easy, it's never comfortable, but it's one foot in front of the other right now for FaZe, just staying alive in Fort Worth.
Seems like there are a lot of FaZe fans inside this arena, and you guys are used to them stressing you out, right? It's gonna get close, it's gonna be scrappy, it's gonna get hectic, rough around the edges, but Twist pulls out a good win. Back-to-back clutches for Brokey and Twist. And Navi gonna sit around back as the gap in the scoreline closes, now 9-5.
Oh, here comes a quicker play for FaZe, trying to run it down, but again, it's a Bit deagle shot. It always is. But Nature able to get the trade, and now they move deeper. There really shouldn't be anything else, but Kazi somehow got a USP kill out of it.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage being done right now, and the T-side economy is obviously much easier to manage, but taking these kinds of losses back-to-back rounds is not going to set you up for anything. It just puts that first gun round on an edge. First gun round, very important with the money the way it is for FaZe. But they're still winning. They're still coming back.
Felt like there's any sort of presence from FaZe Clan in the server for a very long time.
For both maps of this semifinal. So just 3 rounds away. Dominant first half, but that lead has disappeared. Cut in half.
We're gonna come back and firm up, we're gonna fucking destroy them, bro. Okay, then you start.
Now we're talking.
All right, there's some of that FaZe belief.
There it is.
Is it going to be powerful enough? They're going to be going heavy towards A this time. Stats being heard, the rotations, trying to come back. That Molotov comes in at the perfect time to slow them down. They have to go through it, and they just charge right through them. But Makaze making magic happen again. It's a Makaze multi, and Twist left alone. We speak of magic. No one better than Van Dolken. Can be magnificent when he gets a clutch going. There's the first, the most decorated North American player finally playing back on North American soil. Can he clutch this one up? 1v3 to keep the dream alive for FaZe.
Plenty of time with him to play with. Plenty of time to start making Navi feel a little bit nervous. Hasn't recovered the bomb yet. Wants to maintain his ability to be aggressive and move in this 1v2. Pulling off the unexpected.
It's a smart play from Twist. He's got some time to do it. Round the back. Can he get another one? When does Alexi B consider it's now in his brain? He knows, but Twist has got the kill, and now it's up against Wonderful. One and last one! The king of North American Counter-Strike is back, and that's the kind of play that can get you back in this game.
We've been waiting for it all day. 3 clutches from FaZe to start this half out. But nothing more spectacular than this 1v3. Long and extended, outplaying everyone from Navi. Absolutely gut-wrenching, tears their heart out, and now they're just 2 rounds back.
We've been waiting on a play like that. That's the kind of catalyst that can get you into this game again for FaZe. You've got them on the ropes. Navi a little bit broken economically at the moment, not completely, but they're taking a smart approach, not spending all their money here. Makaze in middle. Here they come. 3 players through. Yep. And Jacob straight to the headshot.
You can feel it with this team when they build into the game. Frozen is going to struggle but drop the push. 5 on 3. Staying composed. Looking for the reaction from Navi. Seeing if they can thin one more player out before having to make a decision. Still over a minute on the clock, plenty of time. For the first time in these semifinals, FaZe has made Navi scratch their head and say, oh shit, they're coming back.
They did the same yesterday on HA. They started to come back into it, but the problem was they didn't have enough rounds in the first half just to survive long enough for this to happen. But this time they do, and it is 8 rounds on the board. 1 round separating FaZe from NAVI.
And when do we get that timeout from Navi? Right now. Blade wants it now. A chance to talk things over, drop down to SMG's previously full buy here. They'll have the ult back out on Wonderful. But more than anything, a conversation about how to stand tall against these FaZe players that have ignited and finally showed up inside the server. It started with just winning clutches, winning 1v1s, then a 1v3, and now they step into a round where they batter you down coming through smokes, demolish your initial defense. It's getting worse, and Blade is trying to stop the slide. The first pressure Navi has felt all day is right now. 9-8, 1 round lead. And 5 in a row for FaZe.
Navi not making the reckless decision to invest into everything in the previous round does allow them to have these weapons in play.
It's a
have
strong,
the AWP out for Wonderful.
Strong buy in terms of weaponry. You are missing tons of utility.
And you're missing players on the A bomb site.
It's because they have such a diminished buy in terms of that utility. They're just saying, we're going to play retake. If they hit this A bomb site, they get the round. Then they tie it up, and then we get to just replenish our nades, and the next round we can really fight for. So Wonderful's going to sense this coming in. The question becomes, how many can he pick off on their passage? And does it open up a chance to go for the retake? There's one. Now they can come investigate. Now they can come see if it's worth it.
And Navi are the best at just running in before you even get that bomb planted. But Nature and Brokey handling that pressure. They're anticipating that move from Navi, and they fend them off. And now you don't have the money. Now you don't have the resources to think about this. You have to sit there and really consider, do you want to go all in and attempt this retake? Smoked out at CT. Alexa B has to go in, but Twist and Nature with the headshots, and Bit has no other decision but to try and back away, try and get to safety. But ladies and gentlemen, Fort Worth, we are tied up. FaZe have brought it back all the way.
Incredible, this team just doesn't have a quit in them at this event. It's been so incredible to watch. And now they get that confidence beneath them. They even take out the last weapon. Relentless is Twist. Not only have they tied it up, but they've taken all the advantages. The momentum is theirs. The economy is theirs. And Navi on the back foot. How do they respond? No money to fight back for Navi's defense here in round 19. An MP9, upgraded pistols, and Twist starting to call on his field, starting to call on momentum, uppercuts, pace changes, dominance.
Olima getting one in the 5-7, but Twist is right there with that AWP, picks up, sends the shot back. FaZe Clan about to head into the lead. With a clutch to round out the half, it looked like we were walking in Wonderland. Navi didn't look like there was any way they were going to lose this map.
But that's the magic of having the individuals that FaZe have, is so many of them can just keep you alive, just barely. Even if you're just clinging on with your fingernails, they can keep you alive to see if some spark happens. And FaZe has certainly caught fire now. Wonderful. Some exit kills at the end of the day. But FaZe take the lead for the first time in a long time. 10-9.
They're finally showing up in the semifinals. I mean, Dust too, first couple of rounds looked great. They die really quick and they never really get back into it. But now they finally are showing that version of FaZe that Twist was saying we're gonna see today.
Well, he mentioned yesterday it's when he felt like he really took over the game from a strategic level, is when he felt like his teammates had faith in his calling. He could feel that trust. He said, that's when I took over the game vocally, in terms of moving people around, in terms of calling tactics and outplaying G2. He's getting into a similar groove here with some of these fast plays towards each of the bomb sites. Navi struggling to contain and struggling to read what's coming next, forcing another timeout out of this defense, who still can't get a grip. 7 rounds in a row in this second half for FaZe.
Time, one YouTube piece at a time, we'll crawl all the fucking way back, all right? Follow your fucking captain, boys. Follow your fucking captain. Come on, let's go.
Navi looking to put an obstacle in their way. The buy has returned to the defensive hands, and they've got a lot more utility this time. Slower this time from FaZe, but again, heavy in numbers. This time towards elbow. They're going to be challenging against Mikaze and Ima, who were so strong in mid in the first half. Hoping that they can replicate that again here for Navi in the second. But Natus removing Mikaze. Now Ima's on an island on his own inside of Red Room.
It's wild. Sometimes it's almost inexplainable how this momentum shift can cause individuals to just struggle where otherwise they've been excellent. Mikaze's been such a monster throughout this map. But back-to-back rounds where FaZe have attacked into him in middle on this T side during this stretch, he's just dropped the ball in the first contact. 5-on-4 for FaZe.
They're going to group up for that final maneuver towards an empty site.
And Navi's leaning towards the B bomb site while FaZe is adjusting towards the A bomb site. So wrong side of the map so far for the defense, but starting to piece things together. Ima's pushing mid, it's clear. Wonderful sliding over with his AWP towards CT spawn yet again. And Frozen for FaZe is lurking outside the B bomb site, just maintaining presence.
It's a good shot from Wonderful. Natus going to be taken out, and he's been so impactful. But Ima, here's the flank! Oh, Twist gets dropped! And that could be a very important kill.
Frozen and bit mid. Oh, no, coming back around towards A main. Now Ima's in trouble.
Yeah, well, he's preoccupied. He's worried about that fight. Now Frozen's actually won it. Such an important engagement to go in the way of FaZe.
Bomb's not really planted for Brokey and Jacob, though, so they got to be very careful.
Wonderful's waiting. Frozen. Will he give Wonderful the chance here? Wonderful's on, has to drop back behind the box, but the kill is in. Now the defuse. Wonderful again, but it's the stick, it's all the way. And Navi gonna hold it. Tight game again, 10 apiece. And Navi come back in on that retake.
Yeah, big mistake in post-plant positioning. FaZe have given up around there. Moving into Donut when the bomb's not planted for you, that's a rough way to lose a round. That's why you had to see such an aggressive play from A main in the 3v3. That's how Navi stopped the streak. Their first round in this second half. They stopped Navi's run at 7 to tie things back up.
One question now is, have they prevented that snowball effect? The FaZe were starting to build up there. They were just rolling over the top of them. FaZe trying to bounce right back and going into middle. It's Natus with the first, but Ima on the cleanup. Twist trying to get the response. Taking a while, spraying away, but not connecting the trade kill.
Don't think he wanted to commit to that fight. Didn't want that to be the one where he went down, especially in a 4-on-3. So happy to just kind of have the stalemate where he forces Ima back.
Ima's had some really important kills for Navi in these 2 rounds now. One on that flank, now two right here inside of middle. Wonderful's waiting for them to come up this B ramp. The scope goes back, spots the hand, can't take the kill though. Now they move up, Alexi B has found Twist, made it look easy. Frozen charging in. I mean, Frozen had some spectacular rounds yesterday in the quarterfinal. He's been quiet on this map, but what a time it would be to come alive for Frozen. On a single point of health, he's trying to tap away, but he cannot connect. At least stays alive, but look how uncomfortable this is.
They have nowhere to play. These are horrible post-plant positions. They are bottlenecked with nowhere to go.
You have to fight, but they're missing shots. And now Navi start to swallow them up, and Ima is the difference maker right now for Navi. A 4K in this round that might just put an end to the dreams of FaZe.
Yeah, what a retake, just slowly constricting and taking away all the room FaZe have to work with. Frozen and Brokey at some point had to make a decision to either get aggressive and break their way out of that cage. Otherwise, exactly what happened is going to occur. You just have no safe positions, no way to watch the various choke points and shut down back-to-back really, really weak post plants from FaZe. And that might be the cause of their elimination here in the semifinals. A timeout, the final timeout for FaZe. And we'll get back into the fight, 11-10, round 22. Still in this, still money on the FaZe side of things due to that early run in this half. You can see Poly Market there, the premier market for Blast rivals. We set up again for the push. FaZe gonna open this round slow.
Well, slow until a certain point as they head out middle now, but it's NAVI returning to form in mid. And there's always a risk when you send that many bodies through smokes at elbow into middle. FaZe went all in. They gambled on this one. But in Texas, NAVI will hold them to it. And Brokey is now going to have to be all the way back in spawn with no chance at actually getting into this round. It'll be series point for NAVI coming up. And money in a tough spot for FaZe. Not everyone having cash. Some players will have a little bit more and actually be able to force out a rifle. The likes of Nate, you're sitting down on $600. Important that Brokey hangs on to this AWP.
I think, unfortunately for FaZe, at the end of this game, they're going to be singing the same tune as when they lost in the group stage as well. If it feels like we didn't get the FaZe that we know we can deliver. That crazy, that fast run that they had to start this half just comes to a crashing halt. They do have money still, so there's still that little bit of hope they can cling to. 2 chances they'll have to force overtime. And I don't know, Fort Worth, do you guys want overtime in here? Let's see if FaZe can bring us to it. Need some of that magic back. Not really getting into these clutch situations that helped them so well to start this half. The final chances for FaZe to stay alive in Fort Worth. And for NAVI, they're knocking on the door of the grand finals.
Quicker and more direct towards the A site from FaZe. Full players over towards main, but we've got Wonderful Wedding and Temple scoped up.
He's had a phenomenal series in these semifinals as well. A key to this NAVI team. If they commit to this attack phase, he'll be the point man. Makaze will slide over towards Donut. But Wonderful's looking to just get 1 kill before falling away.
Well, they go. Flashes are good. That keeps Wonderful off the angle for now. FaZe Clan have the opener, but can they hold on? NAVI can be so good, even with players down, but Frozen's impact off of Heaven has removed Makaze and really any chance of NAVI getting into this.
Yeah, and actually they even have Frozen set up on the other side of the map, ready to take more weapons out of their hands if they try and retreat. Money for NAVI as well, so last round is going to be a huge clash, full buy and full buy. Good kill from Bit to try and just escape. The FaZe have done it again, keeping it alive, nurturing that hope. And we'll go the full distance, all 24 rounds, to decide if we've got a grand finalist in NAVI or a third map forced by FaZe.
Terrorists win.
You wouldn't want it any other way. Every round required here on Ancient.
I feel like these extremity hits for FaZe have been pretty successful throughout this half, right? Like kind of like grouped up. We saw some pace changes from Twist towards B ramp, but it seems like going attacking directly at the bomb sites has been their biggest point of success.
When we require every single round here of Ancient, we'll find out if FaZe can pull this back into overtime or if NAVI are going to end their run here and now. Going in towards middle, Makaze tosses Util down towards the elbow, and FaZe not toying with a heavy commitment out here just yet. They have no desire for that because they're heading towards main.
Doing it again. Feel confident in it, but this time the defense is going to be a little bit stronger. Ima is going to be the one sliding over to Donut. Wonderful playing inside the bomb site. Actually, Mikaze shifted away. Thought he would be a second player for Donut. So Frozen throwing out a little bit of a fake towards the B bomb site, but not going to fool anybody. Ima tries to play a checkmate position. Tough to clear, tough to handle when you've got other players attacking you as well.
He keeps his head away. Wonderful. No fool will realize they're pushing it towards main, but Ima out with two, swipes them away. FaZe down a player, utility landing on the site, and here they come, marching back in. Navi trying to end it now.
Yeah, but Navi's been so good in these retakes. Alexi being very cautious, so it's going to be late on him coming over to arrive to help out. They've been slow and calculated, and there's a good kill. Proki can only get the one. Both players in A main.
Story has been building for FaZe Clan throughout this event. Can they pull it off one more time? The unthinkable down in a 2v3 to try and get overtime. It's now just Frozen left. The defuse being stuck. They bring it to the final line, but Navi will bring this Fort Worth fairy tale crashing down to reality. They will be the team heading into the grand finals here in Texas. FaZe give us a good show, they give us a good run, but they could not outlast Natus Vincere.
FaZe fans in Texas have flattened Navi, booked their spot in the grand final tomorrow. I'm standing by with Mikaze. They fought back hard, and it was a great recovery from Navi.
Yeah, it was a good game from them. Also an Ancient, thus it was more easy, but we fucked up also an Ancient a bit.
You have been one of the top players at this tournament so far, and now you are going into one of the biggest games that we could have possibly imagined, a grand final against, potentially, your rivals in Team Vitality. You will have to continue these superstar performances if you are to finally get the job done against them. Do you believe you can do it?
I mean, I believe for sure. Last time when we played them, they fucked me out. I didn't even have a chance to kill them, so... I mean, for tomorrow, if we play them, I will make sure that I will do the same stuff that they did to me, I will do to them.
Of course, GamerLegion could beat them here, of course, and they could make it into the grand final. Have you got any message for your Navi fans watching at home right now?
I mean, guys, thanks for support, for everyone. And let's see tomorrow who we're gonna play. I hope we play Vita. It's time to stop them, maybe.
Best of luck, thank you.
Thank you.
Like me, better bring your A game. Don't talk about it. Bring your A game. Don't talk about it. Bring your A game. Show all the doubters. Bring your A game. Be all about it. Bring your A game. Don't talk about it. Bring your A game. Don't talk about it. Bring your A game. Show all the doubters. Bring your A game. Be all about it. Bring your A game.
Yes, Navi brought their A game indeed, as did Alexi. Congratulations on that one.
Thank you, guys.
Of course, it was a rematch, right? You just played them a couple of days ago where you guys were super convincing comparatively. How different was this one? How much harder? Did you notice anything that they really improved upon that you had to contend with?
I mean, I think they can leave this game with one thing at the back of their heads. I feel like once they got to the T side, they played completely fearless. They were, you know, rushing the sides, then they were creating a fake from it. I think a lot of it was maybe on the fly calls as well. Like they were just thinking, we have nothing to lose, let's just play like this. And I think, yeah, if they play like that, then without any fear and any doubts, I think it's going to do good for them in the future.
Yeah, I mean, was there anything in particular other than the fast-paced play that was kind of throwing you for a loop in that second half? I mean, I know obviously a lot of clutches went twist way, for example. You know, what was kind of the talk that was needed to kind of get you back in order to get the close?
Yeah, I feel like, as you mentioned, he won a very important clutch on, I think it was the first gun round, probably.
Yeah.
And yeah, combined with the fact that I think they were playing, it wasn't that smart. They were just together trading us, and we ended up completely failing the clutch situations. And I think they just caught control, and we were a bit annoyed because we don't usually lose this way. We have decent protocols. So yeah, they caught us off guard at first, but I'm glad we came back.
Yeah, when it comes to that FaZe is really, really good at clutches particularly, and it's also, do you start to feel it in a game like that where they won like 7-8 rounds in a row? It was a clutch from Brokey, a clutch from Twist, another clutch from Twist. Like, I can imagine you just start to get really frustrated, right? But do you feel like you guys as a team historically are pretty good at making sure that that doesn't bleed through into the rest of the game?
I'm glad we had plenty of rounds, first of all. I think Wonderful's clutch at the end of T-side became hugely important in this game, I feel like, because it gave us more leverage. But I do think that you can't run away with the game doing the same stuff every round, so we knew that they have to slow down, they have to start playing their playbook, and they cannot rush us on the sides, and we were like putting more effort into making sure they don't rush us, and try to make them play slowly, and that's where we can play our best.
Yeah, that round where they ran the same play by the end of the game and Bit was just waiting still on the site, like, was that something you guys had thought about before? Like, oh, most likely this is going to happen again, so let's put him there?
Yeah, exactly. I think, yeah, pretty much exactly how you said.
Pretty much that,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. Kind of zooming out just a little bit. Look, I mean, you obviously had some nice highs in the second season in 2025, the top 4 finish at the major, ended short by FaZe, actually, funnily enough. But this year you found like a new level of consistency, I feel like. You know, this is now going to be another big final for you. You've already been to a couple this year, won one of them, obviously. What do you think has been the biggest change in the team, you know, this season compared to last?
A lot of teams have made roster changes. I think that's our strength. We are kind of peaking with this lineup. Our protocols, our playbook, and the fact that Makaze can play the way he plays currently are all the reasons why I think we are where we are right now. And we knew, I felt like we were pretty confident that we are going to reach the final in this tournament, and our big challenge will be tomorrow, highly likely against Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Makaze, I know that you've already sung his praises multiple times in interviews. You've even mentioned how you've had to do that a whole lot. But what do you think has kind of been the difference in Makaze? Because we saw flashes of it last year. I mean, he was a very good player, but I feel like this year it's a different level. What do you feel has been the biggest, you know, evolution in his game to get him there?
I think that he got comfortable in the system that we play in. He understood what he can do, what he cannot do, and he got way more comfortable in certain maps and the moves that he is making. Overall, I just think that it's the confidence boost that a young guy can get. Like, you play good on the stage, everybody's praising you, the likelihood of you doing it after that is high. And I think that, I hope he's gonna keep the consistency. At least it looks like that, and outside of the server, he's doing everything he can to improve daily.
Yeah, we talked to him in the post-game interview, and he said at the end of that, he said, well, they fucked me basically last time we played, so I want to do that to them this time. And I think, I mean, it's quite obvious from the outsider looking in that that is going to be the deciding factor. Do you believe also that if Makaze plays the way he has this whole tournament, this should be, I'm not want to say like for sure a W for you guys, because it's of course incredibly difficult to play Vitality, but how do you feel about it?
It's a different game, but I do think that Makaze is going to play well. I do think that the guys are going to play a bit less without stress, since we understand where we are at. We cannot forget how we got smashed the last 2 times.
Yeah.
And we understand that we had some rounds that we had the upper hand, ended up losing clutches or tight situations. We understand how to fix them, but we just cannot be nervous tomorrow. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations once again. We'll be looking forward, of course, to Vitality or GamerLegion versus NAVI. And now we're going to kick it over to Maui, who's standing by with Twist.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, Twist, just want to say nice try today. Close fight there on Ancient. What are your initial impressions of the matchup with NAVI?
First of all, thank you. I think we had an extremely slow start on Dust 2. Like, we had the momentum in the beginning, we lose this round where we got entry short. We were kind of waiting for them to retake short, and then we mistimed it, and they flash peeked, and they got like an easy entry on us. And then, yeah, I think I was kind of in my own head on the T side. They were making some really good calls. Makaze's in pit one round. They're ghosting long completely, not respoking, so I thought op was there. So yeah, credit to them. They had a really good plan. And yeah, I think Ancient was much better.
What are your overall feelings of the entire tournament? I feel like, I mean, I already read in your HLTV interview that you recognized that the first 2 wins were upsets in themselves, but you also thought you had a chance here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I still think we could have been on a third map if we just put together more CT rounds. I got into a good calling spree on T side. I was hitting the right momentum calls. I was hitting the right redemptions. It's really hard to win default against NAVI. They have a lot of mid control variations, mid traps. They were very well prepared, especially on their T side for what we're doing. Even though we spent the whole night preparing numerous things, it still didn't go our way. But yeah, T side, I think if we just had more options in the playbook, everything that I was doing there, that it was not in the playbook. So a lot of micromanaging and freeze timing, trying to get them to move, and it was working until, I mean, they adapted and they put one more number at A last round.
I felt like this was a bit more dynamic than the calling I remember you doing with Liquid. Like I think that's one thing that when you were working on that team, some of the complaints I had or criticisms I had of you as an in-game leader there is that a lot of the finishers to me just felt kind of very simple. Like I remember watching a lot of Dust 2 games. You guys didn't really use that much mid control when you were calling for them. On Inferno, you ran up short side like a lot. But this version of your calling just looks so much more developed. What would you attribute that to?
I do think from when I stopped calling in Liquid and I started being more of a secondary helper with Shuhei, that's when I kind of just took a smaller backseat and just focused on developing. And even when I'm not the captain, I'm still watching, I'm still trying to learn, because this is the role I want to be in the future. And if I want to be in this role, I need to prove myself. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I spent the past year and a half learning, focusing on myself a bit more, coming back to play with Finn. I also get to learn a bit more there. And yeah, I have a lot of versatile players in this team. Maybe in Liquid, I felt like sometimes I flooded them with too much information. There's too much in the playbook, and some players have limitations. You have to accept that and be comfortable with that. That's why I was happy with kind of where we got in Liquid at some point. And yeah, I have a lot of belief in this lineup.
Okay, we have that one clutch you had on Ancient. Actually, I think we have a couple of them, in fact. So I think we can roll those ones. I mean, these were some great moments. Okay, silver lining at least. You had some great individual performances in these kinds of late round situations. I know we had the one here on the B side for yourself. How did you? Okay, what's the read here? Because like obviously a lot of people watch this and Bit taps the bomb at one point when it gets to the 1v1. How are you making the call to not just charge him down?
I mean, first of all, they force buy, so chance of kit is like, I don't know, less than 5%, like extremely low. Yeah. And yeah, no crowd noise. So
okay.
Yeah,
okay.
No crowd noise.
Yeah, sure,
that's the #1 indicator.
Yeah. How about the 1v3 here though? This one was crazy. How did you play this one out?
Yeah, I went into the CT smoke. There was a small gap in it, so it kind of worked in my favor to get the initial angle. I heard him step somewhere CT, I wasn't so sure. After that, I knew Wonderful was upping Temple. I threw Lurk Smoke into site to try to block vision from Donut and Temple. And then I used the smoke to try to flank Wonderful, but people were fucking disappearing all over the place. Crowd kind of gave away that Alexei was close to me. I had no idea where Wonderful was because I just came from Temple, so he actually had a good position on me. But yeah, that's kind of how I pieced it together in the moment.
Okay, one last question I have is that kind of has been a little bit of a conversation online about like crowd cheating. How much are you able to hear?
I mean, of course you can hear. I mean, it's a loud arena. This is even the biggest arena that we play in. Imagine the bigger ones.
Yeah.
It's inevitable sometimes, and you know, if these companies use noise canceling or this like ringing noise, it messes with the game too much. So I think there's only so much that they can really do, and yeah, it's kind of up to the crowd to be respectful. But it's Counter-Strike, it's exciting.
But you hear the murmuring and the roar sometimes start to build. Like I think yesterday there was a lot of like smoke interactions, I guess, where you're everybody's just
Yeah,
on
when
edge.
Natus was in window, it's just like, ooh, like it's like both players know something's gonna happen, and that's just the excitement of LAN and Arena Counter-Strike.
Okay, well, either way, I want to just say, I'd say great job, actually, even though I know that you would have wanted to go further at this tournament. I think the performance you and FaZe had was incredibly commendable, and I'm really looking forward to more of what's to come with you at the helm.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I just want to say something to the FaZe fans. Sure. Thank you guys for being here in person, supporting. Thank you to the people online that I kept believing. You know, I have a lot of fans in my own personal Discord, big believers. It makes a huge difference. And yeah, you know, this is my objective and the team's objective is get this team back on the map and the organization back in this top echelon of Counter-Strike teams. So yeah, and of course always shout out to my wife, you know.
Of course, got to give a shout out to the wifey. All right, thanks so much, Twist. Good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Awesome, amazing shout outs there as well. It's something that Twist set out and said before he started this tournament, and with everything that's happened this week, I want to make the FaZe fans happy again. I want to give them something to look forward to between this and Atlanta and just being in the US in front of these crowds. And for me, he's definitely started to do that. It was an overperformance. I think we can be fair about that, but nevertheless, building blocks for what now all of a sudden is much more hopeful of a story.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where no one truly knows what the long-term future of FaZe is. Is Twist going to remain the IGL going forward past Atlanta going into the next season? Is Frozen going to stay, or is he going to field offers from perhaps teams he feels that he can accelerate his career at? You know, those are questions that we won't be able to answer for some time, but what can be done now is to leave at least some foundation behind for whoever it is that will take the reins next for FaZe, or if they stay like this is still your building block to get you invited to Tier 1 tournaments next season. Yeah, this major is out of reach, obviously. That was, you know, such a rough run, but you can at least try to give yourself something to look forward to next season.
It's true. It was interesting in the conversations as well. Come in, Maui. I don't know which headset you're gonna put on. Yeah, that he said I was basically coming up with the stuff in freeze time. My playbook was completely ran out, and it was particularly hard against a team like NAVI because playing default is just impossible versus them. That gives me hope that, like, okay, well, you only had a week, and we already saw really, really good T-sites against phenomenal teams, right? We saw it versus Furia. We saw it almost pieced together a little bit versus NAVI here. So those are all things that make me quite excited if Twist were to stay at the helm.
I think he understood the objective. It's, hey, I have limited time with this team. There's no way I'm going to be able to master a default where everyone's going to kind of understand what protocols to put in place, how to react to certain situations, how to communicate in tense moments. It's like, hey, I got to do what I can with what I've got. And so there was a lot of scrappier, faster paced plays. It was a lot of set stuff out of spawn. And I think at least he understood that was going to be his limitation, but he found a way to maximize it. I mean, making it to a semifinal, considering all the failures that FaZe has found this season, that is a pretty incredible result when it's all said and done.
It is. Maui, do you believe that we have building blocks here? Because a lot of people talked about honeymoon period, which is obviously normal, but also they're not necessarily going to have to play NAVI immediately again in every single match they play, right? So
I have a couple truth nukes here.
Okay.
One truth nuke. Twist looks better than ever as an in-game leader in terms of the calling side for me. As a fragging IGL, unfortunately, I'm not seeing the same, but that's probably because he's calling better now. I feel like there's only so much brain capacity that most people have when they play this game, and Twist is dedicating more of it towards that side. So you're gonna have to make up that lack of output with other players. And the other and second and more ridiculous truth nuke, Brokey Friday is really a one-day-a-week thing, okay? This is kind of the regression to the mean that unfortunately we've seen from him, and I feel like this is maybe more of what's to expect because against top opposition, it's been strugglesome this year for him. He pops off for these like singular games here and there, which is great, but I feel like if FaZe start to do some more scouting, look around a little bit more, then they might be able to actually improve this roster even more.
But a great AWPer and a great IGL, things that are hard to find.
It is indeed tough, right? But I mean, the fact of the matter is I'm not here to rewrite history. I think Brokey had some incredible years on FaZe. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, particularly in CSGO. And even early in CS2, he was phenomenal. He was a playmaker. He was a difference maker. But I mean, they call it FaZe bullshit and magic for a reason, because it only happens every so often. And that's just not something that you can have in such an important role. And I do think eventually they are going to have to explore that option. And the same with Jacob, man. Like, unfortunately, I think that maybe the call-up came a little too soon. You know, I definitely see talent in the player. I definitely see mechanical ability. We see flashes of it. But I almost feel like this call came a little too early. You know, I think maybe later in his career it would have made more sense. So we'll have to see how that plays out, too.
Yes. Any final notes?
I like Jacob in a handful of the rounds here. I think when they're playing a pacier style, I think he's really a great tip of the spear in a lot of the types of strategies that Twist actually ran here. So I'm gonna give Jacob a little bit more leash, even though I was ready to say he should be out of the lineup. But at this tournament in particular, I saw more glimpses than I expected. So I'm pleasantly surprised with what he's bringing in this new iteration of FaZe.
Pleasantly surprised about FaZe. Overall, I would say that's the way we can definitely summarize it. But of course, the action isn't over yet for today, because Vitality is going to be taking to the stage to play GamerLegion. This isn't the Paris Major 2023 playoff bracket. It is, in fact, Blast Rivals Fort Worth 2026. We'll be seeing that in just a little bit. Players heading into the arena, and I know that the FaZe fans are probably a bit disappointed, but if you can see ZywOo play in an arena, I mean, it's such a treat, right?
I mean, here, you get to witness greatness. You know, it's not too often that we get the best teams in the world in North America, and Vitality's doing something just truly great.
They are. Let's see if they can be stopped by Snacks and GamerLegion when we come back.
Welcome back to the ROG Laboratory. Today, we have on hand the ROG Harp 2 and the ROG Falchion. Now, back in Hong Kong, we used these launchers when we were testing the OLED monitors. And, well, today I was thinking we've got to find some kind of way to put them head to head.
Yeah, so there's only some kind of scientific way to try this out.
You think what I'm thinking?
Dibs on keyboard.
All right, Launders, pre-game talk. What are your thoughts on the Falchion?
I have lowered the actuation point so that I feel like Xantares right now. I've got 2 sets of WASD. It feels like I've got like an N64 controller.
Okay.
Spacebar helps me shoot. Yeah, it's a new wave of minimalism that we've got for Counter-Strike players, keeping it very simple here. I feel like a Formula 1 driver right now.
Okay, so that's 1 thumb, 6 fingers.
Oh!
What?
That's a lot of mouse pad you got there.
That's because, Mohan, I plan on hitting you with the flick whenever I need to. You know, this harp is so light that I think that's going to play to my advantage today.
Well, what are you doing for your keyboard buttons?
Well, I have gone A and D on mouse 4 and 5, okay, because it's all about the strafe. Left click, still shoot. Right click is forward, just in case I've got to close the gap. And then M wheel up and down, both jump, so that I can hit some B hops while I style on you. All right, Mohan, you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. And the inaugural ROG Cup is underway.
Oh my gosh, a headshot. Woo! That was a good shot.
Thank you. You're done. I'm gonna, you know what, mercy. It's hard to aim.
It's a bit of a
with just the mouse.
Oh no, the switch. Did I hit you? Are you gonna be jumping right now?
No.
Wait, I can't jump though.
I'm closing the distance, dude, like a shark in the water.
Oh. The one thing I have to remember is I can't actually pull down my recoil. Okay, I can see you doing this, I just can't stop you.
Winner takes all.
All right, winner takes all. All right, congratulations, off that round, you win.
Thank you. I am the big winner, and to be honest, I had a hunch. I had a hunch that the mouse would be the victor here.
This might seem like mice are more important, but I've honestly been impressed by the utility of just using a keyboard. I didn't even know I could do all that.
And so, at the end of the day, we've learned 2 things. Firstly, that I am always humble in victory. And secondly, that when it comes to Counter-Strike, aim remains king.
Can you play with just a keyboard? I guess. Should you? Nah.
Probably not. Thank you guys for stopping by the ROG Labs one more time, and, well, crazy idea. How about next time we just combine the 2?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Dickies Arena as we're about to head in to our second semi-final of the day. GamerLegion up on the docket, and they'll be going up against no one else than Vitality. As you can see behind me, come on, make some noise. It's filling up. They all woke up. They already missed that FaZe got knocked out, but it's fine. They're here now.
Yeah, and of course, who doesn't want to miss ZywOo, a guy that's actually going to have a testament to be the greatest of all time. When all is said and done, you only get so many opportunities on American soil to see that happen.
It's like watching Messi or Ronaldo play.
Indeed it is. I mean, it's a situation where right now we no longer talk about Vitality and who they're playing against. They're kind of playing against themselves. You know, they've already become, in my opinion, the greatest team of all time. And I think that every time they can add another trophy to the cabinet, another achievement, another record set, is just another way to extend their resume to keep it further out of reach for whoever comes next after them. And so people may think it's dull that we keep talking about how amazing Vitality is, but enjoy this moment while it's here, because this is truly something great that we'll remember forever.
Absolutely. So when you said there about sometimes maybe playing themselves or losing to themselves, that's something I want to talk about later a little bit, but I do also want to shine a light on GamerLegion because absolutely no one had expected them to be here. They were down in the VRS circuit, playing tier 2 opposition, trying to make it work and trying to get as many points together to make it for that qualification for the major, and then they stepped up on this stage and immediately beat Furia, and then they're now in a semi-final.
It's ridiculous. This GamerLegion team was forged in just the tier 2 LAN circuit where nobody was really watching too closely, but now they're forcing you to pay attention. The way that PR has been playing, the way that Rez has seemingly rolled it back, Snax himself also rolling it back, it's really just hard to completely understand.
It's true, but guys, Astralis yesterday versus GamerLegion. I mean, I don't often like to say that a team threw it away over like a team winning, because that's also definitely not the case. GamerLegion won that game. But oh my God.
Astralis choke. Let's just call it what it is. Let's call a spade a spade. It's the same shit that we've been seeing the last couple of tournaments. Look, I think people got a little bit too excited about Astralis because they saw the resorts on the board. They saw, oh, they came second at Bucharest. Oh, they came third at EPL. The cracks have been there for a bit. You know, this is a team that has some talent, but unfortunately lacks some consistency, particularly in how they approach some of their game plans and how they deal with some of those mid-round chaotic moments. There's so much sloppiness taking place. Even, you know, Hooksy said his grandma could have won that game yesterday, and he's probably right, to be honest, the way they were playing. But they need to figure out a way to turn things around quickly.
Yeah, and I believe we do have some words from GamerLegion.
Speaking about the game last night, right? Crazy comeback win in front of a crowd like this. Does that give you guys some momentum coming into today?
I mean, for sure, we should feel more comfortable. I mean, it was my first stage game yesterday, so yeah. But I felt fine. I think it's going to be even better today. And then, yeah, I think we're ready.
What did you learn about yourself playing that first stage game?
I mean, it's crazy how much your body shuts everything down. Every now and again, you can feel like the stage shaking and everything, so it's pretty cool. You can hear the fans also at some points, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool experience.
Now, talking about that comeback last night, might be needing another one of those. What was going through your mind as a coach when you were tearing back those rounds?
I mean, I was very confident in our city side. I just tried to make sure that we don't give up, that we're gonna till the last round, we're gonna try our best. And as soon as it started to work, I think we got the momentum, and yeah, we finished them till the end counter. So I don't know, we won 8 in a row, 9 in a row, something like this. So as soon as we got it going, I knew we're gonna win this.
Nothing short of impressive what IMD and Snax have been able to do with this team, right? Especially since when you're playing that tier 2 opposition, everyone wants to see you lose. You never really know what to expect. And in all that, you have to build up a system that is strong enough to step back into tier 1. I think that deserves some kudos.
Yeah, I mean, we give a lot of credit to FaZe for making the most out of a tough situation by coming here and getting some upsets and putting some VRS points on the board. GamerLegion, kind of a similar situation, right? This is a team that got people excited the first season of last year when they were actually getting some big finishes, but they really tapered off towards the end. And even this year, Astralis, funnily enough, was a team that knocked them out of the play-in of their first Tier 1 event of the year in Krakow. They get their revenge yesterday, and they have gone further than anyone probably could have anticipated. I mean, being in a semifinal in a Tier 1 event, that's something that GamerLegion hasn't done in a long time.
Indeed, but the raid boss is arriving. Vitality is in the building. They're looking to put another notch on their belt here in Fort Worth.
Indeed, 22 events attended, 21 semifinals appearances in a row. The consistency from Vitality is unparalleled. Their era began with 7 titles in a row last year. They look to continue to cement the legacy of being the greatest of all time by winning a 5th in a row for 2026 here after coming fresh off of a 2nd Grand Slam and back-to-back majors. I mean, the accolades are unreal, Maui.
Totally. It's going to be difficult for anybody to catch this team eventually. That's what really we've been talking about. The fact that they're trying to create a further and greater buffer zone between them and whoever that next team to have a true era is. I feel like Astralis themselves are probably looking at the way that it ended for them in 2020 when the pandemic started and a lot of players lost motivation, and they wish they could redo everything. I bet they wish they could have made the vaccine, actually. I feel like Vitality, they're going to do anything in their powers to make sure that they can keep this era for as long as they can.
It's actually funny that you bring up Astralis because that's obviously the era they're going to get compared to, right? Because they're the former GOATs of Counter-Strike in that way. And I think if you look at the first year for both teams in the first 2 majors, they're eerily similar as far as like the numbers, the trophies, the consistent finishes. But what really happened to Astralis in the end is even though they got that 3rd major, the gap between the 2nd and the 3rd, they really kind of faltered, if we're honest. Meanwhile, Vitality, they've already won 4 tournaments in a row this year. They're beating the best of the best on an in-and-out basis. So there's a level of dominance we're seeing at this stretch that we didn't see from that Astralis era, in my opinion.
A lot of people also bring it up the fact that the one thing that Astralis has over them is that they rewrote the book on CS. I feel like when you're seeing perfection day in, day out this regularly, along with individuals who are able to have star moments, this might be a new chapter in what perfect Counter-Strike really is. Because Astralis did it in a win-by-committee sort of format where they're able to feel out the map, just play off of teammates so well. But the individuals on Vitality always seem to know when they need to create a win condition, which I don't know if I necessarily would say Astralis had. They knew how to call a great strategy to get to the next part of the round. Sometimes you'd have Zipnix with a crazy clutch here and there, but you have Mezzy, Flamesy, Ropt at any given time saying to themselves, I know I need to go for a non-flash assisted swing to try to get a multi-frag, and they are pulling it off with relatively ridiculous consistency.
It's definitely on their mind as well. Flames said, no, I want to make it abundantly clear that there are no doubts whatsoever that we were the stronger era, that we are the stronger era. They're working towards that, and we also got to catch up with a few of the Vitality players.
Let's get into the group stage a little bit, right? Because by your standards, just a little bit rougher than perhaps we're seeing. What do you think was going into that?
I mean, it's a mix of playing bad and not having the hours. Obviously, we came into this event, we didn't prepare as much because we have different you know, goals to reach, and Grand Slam was that. And now we have some bit of a, I would say, you know, it's not fully a rest time, but we have a period where we can take some days off and recover before the major, and that was the case. And yeah, it's just a mix of not playing that much, but also probably didn't play as good, and you know, we're never happy with that. And you know, we won, but you know, we always gonna discuss like what went wrong, and we just take it really serious. We don't want to, you know, lose those kinds of matches.
Zaiwu coming in here, playing in front of an American crowd. Good memories of that?
Always good memories. I mean, last time we played it was really amazing, so we are ready for QApex or all this kind of stuff. So yeah, we are really happy to be here and play in front of this crowd.
And for you guys in general, obviously, you know, when we think of the standard you hold yourselves to, weren't all too happy with some of those maps in the groups. What do you think was going on there?
Obviously, like people say, like we didn't really play practice, we didn't really play individually before coming to this tournament. So obviously we were a bit shaky. We need to make our marks during this tournament. So obviously group stage were a bit like this for us, but we know like doing playoff, we're always a different team in a way. Like we bring even more energy, motivation into it. So of course, like doing group stage is always different for us, and we just want to right now enjoy the playoff and enjoy the stage. Yeah.
Little twinkle in his eye when he thought back to Austin last year. That was a wonderful occasion for all of them, winning the major, but also all the animosity between them and the crowd and coming out victorious. Yeah, he touches on it there, right? Group stage matches are just that. We can talk about it a bit after the video, but it hasn't always been as clean as before, and I think maybe that's necessary because it can't always be like that, right? You need to be able to peak in the playoffs in these most important moments.
I don't think it's much of a secret anymore that Vitality knows how to ramp up into a season to target specific events. This event for them, they want it to just be a footnote, a trophy collected, an extra one in the win column for them in terms of tournaments. I don't think they're necessarily playing 100% A+ Counter-Strike in their eyes, but they hope that it helps get them into that with the kickoff of the new Grand Slam season and the major to come as well.
Yeah, animosity behind us. I do believe that the veto's ready, so let's get over to the video.
I mean, we expected the veto. We are prepared. We exactly know how we want to approach them, so matter of whether it's going to work out or no.
We have a plan, and I think the veto will be expected. But other than that, I think for our own maps, I mean, it's tough to say. Of course, we've had like 100% on many of the maps, but I mean, if we lose a map and it ends, we're going to be sad, but we have to keep going, and that's just the end of the streak, but we'll start another one.
I mean, I like the maps that we're playing, so hopefully I'll be doing better today. A little bit of a slump for the past 2 days, but I think it's fine. I think I'm going to bounce back.
The map pool, I don't even know what we're going to play. I mean, we prepare some map, but we don't know what they're going to pick. We don't know what we're going to pick. So I'm just going to be focused about what I need to bring during this game, like the energy, the good mood, all this kind of stuff. So I'm just going to bring that, and let's see what map we're going to play. I mean, I'm happy to play any maps on this game, so I'm fine.
Vickers Arena, how are you doing? I'm standing by with Dustin Bossman right now, Big D in the building, because we're about to reveal picks and bans for our second semi-final. Before we do, sorry about FaZe for this crowd, right?
I mean, what do you think about FaZe? We know that they are fans, but who likes a little bit of snacks? You got any snacks enjoyers out there? That's what's up. That's what I thought.
You're right, we do love some snacks. Now, of course, we've got NAVI in the grand final. Who will face off against them? Let's get into the picks and bans for GamerLegion versus Team Vitality. GamerLegion banned Dust2.
If I just watched the team play Dust2 46 times and win it 41 times, I probably wouldn't play in there either.
Vitality. Ancient.
In the day that ends in Y, Vitality picked their permaban of Ancient.
Back onto GamerLegion. They pick Mirage.
I think it's about them just trying to put their best foot forward. We all know how good Vitality is here, but GamerLegion feels this is their best chance to make something happen.
Vitality. They pick Overpass.
One of the best teams in the world on Overpass. They're on an incredible hot streak right now. I am not surprised at all.
Back to bans. Inferno for GamerLegion.
That is one that you want to stay away from as well from Vitality. It's kind of hard in a pick ban, right? You're up against the GOATs, but that's a nice ban.
Vitality. They ban Anubis.
Very solid track record, but it is one of their lesser played maps, so I understand they just want to stick with the comfort on what will be a nice finisher if we can get there on Nuke. Everyone loves a little bit of Nuke. That would be a nice barn burner if we're able to make it there.
It's going to be tough for them to get there.
Nuke, maybe, if we get there. I certainly hope so. GamerLegion has surprised us in the past. Maybe they can do it again, but if we dive straight into the story of GamerLegion, obviously they're underdogs here, but they have shown great things already here on the stage. Yesterday, yes, Astralis left it a little bit on the server, but nonetheless, we saw great individual moments. We see a great cohesive system from Snax and IMD. A lot to be hopeful for, but it does really all have to go right here today.
Well, what we've been seeing from GamerLegion is a team that just looks renewed. It's a team that, with Snax having to work with IMD as as GamerLegion themselves are just in the wake of Ash leaving, you kind of have to hope that these guys can pick up the scraps, and they definitely have. I feel like PR has actually a renewed faith in the lineup. Everybody that we talk to from GamerLegion always talks about the buy-in, the fact that under Snax, how hard of a worker he is, how much he's bringing to the table.
Yep.
This is by no means a guy that is, I think, at times, maybe a couple years ago, wrongly labeled sort of a guy that doesn't belong. This is the perfect team for him.
This is a team where he has the buy-in, right? I mean, I think when he was on G2 and you got legends playing around you like Nico and such, like you're not going to have as much agency as you have on a team like this one who has seen the highs, but they've also really had the lows as well. And they needed someone to help lead them back to a path of victory. And we saw PR and Res playing really good Counter-Strike so far this tournament. Hell, even Snax was up to his bullshit yesterday. I mean, this is a guy who's predicated on how well he just sneaks on you, lurks through smokes, does these crazy plays. And look, against a team like Vitality that's so picture perfect when it comes to protocols and systems, you got to throw something in there to try to throw them off, and Snax is the right guy to do that.
Yeah, it seems so indeed. They've played on this stage before, just yesterday, right? Maybe surprised themselves a little bit. Hypex said in an interview, well, yeah, it's funny, like maybe we beat them, but like what if we actually do? Because who knows? And I think it's so cool that it's unquantifiable, because from Vitality, we know kind of exactly what to expect, because they're going to hit that top level no matter what. From GamerLegion, I feel like we still have a ways to go for people that could step up.
I would feel like Hypex probably felt like he left something on the table yesterday. He didn't really have his best performance. I've seen him play better in a GamerLegion jersey, even against, I'd say, some pretty tested tier 2 rosters out there. So I'd like to see him show a little bit more, because to me, a lot of this show has been in their rifle trio, PR, Rez, and Tossin. And what's weird about it is that on the stage, though, Snax was the one that rolled it back. Like you said, I mean, they needed a curveball there. And I almost want to relate it to the fact that Vitality this season, they always lose to teams that just have stand-ins or kind of dead rosters.
That's true.
I think Snax is the player that can kind of evoke that sort of feeling by just having so many different ideas that he can call on the fly that kind of brings out that sort of, it's not that they're a dead team, but dead teams play loose, and Snax knows when to loosen things up.
Yesterday they were yelling, "You're losing to Snax," and maybe Hooksy heard it, who knows? But that is kind of, it is unfair to him, because Snax is a great player, right? But it's kind of that, you can't be losing to the hero AK that Snax is buying in this round. Remember yesterday, he gets 3 kills, his team doesn't finish it for him. So I like that you've got some kind of Joker moves also that they're willing to play, which, Dust, I feel like are integral when you're playing Vitality, because their fundamentals are good, their mechanics are good, their contingencies are good. Like, where do you even go?
Yeah, I think it's about them playing that punchy style of CS that they've been playing for a while, but I call it like organized chaos, in the sense that there is definitely a lot of scrappiness, a lot of, mudslinging, a lot of, haymakers thrown, but it's in a way where everyone's on the same page. The timings are pretty good and they scale very well. They also play with confidence. What you need against Vitality more than anything is to play your style and don't let them rattle you.
Talking about Vitality then, here we are. Another playoffs for them, looking to get that title tomorrow, but they've shown cracks. There's been cracks in the surface, and of course it's happened in the past. In play-ins and in group stages, it didn't necessarily parlay its way into the playoffs, but is there reason for concern?
I don't think so. I think they look shaky in the sense that they dropped some maps, sure, but the reality is this. They've played 25 series this year, they've only lost 2. All right, that's the reality. They get the job done. Maybe it's not as clean as you want it to be, but that just allows them to show that they also have some great resilience. Even if things go tough, even if they don't get on the same page, Apex whips them back into shape real quick.
Vitality's floor is just way too high. It's the highest that I've ever seen in a roster, and that's probably even one of the aspects that kind of keeps them in contention, or probably even higher than Astralis in that GOAT conversation, where even last year when Vitality was losing tournaments, they were still making it to the semifinals on bad days.
Yeah.
So I think that they have achieved the bare minimum in their own eyes, and even if Vitality come into this one with less than optimal levels of focus, less than optimal levels of precision, they have the individuals that are also just going to carry them. Even if they're messing up a plan by Apex, it's the X factor from players like Flamesy and Rops that have carried them through some of these series when the game plans are more in a 50-50 battle.
Yeah, also playing here on Texas grounds, of course, there is a lot of history with Austin, and we missed it. We didn't have it on camera, but Apex was walking back to behind the stage where they're going to do the walk-ons, and they are just screaming, cheering at him from the side. All the, you know what they're yelling from last year. He's playing around with it. He loves it. They love the fire, and I think when you talk about Vitality, you have to talk about that context as well. They are one of the best teams as taking in that energy, parlaying it into rounds.
Apex doesn't give a shit what anybody in this crowd has to say to him. All he cares about is the trophy that's sitting on the other end of this stage from us and putting it in his cabinet. That's what I have to say about that.
Without a doubt. I mean, there's nothing that's going to rattle Vitality anymore. They've been the heroes, they've been the villains, doesn't matter. They're just here to just beat the players in the server against them.
All right, let's get him on stage.
But we're Texas. Are we ready for our second semi-final? I thought so. Let me just do a quick temperature check in the Dickies Arena right now. Who's taking this next series? Will it be GamerLegion? Or will it be Team Vitality. With NAVI already waiting in the grand final, let's bring out our next two contenders. GamerLegion! Now they weren't invited to the dance, but they crashed the party anyway. Through blood, sweat and tears, they'll fight through every round until the final bell. Here they stand once again, ready for another slugfest. Team Vitality! Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. It's a roster that needs no introduction. Synonymous with the word dominance. They spread fear into every opponent they face. On the tear of a generation, Vitality are showing no signs of stopping. Everyone wants a shot at the champs. Well, GamerLegion, you got it. This is sheer will to win versus the insurmountable mountain. Team Vitality with an insatiable appetite for domination and a complete refusal to lose. But GamerLegion didn't come this far just to bow to the kings. They want the crown. Apex is here to walk the familiar path. Snacks is here to carve a new one. It's David versus Goliath, and someone's getting knocked out!
The final boss of CS2 up versus the underdog Supreme. Snacks versus Apex. What a juxtaposition in career highlights, where Snacks is still trying to prove that he can also be that captain.
What year is it again? We got Snacks versus Apex in a playoff match in front of a big stage, and it's a hostile crowd for the great Total Vitality because we got a lot of people out there who are some GamerLegion fans. I got some Snacks enjoyers out there. That's what I thought.
How did that happen?
I feel like this is a game that is just taking me back down memory lane, and I feel like the thing is that Snacks, that's why he believes in this kind of matchup. He's beaten Apex before in his career. This won't be the first time. Doesn't matter if the odds are stacked against him in this one, and I'm gonna even say in the server, he has all the reasons to beat him. He knows when to make pace changes. He knows the kind of game that Vitality's played. They have the most footage of any team you could possibly have out there, and so the support staff of GamerLegion have definitely come in with some ideas to take down the champ.
Oh, look at that.
Indeed. There you go. Yeah, Mirage coming up first, and this is GamerLegion's best chance to put a good foot forward. I think for them, they have overqualified anchors, in my opinion. I think Towson as a B anchor defensively is fantastic. I think that PR has been doing his job. Rez has been activated in a big, big way. And as you said, Snacks is the kind of guy who's going to throw a wrench in the plans. He's going to do some kind of weird lurk in middle or some type of big play that you can't anticipate sometimes. And if he can try to rattle the cage that is Vitality, there's a chance he might knock out something he needs.
Yeah, if I'm going to key anybody into one aspect of this game to focus in on, it's watch what Snax calls after the dust is settled, after the first 30 seconds. When there's a minute left on the clock, what kind of finishers is he going for? Because he doesn't call the most simple A execs every single time, gathering everybody back up at A ramp. Sometimes he's having guys slither through ladder room, through window, up connector, and sometimes he's just adding in lurkers that you wouldn't expect to be there. So there are a lot of wrinkles here that Vitality are going to have to try to figure out.
You're putting a lot of trust into Snax being able to outcall Apex.
I'm looking for anything here for them.
Looking for anything. It's so scrappy.
We have to grasp at straws, right? Because even though I would say, of all the maps that Vitality play, this is one of the few maps they don't have some kind of crazy streak going on, where they've won like the last 12 in a row, or the last 7 out of 8, or whatever it is that you see on other maps. There's been a bit more shakiness here, particularly on some of the T sides, and we've even seen it this tournament, where it's just, for whatever reason, they don't have the level of focus that you usually see on some of their attacks, but their defense is just so damn good. ZywOo's so amazing. I think the big thing that Vitality has that no one else has is an Opera that's just as good as an entry fragger, right? I mean, when he has an AK in his hands, he's just as good as anyone else, creating openings. So they just have so many weapons.
All right, Chalks, if you want me to snap back to reality on this one, Vitality, indeed, heavy favorites. I would be surprised in this game if GamerLegion get more than 7 rounds on this map. And that's because of what Dust mentioned, ZywOo. This guy, every time he has a nade in his hands, he's breaking open a smoke, he's getting a kill, and he's getting away like nobody even noticed. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. I feel like Snax is going to be left scratching his head like, how is he predicting our timings every single time? But that's because ZywOo is just the smartest player we've ever seen in Counter-Strike. He always knows what the opponents are doing.
Absolutely so, and no matter if Snax is calling really good and maybe those late rounds are finished fantastically, you have so much to contend with, and I think it's going to be really hard because you need every single member of that team to go above and beyond. Yes, they were convincing versus Furia. Yes, they were good versus Astralis, but this is a completely different beast.
It is indeed. This is the final boss, as we've always said, the one that's up at the top, not just the best team, but the greatest of all damn time, and they've been doing it for a long while. Again, we talked about it. This is 21 semifinals appearances in a row. They're looking to make another grand final here, though.
Yes, I hear the players are ready. GamerLegion, an underdog of a lifetime, but also a shot of a lifetime to take down the kings of CS2, Vitality. Let's see if they can.
Vitality versus GamerLegion. It's the best versus the brave. Because the challenge at hand tonight for GamerLegion feels insurmountable from every single angle, and that is exactly why we'll cheer. Fort Worth, it's time to witness greatness, either via Vitality or the upset of the year.
Let's get into it. As Connor just said, potentially would have to be the upset of the year. Something we would never expect the full Russian to be. They're not here to waste time, and neither is ZywOo or Rops. A couple of headshots quickly as Hypex decides to get that opening, but suddenly everybody's gone. Wipe to the board our GamerLegion, and this is a perfect hold. A simple strategy that gets shut down. The B play and the B side is closed.
Well, Mo, that one fell flat.
Yeah, it did. I mean, I already like the idea that GamerLegion are going to try to do things quickly and try to keep things super simple. I think after that match we saw yesterday, like they're very lucky to even have this chance to play against Vitality. Astralis knows they really fumbled that game, whether it was map 1 or map 2, with that massive comeback they let through. But GamerLegion proved themselves on stage. They were the ones who didn't get nervous. They were the ones who found the punishes.
You know, a lot of the conversation we had with GamerLegion yesterday was just kind of them playing backwards, letting, you know, things come to them and being reactive. I think if they have that same taste today versus Vitality, no chance it works, right? Vitality are going to trounce you in those kinds of moments. So I'm right there with you. It's nice to see them playing quicker. It's nice to see them get into the action. And if you're on your best form today, then maybe, just maybe, you can make a game of this. But round 2 with nothing invested into it falls absolutely flat, even flatter than the pistol. So let's go 2-0 Vitality for this kickoff.
Yeah, we might have to start playing some weird games or just see what kind of records they can break in terms of how few deaths they have, how much money they can make, how quickly they can, because we already see that Vitality are going to be super prepared to play this. We know it would be difficult for anybody, but this truly is David and Goliath.
the gun rounds are going to feel like a do or die for GamerLegion in this matchup. A Vitality that I think is looking to kind of grow in form from some shakier results earlier this week. I mean, all of the players on Vitality have said the same thing about it. A lot of focus, attention, practice, and energy into the Grand Slam. From now, let off the pedal, try to recollect. Well, this is still a team that holds himself to such a high standard that losses are unacceptable. And a playoff exit? I don't think so. Not in their minds.
And they're just so good. They can go on cruise control for a game like this and still pick it up. That's PR down. Hoping that it was just one guy who maybe wasn't watching properly. That's not going to be the case. It's a little bit awkward with that death. There's not really anybody else ready to move. There was no A-site plan, and now FaZe is taking the push. This flank is just impending doom now for GamerLegion, to be honest.
Nicely timed by Apex. Tries to get a second one out of that. But in the moment, opens the door for Hypex to try to move this forward. With man disadvantage, bomb possession within him. And Towson taking a look towards this B site.
I mean, you know, this might be a matter of seeing res. It's hard to say. Towson, he's out, but he's going to have to make some noise. And it is an MP9 on the flank.
Yeah, very awkward here for FaZe. Still just whittling away at the health. That's going to activate Rops. Confident to come wide with FaZe, keeping these numbers low for GamerLegion. Forcing the pressure to just mount as they finally get closer to this B-bomb site, but totally enveloped by ZywOo. He takes those duels on his terms. 3-0 as the first gun round falls flat also.
Yeah, it's Hypex is the only one to even get killed so far this game for GamerLegion. They get shut down totally in their default. They're going to need PR to stay alive a little longer for sure. He dropped into this. There was no flash on the A ramp. There was no actual pressure yet in mid. This only happened afterwards. So not even sure exactly what the lead was for him in his mind as to why he needed to jump on that. But, you know, PR is one guy who we could see him kind of getting poached or going to a better team in Tier 1 and maybe getting that chance. It's going to be games like this where we kind of see what kind of quality he can bring. So go ahead and bait a little bit.
Collection of players outside of the A site, so we'll see Vitality's defense tested now with the execute. Flashes find their mark, so will PR. FaZe's gone unnoticed. With him and ZywOo collecting a kill apiece, all of a sudden that takes the wind out of the sails, and then they'll both find their double kill as what's left of GamerLegion tries to exit out that ramp. I don't think so. This is flat.
Yeah, 4 rounds in, 3 kills here for GamerLegion. Quick ones. An A-play shut down, 2 fast B-pops shut down, mid-default completely picked apart. No progress, no bomb plants, no hope.
Swift reminder that Polymarket is our official prediction market of Blast Premier. Vitality to the 5-0 if they can get through the second gun round.
Yeah, no open play. All their money spent again. Again, they really at least want to get some bomb plants going. And we'll try to keep it super simple.
Yeah, stay off those frag grenades. That was the goal, but it's ultimately PR. Tickled by it. Rocks up from Catwalk fast. Eats the flashes. Those have been clean in the parts of the execute. GamerLegion have tried to get out, but you fumble the movement. Timing gets awkward, and it's going to be the old dogs to bring it back with a kill apiece here. Snacks and res with frags, and Apex blindsided by his counterpart. By God, we've got a GamerLegion man advantage.
Now we're talking. 3 kills already. They get that bomb down. Doesn't go down a few seconds earlier. There will be a chance to take a poke at this. A mistake would need to happen, though.
Oh, nicely placed nade. That's res down by 50.
And are they going to swing on E-Box? And are they going to protect E-Box when he gets swung?
I mean, that 50 damage makes him susceptible to the bomb pop. We'll see how long ZywOo decides to keep everybody around here. Rack up costs, perhaps.
Wow, he can actually go for it.
Late second AK swap out.
No
He's
way.
got Hypex's head. It's just Snacks to deal with. You know Snacks will play it patiently, and patience is what's going to win this 1v1. Snacks waits a few more seconds, catches ZywOo off, and he'll collect himself a quad kill in this one. More kills this round for Snacks than the rest of the team combined at this point for GamerLegion. So big moment for him to put himself back up in the lights, where Launders, he thrived last night.
He did, yeah. He was awesome, and we definitely saw him putting his team on his back. Lovely that he gets some shine on this. So a 3rd play into B. He likes to do it a little bit differently on Inferno. They always go A where everyone else goes B. Here, It's a lot of B-site takes. There is no easy place to go. So you can say that much for sure. But again, that's where I think simplicity is paramount for any chance at success on the T side.
It's our first moment of X Factor from GamerLegion too, because we want to say that, you know, keeping it clean is paramount, but I mean, that awkward like jump out through the window that kind of catches, just it slows them down that millisecond. But when you're playing with Vitality, you're dealing in half seconds all the time.
Hey, you actually can't miss the window jump. I mean, that's normally you'd say, oh, it's the window jump to cat. No, it's just getting out of the second window in one jump. Like that is actually really important.
Luckily for them, Snacks will recover that bit of slack that was out there. GamerLegion find a round win, 5 rounds into this semi-final. We can sing his praise all day long, but you've got ZywOo off to an 8-1 start. Ropz at 6-1.
It's a bit of a sound bait. They're trying to get their attention inside of middle as Raz takes that step forward, but they made this push. They might now make the mistake of trying to walk too much or just run by this. Yeah.
Not ready for a Mezzi push-up.
Dude, he got 3
on top of it.
Ropz kills him.
Yeah, it's a forced team kill as well for Rez versus PR. So a team kill apiece here for each of the teams. 4v2 is where Vitality find themselves after the fact, after the fire burns out and the push absolutely fizzles. Hypex, not gonna happen, buddy. Ropz finds the headshot, Vitality right back into their winning ways.
It's so crazy that Mezzi finds that move to make the push into B-apps. When it looks like there's going to be some mid-control, they think they can pull Ropz away or maybe drop the guard of the B player, but no, it comes forward. It's crazy that Ropz even mollies there, kind of just knows Mezzi will die.
Right.
And that he can get as many as he can, but it's the perfect place for that molly.
Really felt like Mezzi should have already been dead, but his just continuous spray down never seemed to end. Awkward, jumbled up moment for GamerLegion. Oof, PR's gonna keep this one clean. Deagle shot to Apex over top of steps.
Okay, they got this read too. Oh, nice shot. That's hot out of PR. Snacks is tagged down low though, actually, so this isn't a done deal. Wow, PR down to 17 health, but he's been so good on those Deagles. Man, are they just gonna wander a bit too much?
Yeah, get stringy. And unfortunately, it's one of the criticisms we sort of had yesterday.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna just entirely fix that in less than 24 hours either.
So here they want some contacts from Hypex so that they can make this exec happen.
Ropz is on cleanup duty.
Oh, he took a fast step. Ooh, that's a mistake.
Yeah, dropped right into it. That's Snacks
Maybe
on
he did
7
that on
health.
purpose or something, but.
And this should be Mezzi to lock down the B site every day of the week. Here's the audio cue of the bomb carrier. A little labored, but still gets Snacks dead to rights. Mezzi working with half health, steps wide, gets himself the second headshot, cleans up the rifle play, and cleans up into easy 6th round win.
It's quick, just flying through this game already. And up coming in for Hypex. Getting Deagle kills on a round like this is nice, but it is a situation where you can almost think about winning, and I don't think they kind of put themselves in that mindset. I think they were more so like, how do we actually get even more just free Deagle shots? Ropz 9-1, ZywOo 9-1, Nezzy 9-2. People really think about Vitality as the singularity right now. Nobody really cares who takes it down. They just want someone to deal with it.
Yep.
They're getting too scary.
I think the problem with this Vitality is that they're starting to prove they can thrive on it, right? Victory in Austin last year at the Major, despite the whole crowd hating Apex. You go down to Brazil, play Furia on stage, and still walk away with your own chance by the end of the weekend. You can hate it all you want, but by the time that trophy is lifted, you can't help but respect it. GamerLegion meant to be the hero today, but for the time being, it's a dose of reality. Still trailing 5 rounds. We get to 35 seconds. Mezzi's freed up from the cat play, and it's going to be First Blood Rez instead. Flamesy shuts down Palace, so now it's going to just be a 2-directional split into this A site. ZywOo sitting within the bomb site, and so all of these kills that come in before ZywOo has to activate are great.
Tetris.
Makes his job all the easier. He'll swap out to the 5-7. Riddle down Hypex, just some small fire, and that is the 7th collected by Vitality.
He's playing on top of Tetris, defending the A ramp. Just because he got his Palace kill,
yes,
there were second player out there. They had Connector as well. That's just a spot you're not going to come out of that smoke clearing. And we have seen GamerLegion run through that A ramp smoke a lot, so he was ready for it. Down to 1 timeout now already in this game. Feels like we started about 5 minutes ago. It's just not easy. Snax got all his kills in 1 round and gave him a round off those kills. That's nice.
Tried to give it credit as it happened just because we didn't know if we're going to get another hero moment. So far, haven't. A single quad kill that translates to a round win is all GamerLegion have had so far on this attack. And we haven't even seen rounds that really get into the nitty-gritty. It's stomps on the attempt of GamerLegion, and yet another round where they will be limited with the tools for the job. So Singular Galil, upgraded pistols and utility. It's not that front-facing Flamesy at the moment, over towards Connector with Apex. ZywOo not inside sight, but leaning back and still just safe enough to peel 2 players off of the execute. Make it a 3rd. ZywOo absolutely farming. A little too zoomed in as PR pops him back with that 1 rifle. It reveals itself, but it can't get picked up by Snax for now. He's gonna go looking for that ZywOo op instead. All the time in the world for Snax to be the hero.
No one up at CT. Smoke on his waistband. He can, almost certainly get a plant here if he's fast enough. Rops is going to be walking in.
Wallbang? No. Money made. 1 position known. Cash in your pockets, but there's that flank. Rops takes his sweet time, comes out from behind it, and that is going to be still majority alive for Vitality as they clean up quick.
That's going to be fully autopilot until GamerLegion can push them, and then they're going to have to start sweating. And it's not as if you can't win rounds versus Vitality. They're beatable in any given round. They show so much resilience when games get close, when games go to overtime. It's really closing the deal. That's the hardest part. But I don't even know if we're going to get to that point right now with GamerLegion. Record for least kills by a team in the first half in Arena Maps is 20. GamerLegion at 14 through 9. Ooh, and that endures through this round as well. No kills yet. PR will pop up with 1 now.
We've seen him try to exit through that Palace, but Hypex helping out could bode well. It's at least an equalizing kill to the 3v3. It's going to get Flamesy to reposition within A. Thing is, bomb was stopped on that ramp, so it's not even like the Palace players could really fly out.
Oh, they don't want to have to give this. Oh, yep. Hypex is turned around.
Great push, great hunt. Yeah. Shut down of the exit here by Hypex. Again, you remember that the bomb was inside of ramp. You know there's at least 1 player Palace. This is a comfortable 3v2 for Vitality.
Hypex also holding the flank from the B push as he dies.
Oh, yeah.
So now they all know it's going to be A. Even if the bomb's here on A ramp, they know there's not even a lurk, really. Going back to check just in case, but
Vitality are just so quick to respond, to piece things together. They continue to play the map. Apex back towards top middle.
I think they actually just haven't seen that bomb again on the ramp. They saw it earlier, but
Flamesy remains tucked in. Towson's exited. But Flamesy so clean with it. There's his 9th frag, 3rd of this round alone. And yet another duel for PR into this A site. But Flamesy's not really giving him much to work with. The utility supportive from the teammates comes flying over, and that draws PR's attention instead. He knows Flamesy's in there, waiting for a chance to strike, and it's all the distraction for Apex to hit the ramp again. These ramp flanks have been the end of GamerLegion's clutch attempts on this A site. Back-to-back rounds between Snax and now PR being shut out of it. And we have only 2 rounds left in this T side.
Yeah, it's brilliance, and it's ease, to be honest. flash tactics are good. It's not as if they're just dry swinging everything. Like, they are setting themselves up, and obviously, Flamesy's just reached new heights in 2026. Better than he's ever been.
It's really the last thing every team that's not Vitality wanted, is for them to get a consistent Flamesy to this whole new level.
Yeah, I said if there's even conversations where I'm getting compared to Donk in any way, I'm happy.
Swings out top middle, but it's Rops with contact. Nate, didn't bounce far enough. Rez lucky to be alive for this one. We'll see what his measly 8 points of health can get done. He's got teammates all around him here in middle, but also enemies. Vitality on the prowl within middle. Still stuck behind smokes for the time being, but here's a flash for them to try to get active. Flamesy's gonna catch a player on the bench. That's a 5v4, and on top of it, the 92 damage for Rez to have to stomach. Everything left for GamerLegion heads A.
And it's Snacks at the bottom of the connector. There's no one top mid, no one on cat pushing. So for the time being, this is the site they're going to be more worried about. They won't even have enough smokes for a full exact, so they might have to just walk out into this. And they get spotted.
And he's instant with it yet again.
Yeah.
Flamesy's headshots just keep on coming through. PR has been trying to break out in this T side, round after round, taking these attempts to the A site. Oh. He'll be shut out by ZywOo, who's got that support over Apex's shoulder, and then Rez, the guy who's lucky to be alive, is unlucky enough to have to try to clutch that. 8 health, never gonna happen. 10 rounds secured on the CT side of Vitality.
I thought it was pretty gracious by Maui to even say that they could get 7 so far. This is the biggest mismatch that we've seen on stage, and I can't even remember how long. And unfortunately, it's playing out as we expect. So we're gonna have to get a check-in before this game ends with that kill count. See if any record gets broken. Was it 20 kills?
I think it was 20 kills.
Okay.
They're at 17.
Yeah, I think they might break the record unless they have a big round here. Yeah.
I mean, PR's trying to stop that. Well-timed boost, catches Rez again down low. Nate catches Snacks, who's trying to be a part of this boost. Fire's gonna force their hand. There's still 2 players here. Everything Vitality does just dismantles this final attempt at a GamerLegion, and so it's another 3 versus 5. With no footing, no momentum, no hope at stopping Vitality from having their way with this first half. And so the bottom mid player still spotted out. PR will find open space towards the A site. Ooh, what a gift. Back turn to ZywOo, who's gonna hit him through the box. And that should be the 5-7 to close out. Rez running for the hills, last man left, and Vitality with a commandeering 11-round CT side. If you don't laugh, you'll cry.
What do you do? I don't know. Sorry. Caps last. He has it on the E. I have it on the E. I need to plant the bomb with E. And not 5. Where? Checking angles like an animal, I said. Good timing, huh? Side. Yeah. Unlucky, or? Wow. I'm holding on. Tight. Yeah. Close or the thing? Do it in official. I cannot hear you, hello! I'll check ups, okay? Okay. Smoke long and molly bottom. One, that close. Maybe. I'm only pit, wait.
They're so fast, I don't know.
Yes, we should run them.
They are in mid.
I never played wingman in my life. Watch out, ups. Ups.
Sit down.
I was crouched. Good bullshit. Whoa, nice. He's hiding somewhere. He's not even taking keyboard.
They heard us, I think.
Do. No, he's not turning pro left.
Oh, it's so easy.
Nice. How was the position, Cooler? Ah, bro. Full blind, bro. What did he flash? Side.
Why toxic?
What?
A singular round for GamerLegion in that first half of play, and it comes by way of Snacks with a 4K and a 1v1, but that's the only round Snacks even got kills in. Launders, if that doesn't paint a bleak picture of the half we just got out of GamerLegion, I don't know what does.
Yeah, so 4, 8, 12, 14, 15 kills across that half. We don't know what's going to happen. Nothing's promised at this point, but okay.
The record for least kills is now 17. GamerLegion have broken a record for the least kills in a half. That's right.
Give it up.
I told you guys would witness greatness. Just in the wrong direction. Red is gonna have something to say about that. That is the third multi-kill of this game so far for GamerLegion's camp. And now ZywOo and Mezzi are going to try to claw back this 2v4, but the Snacks clutch could still be a factor here. Him and Hypex coming in side by side to take a challenge towards ZywOo. And him and Mezzi are gonna be confident to just lock this in together themselves, right? High trade potential for both ends of this post plant. But ZywOo breaks away slightly, and so will Snacks, getting forward onto that bomb site. 8 HP dealt with. ZywOo's gonna put him to bed with the headshot, and a USP for Hypex that doesn't even get a chance to shoot back. 3 multi-kills for everybody on GamerLegion in an entire game of Mirage.
Insane.
Ouch.
Wouldn't happen probably versus any other team. Let's be fair and honest about this. But it did happen. Shout out to Rez for a very nice 2K right there. For what it's worth. Is this the last round of the game? Towson on the Mag 7. Oh.
ZywOo and Apex with the entries. Rez dead. Oh, Frops blinded. 5-7. Oh, gets caught on the ladder. And so another record, the least amount of kills in an arena game.
Towson's still alive.
Unless Towson 1v4 Mag 7. Breaking all the wrong records here in Fort Worth. Met by a smoke on top of that one. And if there were any questions about a Vitality that everybody said was looking a little shaky in the group stage coming off the hangover of the Rio win, well, it feels like those doubts have been put to rest. Not just defeating, but dismantling GamerLegion throughout this map of Mirage. Vitality have not skipped a beat. They have not had a single misstep. And so, GamerLegion falter, fall, and have no chance to recover that Mirage whatsoever. And unfortunately for them, the battle doesn't end here. It'll be Vitality's pick of Overpass up next.
Rops, that was quick.
Yeah.
You guys are cleaning up very rapidly here. It feels like after what was a tumultuous and tough group stage, you're back at your absolute best here.
We had those halves, but we threw the second half, so sometimes, so this time not.
Do you feel like confident as ever, and you're going to wrap this up pretty quickly here? Is this going to be a 2 and done, and is it going to be another 12-1?
I mean, we're confident, but we're not going to say that. Obviously, we're going to come in firing, but you know, they're a good team still. You know, we have to watch out. We're not going to underestimate them, so let's see how it goes.
Respect given. Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
12-1, 13-1. It didn't really matter, did it?
Dude, Vitality was out there doing awesome games done quick. They were out there raising money for charity.
This is where you really prove how good of an analyst you are, because...
Listen, of all the accolades that Vitality have, all the map streaks, the trophies in the cabinet, the top 4 finishes, now they're just going to go ahead and dumpster a team as far as let them get nothing on the server.
They're just making new records every single day.
Yeah.
The fact that that's the least kills that any team has had in a half of Arena CS2, that's so funny. That's just so funny. I think it's great.
I can hear the Linkin Park.
I think it's great.
I can hear the Linkin Park music now.
What do I stand to gain from watching a 13-5 of a similar quality? But instead, they up the ante with a new record being set.
You're just laughing at them.
You want to see
You're laughing
Do
at
you
them.
not want to be witness to history every single day, Shocks?
Yes, but maybe
now
they
we
should
are.
be celebrated.
They should be celebrated. Nothing to celebrate there other than that new record.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I just feel like this is the only way you can approach it, and I feel like that's also what GamerLegion will do. They were walking past here, going back. They're just like...
You thought we were done ducking. We got some more. Look, you could actually make a highlight reel of all the kills GamerLegion got in that game.
Let's go.
And it actually wouldn't last that long. We got
Okay.
Sorry,
all right.
I am done now. I am done now. Maybe.
Best moment in that
We do
one?
actually have it.
We do.
We do.
We have it.
Okay.
So
That's going to be wild.
The PR kills were good.
Yeah.
I remember a
Res
PR
on that pistol.
I remember that.
That was a good one.
Those were some good ones.
Yeah.
It's like it's yesterday.
I was
It's like
lied
it's
to.
yesterday.
Production thought it was too much.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
That's fine.
to do that. So, what does Vitality do so well? Yada, yada, yada.
Beat the shit out of you. Like, I don't really know.
Every single play was just discovered immediately. Okay, I think we do have one round, though.
Oh.
I think we do have one
my
round.
God, he's done it.
Okay, some context here. Okay, obviously, Snacks, one of the things I used to really rag on him for when he was on G2, repeat calls, okay? He loves a repeat call. So what did he do in this one? He won the first round at B, wants to go back to B. Vitality say, we know you, Snacks. We know what you like to do. We're not going to let you go B once again. And so Menezi stops it right in its tracks there at the mouth of the B apartments, and then everybody else just piles on, okay? That's really what I had to say, that Vitality, they had to make one adaptation in this game. They did just that, and they did it fantastically.
You're telling me Snacks regressed?
I'm seeing signs of that. But let's celebrate the journey, right?
Yeah, let's all be, thankful as analysts. We know, we cover a lot of games. We've been through a lot of Counter-Strike games, but when do we get to bear witness to one of the worst performances of all time? that is actually, look, we're going to look back on this when we have our grandkids and we got the photo. I'm like, there I was right there with GamerLegion.
Right there on the desk. Right there in Twitch chat.
Yes, I'm gonna stop the fun because I hate
right.
fun.
Yeah.
But I do want to talk just like a little.
Okay.
These players are thrust into that position. Are thrust. I mean, they've been working so hard for so many months, right, to get a shot at this. Not necessarily a shot at Vitality, but general to tier 1 competition, and that the buck stops here. It's. Of course, the numbers look a little funny or whatever, but it is also completely understandable, right?
Sometimes you just show up and you ain't got it, right? I mean, here's the thing, like, I could fully see GamerLegion bouncing back and having a better game on the next map, right? Even though it's
Can be worse.
Yeah, well, it could be actually. There's a 13-0 possibility. A new record could be set. No, anyway, no. What I will say is this: it's like obviously Vitality came in a heavy favorite. They played that hand. I think if we're trying to pick at any like cool story, at least Rops I think had a shaky start this tournament. He had a couple of games. He was even kind of talking some interviews about how he's having to adjust a new anograph update and things of that nature. He actually did play really well this game. Obviously, it's just nice to see him at least kind of wake up a little bit here on the stage and kind of get back to the Rops that we, know and love.
Without a doubt, I also just think that
if I want to zoom out to Vitality as a whole, I really like the way that they were mixing up their setups pretty regularly. It's another reason why it's just so difficult to play against them. If you're GamerLegion, you're trying to catch up to what happened last round. Vitality's already got that in the rearview mirror themselves. They're working on a new strategy. They have another setup. They have so many ways to disrupt. Like, you could not take middle if you're GamerLegion without losing 1 to 2, 3 players, sometimes all of your players actually, every single time, because even if you smoke window, smoke connector, they're just using all of their HEs to break all of that space, and there practically is no fog of war when it comes to Vitality playing Mirage. They knew everything that was happening almost every single round.
Why are you so far away, man? Do I smell?
That's my marker. What?
No way.
Yeah, it's a marker. Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Really?
We're listening to production.
Take it up to with production, not me, okay?
People can tell us at home. Like, does it look like... You're allowed to move in position, assuming that that isn't your position, but it's fine. Is this better?
This is it.
Okay, all right. Hey.
I can move to the far end of my
whoa.
position.
Sheesh.
There we go.
Okay, yeah.
Jeez, is there an argument to be made here for, you know, no? You didn't know what I was going to say.
For GamerLegion?
No.
Okay. No.
Is there an argument made here for that Navi actually had better practice earlier versus FaZe than Vitality? Like, it's almost like going into the finals without trying anything.
I guess you could actually spin it like that, that this gives, because this was so rudimentary for Vitality to take care of GamerLegion in this fashion, they might almost kind of have, it's like when we say the stage 1 buff at the major, where you played in the arena a little, or you played in that kind of setting already, and then you kind of come in a little bit cold. If the game is this easy for Vitality, sometimes you're just not in that competitive mindset in the way that a Navi that got pushed a little bit more would be.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of see the value in what you're saying there, but what I feel is like what we already saw in the group stage is that Apex is not going to let this team waver too much, right? Yeah. Even whenever they were having that comeback happen against them on Mirage on G2 when some pious was ripping them apart and they were looking like they were going to lose the game, eventually Apex is like, all right, guys, like, we are Vitality. Because here's the thing, as much as we track the records this team has and all the stats and all the trophies, so does Apex. Apex will sometimes tell you a stat that you didn't even know about his team. Because he's thinking that far ahead. Like, he's thinking about the legacy that he's going to leave behind. He knows already that he is on the best team in the world. He knows that they are very likely the greatest team of all time. He knows that, but he wants to prove to everyone else that there's no debate, that there's no longer a conversation to be had, and he wants to leave that gap behind that no one else is able to pass through. So you better believe that Apex wants everything.
Yeah, they are a bit nerdy about that, right? And rightfully so. We're talking about the legacy here, and also the fact that their play wasn't that clean in the play-ins. It hasn't been always in the group stages these last couple of weeks. They were always going to turn it up. What's our next match? We were going to have Overpass. But first, maybe GamerLegion should hop on Refrag, yeah? They should try it out. They should get their aim under control. They can play any of the game modes that they would like to play and get some practice in.
Without a doubt, I think that this is something that I could use a little bit more help with is Nader. This kind of mode actually allows you to learn tons of different lineups. I like the feature with Refrag also, where I think they have a system where you can also kind of coordinate where you want a nade to land based off of position, and if it's possible, it'll show you the lineup too. But of course, I mean, all of the preset lineups that are here, this is what we need, Dust. Like, I mean, like every time, man, I got to bring it up with us. We got to step up our game, Dust. We got to get our nade utility knowledge a little bit better, and Refrag would be the perfect tool for you and myself.
Well, you know what happened is
get some knowledge.
Listen, the Enograph update ruined all my lineups, right? But what a better way to get them back than by using Nader.
Look at that, you had Nader the whole time, man. You had Refrag the whole time. Get back in the server.
As someone who's been trying to get more reps in CS and just gets bullied out of the server because I don't know the lineups.
This is perfect.
I'm gonna hop on Refrag. They don't know what's coming.
You need your instas. Get your instas out.
Even if you suck at everything else, if you learn some nades, it'll help your team out a little bit.
Exactly. So I'm gonna hop on that. We're gonna take a quick break, but when we come back, we have a special guest to talk about Overpass. doing? We have an event to go to. No chickens were harmed in that. Oh, you guys even didn't see it in the arena, but no chickens were harmed. So just so you know, we've got Flop.
Flock is here. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Yeah. We ran out of things to say because it was that much of a stomp. Do you have any thoughts about Overpass, about GamerLegion?
No, I'm making dinner reservations. Like, no. They were like, you want to go on in between map 2? I was like, this is terrible. I was like, can I do a different game? They're like, map 2 of game 2. I was like, any other game?
What are your thoughts on Vitality, though? Do you think that they're the GOATs?
Yes. I mean, like...
Not Astralis? When did you give it up?
I gave it up a long time ago. I think the game is harder now, so at the end of the day, I always feel like what they're doing is more impressive. That doesn't invalidate Astralis.
So you think 2019 Liquid were plumbers?
I mean, no. No, but also it was 2 months, that was a good ride, and then that was it.
Do you think Mythic would have got more kills in that game than GamerLegion?
Cooper alone would have humbled Zywoo.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
That's facts. That's facts right there. Truck Lover would have had a highlight better than PRs.
Yeah, a highlight. Yeah.
One highlight. Yeah.
It can't go any worse. Analyst then, maybe? Maui, come on. But paint me a picture. Because we've been flaming GamerLegion. That's not right.
I mean, Snacks has always loved Overpass, okay? Back on the last time that he was playing with them, he loved the nade breaks, okay? He doesn't see a smoke that he can't go through because he has an HE lineup that's going to land right dead in the center of it so his troops can file on through.
I mean, this is a team that's won 12 of their last 13 Overpass, bro. Like, Vitality's not going to lose Overpass until we just saw there. It ain't even close.
I know we're trying to,
Yeah.
I'm trying to be the reality check here.
Come on, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. The greatest thing going on right now is you right now with all this.
Oh,
and you've been leveling up.
No, the beard.
You've been leveling up the whole event like I haven't noticed, although you did power down a little bit so you could elevate for tomorrow. I still
got some catching up to do, but I'm working my way there.
Yeah, you'll get there.
Yeah.
We're combining, actually. We got the flow and the beard. If we put our faces together, we can get you one day.
All right. See, this is exactly what happens when Vitality plays.
Listen, we were struggling to find real analysis to do, so that's why we had to come down here and talk to you, man.
Like I said, they were like, yeah, just stall for like a few minutes before the game. I was like, okay, so we're going to just talk about where I'm going for dinner.
What would you talk about to your stream right now?
I'd be talking about dinner. I'd be talking about...
Where are we going to dinner?
Magic the Gathering.
I'm not going to announce you like that.
I'm thinking Magic the Gathering. As you saw, we had to run some games last night. Moses is a rat, just so everybody knows.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's right there.
Yeah.
Is he really?
Tell him.
Oh my God, yeah, he's a rat.
Now, can we get 5 gifted? Can we get 5 gifted for Flom right now?
It'll be 20 seconds. I'll get 5 gifted.
There you go.
Wait, what is it? What's the crowd here like? Because I'm getting yay and I'm getting boos. What's going on?
What do you mean? With who?
To you.
To me? No, they all like me, right?
Yeah. Guys like Flom? Come on. What's been your favorite moment so far of the event being here?
Wait, one more time?
Your favorite personal moment co-streaming here at the event? What's it been?
Of course, what the hell?
I mean, honestly, the setup is pretty cool.
Okay.
I was like, I'm where? I'm like, right. No, it's been really fun. Like, I like the arena setup. I like how close I am to everything. It's fun too because you don't see everything on the cameras, and then I can just like look up and see what's going on, you know? So I'd say the actual setup itself has been the coolest moment, I guess.
Okay, cool. It was awesome. Thank you for your insight. We'll go let you get back to your chatters.
Thank you for having me.
And we're gonna head into Overpass.
You know what Apex and Flom have in common?
What, Launders?
Fuck up. And that's the energy in the arena that might give us some fun rounds. I think everybody's waiting for GamerLegion to show us something that we can get behind. I mean, we got the one round that stopped them from getting 13-0'd was a great 4K out of Snacks. There's only 4 kills on the map.
I think the best thing about GamerLegion is they eliminated Astralis. Isn't that right, Forward? Get back into it. Let's see if they have any hope, because honestly, yesterday versus Astralis, they showed us their ability to win the map, but that was, again, in a moment where we just kind of watched Astralis flail around, unfortunately. So, listen, map 1's not going to leave GamerLegion confident. Can they reset in between maps without a wealth of experience? You'd think not. Are they able to topple the best team? Well, again, you'd think not. But Wonders, this could still be
the best upset of all time.
So it gets greater by the round, to be honest. Everything that happens in favor of Vitality only makes the potential for an upset more amazing.
ZywOo gets his trade going.
And then B-Trams, we got to get an update on, least kills in
bomb.
a series on stage. Oh.
It finds Rez. I was going to say, if he dies here, loses bomb, it's going to force Vitality to move back up, but that is exactly what they're looking for. An additional kill, a second player off the A site, bomb freed up to move into B with man advantage, and Rob's instant with the Glock headshot onto PR. So Towson hiding in the mud for the moment, catches a player in a jump up. That isn't even enough to collect a kill, and so that one frag versus FaZe seems to be all GamerLegion will have to work with.
As that was bomb, so go ahead and plant. And it's overpass, which is great for Vitality overall, but you'd think because they start on T side that maybe GamerLegion can get a few rounds. We'll see about that even, man. Like, there's just nothing that Vitality can't do at this point. And if Snacks saves this, it will only increase the odds that they get the least kills in a stage match in a series ever.
God, I'm afraid to go down that road, but it does sort of feel the direction we're headed. If it wasn't for the Snacks 4K, that's a 13-0.
Yeah. Yep. And it was.
Made a grave error when you let ZywOo get his hands on Berettas. Stealing that off of the first kill for his long. He weaponizes it for an additional 2 kills, 3 frags in the pistol for ZywOo.
They really found the best 5 gamers, huh?
Sometimes they are doing those frag movies for people when they have like 1 or 2 frags, yeah?
That was me last game,
That's right. Someone's getting Linkin Park for sure.
Fast move into the B site meets no resistance either, so it's going to be an inevitable bomb plant. Towson burned away from getting his hands on anything, and Connector is still yet to be swung. Quick little boost up into the heavens, still pulling out all the tricks. You know, that's one of the cool things about Vitality in recent times. Even in games where they're not losing per se, they've still been pulling out like that triple boost on Anubis, the boost here on Overpass to catch the barrels pick.
Yeah, it's not straight disrespect.
No, and there's also this sort of willingness to just kind of pull out tricks that it feels like in the history of Counter-Strike, when you know, save strats for the major, that's kind of less and less with this team. Like, they're just pulling it out on an average weekday, just showing you that they're, you know, if that's what they're willing to show us in a group stage, what the hell do they have saved for Cologne?
That's a great question. I mean, and they want to be geared up and going in the right direction for that. I mean, the losses sting more, definitely, when you're winning that much. So, and I think Apex just knows because he's just been around forever. It's not even like his first time at the top. It's not his first time at the top in this capacity. And to do it in this position as an IGL and to understand that he's playing with ZywOo in the peak of his career, that the continuous peak that never seems to end ever. Just feels like they're in such good hands with a player like him that can turn around and be like, listen, this is going to end one day. I'm going to make sure it doesn't end for as long as possible. You guys are young. Yeah. You guys are young. You might just think, okay, well, we've done everything. What else is there? Keep finding new records to break. Keep finding new heights to reach.
Yep.
Because eventually it does stop.
It's really nice to have a player who has had to go into the depths of Counter-Strike and then come back and to, I think, have that mentality. You know, a guy like Flames, he's just had a generally upwards trajectory his whole career, and maybe it plateaued at times, and, you know, maybe a small tick back. But hey, as far as, you know, with the zoom out on a guy like Flamesy is, well, yeah, the life just keeps getting better. Apex has had those lows. Valuable insight. And a great quality for a captain. Robs is still refused to move. Come on, 3rd time's the charm.
There it is.
Go.
Oh, he's still up. One more. Hey!
It's the little win.
It took 4 grenades to kill Robs.
It's the little win.
And then they immediately get a trade.
All that effort.
4 HE grenades to kill 1 Vitality player who wasn't even really moving.
Sometimes it really does feel like that when you're playing Vitality.
I don't know if I've ever seen that before. And they still find the open site.
The bomb plant and the equalizing kill. Unfortunately, GamerLegion not keeping up to the Vitality rotate up towards A site.
Yeah. They had all kinds of problems on this map when they were playing against Astralis. Like, they're playing too passive on A. They weren't supporting Hypex when he was opping on CT side.
They didn't go for this? This is no kit.
I feel like they're just trying to get the kills and the exits.
But inside a bank, even exiting B is going to take forever.
Yeah,
so
true.
There's a real risk of this one economically for GamerLegion.
What they're going for, really.
They keep the pressure on the bomb site. Mezzi's just going to slay you as you'd expect, offering a smoke up. And at best, 2 players survive here for GamerLegion. So trying to keep the economy honest, the Vitality, I suppose. We'll see if that flushes anybody into Towson. Low HP? No, sir. He's also toppled.
You're also coming to take out like Mac 10s and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, you didn't get the kills in the last round, so a little bit weird.
1, 2.
Can't believe he survives the third one. That's just...
And 4. Hey. Can't say GamerLegion aren't determined.
That's right.
First gun round of map 2 for GamerLegion. Opt for Hypex as well. A lot of times yesterday we saw Hypex at times kind of floating around at the A site on his own. And just being given that space, it feels like Vitality will always come take it from you. So he's going to have to be on his absolute A game. But I think that goes without saying, honestly, when you're up versus Vitality.
Yeah, they kind of need a life game out of someone. Now again, you want to see Hypex set up for Pete. This is a great flash. It took a little bit too much time, but Hypex was behind this.
Good secondary layer.
Yeah, they've got the numbers high on this. Be careful, Hypex.
Spots one and wants to fight, but steps into Apex's Galil. And yes, okay, the rotation's already on site. Snax is trying to push out towards Optimus. PR right behind him. That's going to be 2 players confirmed inside of the A site. Will Rops evacuate towards B? No, sticks around, lingers. Zywoo looks to get active.
He's holding this off on the bank for the scale. That Molly lands on the front of the truck, so they can stand here.
There we go, small mistake. And so Rock's looking for a trade frag, finally puts an end to PR, but he's been dinked down to 11. So PR is going to be the MVP of this round. A double kill from inside of the site, helping out Snax, who was made awkward by the utility. And then even this dink to what should push Rops out of the round. I say should, because he goes sprinting back at it, but Snax is there to clean up. First gun round, GamerLegion collect.
Yeah, they're on the board. And there's a lot of pressure there from Vitality, and that's kind of like, that's going to be kind of the first tier of Vitality. They don't play it super aggressive. They don't go in for a rush. They're here in a default. They've got 2 Mac 10s to work with. They're finding their trades along the way. Apex is taking a risk because they want to get man advantage back. There's nothing crazy so far, but it is a test that gets passed here for GamerLegion. Vitality are going to take this next round a little bit more seriously. They've got the money to buy better guns than they had before.
Confident move by PR, but that'll cost him 40 health. He wants this duel. Oh, and even at that disadvantage off the util, he'll find 5v4. Snack goes for the wallbang, making Mezzi's position awkward. Worried about that top connector peek down. Nothing's there. Apex trying to give a chase here into the short play, and he's not going to let PR get away. So that kill does come back thanks to Apex.
It's a nice fast stuff, and that's actually another moment where they even have PR go out and do aggressive things. They don't have a way to get him back safely. That's not the first time that's happened. They really do lack the protocols in that regard.
Keeping players fully separated. 2 per bomb site. Vitality will have the numbers strong with the util to just overwhelm this B site. Towson whittled down to 60 as well. That's going to get the utility flowing from GamerLegion a little too early. 40 on the clock still. Vitality could decide to wait, but they'll throw nades of their own, try to go for the wide angle on short. And within that, Towson's popped. Snax trying to do it all on his own now. Desperate for that rotate to come down from the A site, but Hypex unable to hit his target with the 1 shot he's afforded out through heaven. Nade will land. Zywoo turned back now at a health disadvantage versus Rez. But he'll play it patient, tuck into the corner, and bomb goes down.
Interesting moment for Rez. I mean, he reveals his presence, so maybe that means he's going to be more careful about how he swings this. We'll see. So
Who tries to find timing. Rez worried about somebody up close. And he'll pick up the kill, and he does so without taking any damage. Suddenly the retake's on. Both CTs play with kits. There's a flash to try to disrupt something, but down in the mud remains Vitality. Apex just keeps it dry, hits the shot. Apex, he's the guy that's back in and around, and he's the last one to fall. We've got 2 rounds for GamerLegion. First 2 rounds won consecutively in the series for GamerLegion today.
Those are very hard shots for Hypex, and got to appreciate the patience here. The tactic to get the first kill, and even though they couldn't get DR home safely, it was still a very nice close to the round. Rez played that so well with the time left on that retake. Hypex uses nades perfectly to peek off everything. Excellent. They chew through that by, and looks like Vitality will still have another. Mongols against Vitality in Melbourne. Oh, okay. Damn, it's 70.
Still feels
Wait,
like
really?
a lot.
That seems like a lot. I mean, especially when we start at 20. Yeah.
Good luck, GamerLegion.
No laws when you're drinking claws.
It's funny to see this limitation already for Vitality. This 10-9 on Rops. That's fine, though. Flamesy's dead. That'll be a gun to pick up. Although he is just stuck down towards B site for the time being, so that'll remain on the ground. ZywOo tries to get the fallback. And Hypex sends a rifle in front of him. Snax decides to pick up responsibility with the smoke pluming. 45 seconds. Rops remains still on the other side of the map, so we've got 3 members of Vitality grouped behind this one. Rob starts to pull away, trying to keep this win streak going, GamerLegion. Oh, the wall bang. It does find Snax. He's able to survive it, and now he looks to strike with nades in hand from Apex. Perfectly timed by Snax, and he's going to try to push his luck, but Robs has got that cover. We hit 20 seconds. CT's in position.
Surely
the fight
not.
keeps on coming, and it's going to fall onto Hypex now.
It's time to run at this.
10 to the clock. 2 players in front of the bathrooms. Hypex shapes off one of the 3. 7 seconds, and it's all on Hypex now. Plays behind the dice for the number. And back-to-back instances of double-up kills out of Hypex.
That is a massive shot from Hypex. An amazing clutch. Time pressure. The approach from on top of default was the absolute best move. Hardest shot he could have had to hit, and he delivered it. Oh, he was so dead in this spot. Insane. Wow.
The individual play of the game so far comes at a critical moment. Down a map, trying to string rounds together finally, coming to terms with the reality that is Vitality stomping you on Mirage. You got nowhere else to be. It's only Flom with dinner reservations. Still, though, there's a threat. This looming ZywOo, AK-47 on the field to be set up by Flamesy's grenades. Rez happy to take the first duel, and it's Apex down. There's the confirmation on the players and the gun, right? Now that AK's at least been revealed, Snax wants to get active into the engagement, finding a double kill of his own, still trying to chew through the pistols. That's gonna draw the rifle down, and PR's assistance is excellent. Off pressure on top of Flamesy, and this is a much-needed majority alive moment here for GamerLegion. A CT side has been born. Gonna have to stoke the flames as it goes on.
What? He got that kill?
Okay.
Surely doesn't matter.
Snax is gonna respect that, though.
Yeah.
He's the kind of guy to give him credit.
That before.
Fine.
GamerLegion are in the lead. Paris rematch. Another Polish IGL.
Vitality don't have the lead for the first time in the series. Timeout.
Apex starts yelling at everybody.
Unacceptable.
I mean, Apex really did it to them because that was the last bit of their money they had. Then they invested again. They had Tech 9s and stuff.
It's a good buy, though, this time for Vitality, so it's not like things get all too easy for GamerLegion.
They got another buy out of it somehow. My goodness, 2 kills just like that. And that's the opt-down. They won't have to think about this. I mean, they've dropped the bomb back. They're still in a default. They weren't planning on having so much success so fast.
Just sort of came to them.
Just happened.
Blink and you miss it. Rez and Hypex both down in round 8. Vitality want that lead right back. These can be those concerning moments where GamerLegion just end up looking kind of a step behind, playing in the darkness, no map control, and really no leeway in a 3v5.
Yeah, like go ahead and take a risk here. Because, I mean, this is actually a situation where you don't have a lot of money, you have good guns, and you know, it's unlikely you outread a team who has 5 players and map control and stuff, but if you do go for a stack, which they are leaning towards B, and at least they can save if it's not coming here.
Oh, it's on it with the util.
That's 2 spotted. Okay. Doesn't get info on the 3rd, but that's enough to go A.
Yeah, great distraction. It lasts very long, and that buys ample time for Vitality to find footing inside of the opposite bomb site.
Gotta go save, yeah.
Yep, off to the save you go. This round very much ends with Rez and Hypex dying early on, and like you said, it just felt like GamerLegion and Vitality were kind of surprised with the way they just happened into those frags.
Yeah, they jumped up 4. It's kind of the furthest press that we've seen from GamerLegion with Hypex and with any other rifler that they've tried so far on A, and well, it looks like they immediately regret it.
Must be so daunting. It's like you finally have the confidence in this series to extend that far. It is instantly shut down in the opening 15 seconds. You lose the round because of it, and you're no longer in the lead. There's a quick dose of reality for you.
It does make sense. They have to keep trying new things. They aren't going to be able to win rounds sitting back on A, hoping that Hypex can pull up clutch op shots like that. Somehow, Vitality managed to have some kind of buy every single round, no matter what. I wouldn't totally abandon the idea of getting aggressive over on A. They know PR is comfortable pushing out a short. They know Hypex is hot right now. I mean, they could try to go for their long flank timings. I think they still want to be aggressive. The only time I'm really worried about them is when it just gets too crowded, when they're playing in front of bathrooms or playing on the dice box too early. But gotta like how they're using Rez. The shots that Hypex has bringing in, just set him up for more chances, because the farther he starts forward in the beginning, the more chances he has to fall back to good spots and shoot for free.
Yep. The only risk is when you die on that first challenge, like we saw last round. All the space that came with it. It's going to be another push off of the bomb site here for GamerLegion. It's Rez as the tip of the spear, so rifle in the front of Hypex, hiding in the bathrooms, waiting for that playground boost that doesn't seem to be coming forward just yet. We're looking at Connector instead. Snacks' responsibility. Chipped away at by the nade, and
they're gonna get
because they don't see the boost, right? It feels like Rez wants to go check it himself to see whether there's anybody there or if maybe it's just one player waiting. But if he steps forward, there's an op holding it.
Yeah, this is interesting because they don't have any blue control, but they're still staying here. Oh,
he's so good.
He just got the headshot, but domed him right back, and Snacks will get his.
Surprising. Mezzi turns his back around, worried.
It was a crazy risk for Snacks. He could have got swung from balloons.
Shots from Towson as he finds himself exposed out of barrels. It's going to be a scramble downstairs from the defense. PR, in the meantime, has to do this on his own.
I mean,
He's
they're
got
low.
Hypex sprinting down. He's got his op over top of the heaven ledge, but he has allowed this crossover that almost kills PR. Still, PR survives, 2 HP. Opper starting to miss some shots now, but it's Flamesy on 14 with the bomb, and with ZywOo behind him in 30 seconds to this clock.
You know they're worried about this op. The short player, I mean, the CTs have a good situation. Snacks will get this plant off without the peek.
Snacks holds back as the fire burns, looks to blindside the planter, but now it's the planter caught out by the Opper. ZywOo's gonna be distracted up in heaven, but then Snacks gives him the fight. Battle of the Op.
He hit him.
Hypex wins it.
Oh my goodness, he hit him.
65 damage, not enough. Hypex finds his impact this round again.
Another clutch.
Able to cover as PR was under pressure with low HP. A 3K here for Hypex as he finds double digits on overpass, and it is GamerLegion back to the lead.
After the way this started out too, I do appreciate when the risks are getting taken, when Snacks goes up at the top of stairs to peek down into it, even when they lose Balloon's control. Just because they know Mezzi's gonna try to scale, they're gonna try to approach the A site in a certain way. He understands that this is a necessary risk to take. But still, Vitality have a bye.
Towson dangerous, but he gets away with that.
Insane.
You don't really get away with moves like that versus a guy like Rops, but just off timing.
I like that. I think the smoke had him covered, but if he tried to push out on the left or whatever, obviously be spotted. But just hoping that Rops would already be in short or they had taken control of it.
It's good map control for Towson.
Man, does he think that they've cleared Monster entirely? I mean, he can watch this, obviously.
He hears it, surely, right? There's a couple fast steps there for Vitality. It feels like Towson's still considering the connector split at the same time, but it's 4 strong from Monster. Towson right here. They have to know this could have been pushed by this point. So Vitality don't carelessly step through it.
Oh, he spotted that.
Hypex not able to punish the jump from Flamesy, who goes into the duel and finds the bathroom frag, but it's all about Towson on the solo hold. And unfortunately for him, it's a singular kill, that's all. Vitality finds space here with a bomb in their possession. Snacks comes running down to try to stop it with Flames, and with an Opper up in heaven yet again. Hypex was critical from this position 1 round ago. But it's Snacks instead to take the duel, and Mezzi's gonna best him. 4 versus 2 advantage. Hypex could still be the hero yet again, but his supportive elements have gone down, so it's all him at 10 seconds.
To get that nade out, Rops is so low.
It's gonna bank onto the plant. Flamesy, 44 health. Opper trying to find a space to push. That's the Rops headshot collected. Hypex doing it all. Looking for his 14th frag alone, but this push off of the bomb site from Flamesy, it's a big one, and as he scours the field, Flamesy repositions down beneath, and that is gonna kill him.
Yeah, that's insane. What a move from Flamesy sneaking off of the site. Nice try from Hypex, but how much can he do by himself? 13-4, having one hell of a match. This was such a difficult round just to figure out how to read. I mean, Towson was there spotting. He doesn't get that first kill, and Rops ends up killing him in the end because he peeled back, and they still walk Monster. Then when they think, oh, it's like an entire Monster crawl, there's still a bathrooms lurker from Vitality, so they aren't forgetting about anything.
You know, we were critical at GamerLegion CT sides yesterday, but I felt like that round is an improvement. Like, we've seen a better improvement. The only problem is that their opponent is infinitely better than the Astralis game we had yesterday. Has a tough round to figure out. Hypex still tries to be the hero on an individual level. Damn near does it. Same push.
Same timing. As soon as Rops peels back. But it's to clear out short where there's nobody here.
And unfortunately, so little to work with here in the final couple rounds for GamerLegion. They'll come through the FAMAS scout buy this time. Unfortunate for Hypex, who's going to feel kind of neutered being down on the scout instead of the op.
Towson can't even really hold the line. He's got to hope that they walk out of short this time around. At least they're going for the lean.
Yeah, lets him go, and that's going to put contact into Rez's hands.
And Towson can now flank whenever he wants to.
A lot of bodies out there, though. It'll be hard for him to flank this Monster play. Molotov on short pipe just to make sure it doesn't happen.
He got that.
ZywOo's going to lock in on that FAMAS before it even fires back. And PR's 5-7 in the smokes is a looming threat that Vitality can just kind of pause here. Once you've hit the 5v3, you know there's some lighter guns on the field, just hit that pause button, answer back to the 5-7 spam, confirming your concern, knowing somebody was up close, ready to try to dive a bomb planter. And so Hypex lets them know the scout's on the field, but it's not gonna have anything to stop Vitality from finding a 6.
Getting those kills through the smoke. I mean, you know, you're watching ZywOo and you're like, oh, is he going to continue this spray all the way into the corner? And that speaks to the beast that he is right now in overpass. He knows exactly where you're going to try to hide. Nice to pick up a kill, which could be an upgrade for the last round, if he can even get away, but that seems unlikely now. And Hypex, the man of the hour, he just has a scout, unfortunately, will not be able to see an op next round, which is where he's shown us the best rounds from anyone so far.
Scout for your efforts, brother. Best of luck. Yeah, nice kill, but down he goes. Majority alive Vitality, 6-5 lead secured. And even though they had that economic pressure on them for a handful of these rounds, we've really not seen them all too limited.
Vitality are in the lead.
Not quite the same. Poly Market, Blast Premier's prediction market partner.
Last round of the half, 3 board eagles, and Towson on a UMP. Good luck with this. Oh, well, that's a good start. That's blue control, an upgrade to an AK. Still kept his util. This might be a crazy move out of Snacks. I mean, we last saw him inside of blue taking map control, and now he's readying a flank, and after this, 50 seconds or so, he can... There's no one that's really going to watch this. The A commitment's going to come in. Will ZywOo actually get shot in the back? Oh, he'll get spotted.
Haven't seen ZywOo caught off by a timing in some time.
And now Rops is kind of watching this, but he's not looking at bathrooms on the play.
Intermittently. Ooh, he comes back.
No way he turned around for that.
Of course he did. Perfect. After having had players cross
and
his path down towards B. 2 players that slipped Rops'
and he gets away. No. No
Hypex
way,
caught by
Rops
Rops the second time. He's just got all these timings down to perfection.
That's just disgusting.
9th frag collected here for Rops, and it's looking like Vitality's lead's not going anywhere. Towson's ump yet to get into the action. The PR Deagle met by a smoke. And that is going to be the crushing reality that starts to sink in. GamerLegion will know that they at least had their hands on this second map, much more so than they did on Mirage. No longer setting all the negative records, but unfortunately for them, it's still just a mountain of a challenge that lies ahead in the second half. Vitality's T-side recovers. It stayed omnipresent with buy after buy, and GamerLegion tried, but it still doesn't feel like enough.
You have to be on a team where all of your teammates can die and yet be good enough to turn that back around. I'll go for Makaze. Yeah, I don't think it's likely, but I don't think any of it's likely. No. I'm going 1%. Oh. It's not happening.
Even just getting an ace is tough. A 1v5.
Yeah.
A true 1v5.
Yeah.
Okay, percentage chance of it, I would probably say 5%. 7.
Yeah.
Barely. It happens like 1 out of every 20 games.
Rops is the most prolific Zeuser I know.
I'm thinking about who else could do it. Snacks is here.
But then why would Snacks be Zeusing in playoffs when it's all on the line?
Because they're getting 13-0'd and he wants to have a good time. I am going low though. I'm thinking 22% for me.
Earlier in CS2, we were seeing them a ton. The range on it was really long. And will people even try? I'm just not seeing it as much nowadays. I'm probably more so leading to maybe 10% personally.
pistol's like 50-50. Even for the best teams in the world, when they're at the top, it's like sub 60% win rate.
So we're saying not happening.
Yeah.
I mean, I would give it like a 7.6%.
I think those are generous odds.
Generous odds, 7.6%, not happening. We don't think it's happening.
To bank on this one properly, you'd have to pick the teams that's getting eliminated in the group stage.
This is FaZe. To me, this is FaZe written all over it. I would say still the chance that it happens is sub 10%. In fact, I might even go lower. I'd go like 3%, 4%.
So you think this is actually more rare than a 1v5 clutch then?
Yes, I actually do.
Molodoy has had some struggles in playoffs recently.
Zai was more of a hybrid. He was fine with the rifle. He went up every round. Actually, the more I think about this, Vitality, they're 2-0ing, less maps, less orbs. I'm just going to go 70% Molodoy.
The thing is, like, Zhu still has that hybrid nature about him where Molodoy does just want to op as much as possible.
Exactly. One thing that's working also against Zaiwu here is that they might win so many games so quickly, doesn't even have to bust out the op. Like, why couldn't he just rifle his way through a match versus Foot in the corner?
If I were to like put a number on it, I would be like 60-40 in favor of Molodoy, getting more op kills.
So now to create our own predictions, we have seen how desperate Apex is to get an EVP award from HLTV. So this might be his best chance yet, on top of the fact that he's showing great individual form.
Apex is so good in grand finals. That's the one that always gets me.
I would put the percentage of him getting an EVP from HLTV around 25% at this event.
GamerLegion make the playoffs. They need to beat Furia, or they need to beat loser of FaZe, NAVI.
No, it's very reasonable. It's like a 52-48 kind of situation.
I'm going 40 for playoffs.
Lock it in. 40% for GamerLegion. We never doubted you, GamerLegion.
Couple of op highlights out of Hypex here and there, sprinkled into a game that has otherwise been just a bit of a beating out of Vitality. Temperature check. Dickies Arena, there's still GamerLegion believers in the house.
There's actually a lot. There's a healthy amount. Everyone's here to see the upset.
It would be the upset of the year.
They got the life game, though. They do have Hypex having a life game. Probably his best map so far of the event. He's doing it versus Vitality. I mean, now we're on T side, so it's not going to be easy. Kill tracker. GamerLegion currently have 58 kills. The number they're looking for to beat for least amount of kills in Arena Series is 70. Looks like they're going to be able to pass that with the help of Hypex.
We'll see.
12 to go.
Keep them counting. Messi sees a whole lot. Frag grenade finds Rez. A second nade perfectly placed. I mean, that is a massacre.
Oh, come on.
Well, 12 kills is what GamerLegion need if they want to avoid the series record.
You don't even have to look them in the eyes.
Never do, Mo.
Sorry, guys.
Perfect grenades. That kind of sucks the life out of the room. GamerLegion gonna have to do this without a pistol. That second frag, you know, it's like the first one only Rez hit, and then everybody was kind of ready to swarm, but the second frag
Smoke
grenade
headshot,
hit
smoke
the pack.
headshot, smoke wallbang, one headshot. I mean. He's losing his mind. How do GamerLegion feel right?
I think he lost his mind a long time ago. Thing with Apex is he's hurt a lot worse. This guy's coming off beating Furia in Brazil.
Yeah, true.
If we're gonna do an FU Apex, you guys can do a little better than that, no?
Okay, looking like 0 kills in this round as well, which is kind of insane. Two rounds in a row, 0 kills. Oh, that's healthy.
That's better.
Now do Flom for absolutely no reason.
There's enough reasons. Guns come out, GamerLegion. Your pistol was absolutely flat. The follow-up had no investment. It is now or it's Grand Finals Vitality.
Again. Hey.
Smokes now, Mo. It's just the writing's on the wall.
It's
so it
perfect
seemed.
every single day.
Snacks will recover for the mistake towards bathrooms with a kill on FaZe through smoke. 5v4 advantage GamerLegion.
They do come walking through that door. ZywOo does not have support here on his M4.
None at all. This is all ZywOo for the moment.
Damn.
Nice double kill from him. That's enough. We're going to get a scramble out of the bank. And that is still just enough time for Rops to get out, and an open path. Catches the bomb carrier awkwardly. Apex is able to sideline PR, and that is Vitality stepping up to a gunfight confidently. All they have to work with, really, that spam on FaZe towards the B site, and what felt like an inevitable trade on ZywOo after he still manages to double. Snacks with the clutch efforts have been valiant. Oh, and he turns it onto Apex, but there's that Mezzy wide peek, and Vitality. 10 rounds secured.
Gonna say, cue up that Snacks 4K once again. That's all the kills in the half so far for GamerLegion. This really is just the 9th layer of hell. You've got the CT side of Overpass. You've got the best team of all time here. You got 3 rounds to get the game closed. You already ended with the record for lowest amount of kills in that previous map. I mean, there is just nothing in your body that's being like, okay, we're actually gonna be able to win this. Or Deagles here for GamerLegion.
Deagle rings out with damage, but just confirms there's not a lot to work with here for GamerLegion. Still, PR's headshot on Apex. Ooh, it's got Vitality. Shaken slightly off that one. Mezzy locks into the monster wall. He'll find the recovery kill on PR. Towson's got a Deagle as well, right? They are all out there on the field for GamerLegion. Smoke into the short side. Oh! Snacks will collect.
That was stylish.
3 Deagle headshots from 3 separate pieces of the GamerLegion. Yet still,
and here's a timing god.
A couple of boss fights still left to get through in Rops and ZywOo being, and the perfect timing. Rops catching the back of your leg. He knows there's a pack moving towards the site. He won't waste the moment. Snacks is down. 2 more at the front of the back. Oh, Rez has got his. 4 players with a Desert Eagle headshot across the board. It is only Hypex who hasn't collected his. And as he plays over towards long, he may be tagged in for the clutch.
He's only got a Glock.
ZywOo taps Towson ever lower. 3 HP now, all that remains for this one.
It's crazy because he kind of knows exactly how they're playing it.
Yep, he's piecing it together. They're playing it a little bit scared. You'd understand why. He's trying to clear out Dicebox first. It's a little bit labored. Rifle down to 11 bullets. Molotov on top of the bomb. And Hypex can't finish the kill. ZywOo swaps back over, but it's really that burning bomb that's problematic, and his single HP won't be enough. Quad Deagle headshots into a post-plant close. GamerLegion's T-side has hope.
Maybe the Glock did help in the end. ZywOo doesn't get away with that. And GamerLegion are on the board. A very unlikely round for them to win. They didn't have any utility whatsoever for Deagles. That's raw firepower. Damn. Every kill was insane.
You know, sometimes it's aim like that that reminds us why GamerLegion can get here, why they can separate themselves from the other up-and-comers and that pack. It's, you know, just all the other elements of Counter-Strike that Vitality bests them in. His name is Extaz. Slightly limited here with MP9s on the field for Vitality.
Percent chance, 99% fake. And again, it doesn't sway Vitality from pulling out a buy.
Flash makes it awkward, but at least the smoke is right there to hide behind, and there's teammates to support the play.
Wow, they've actually scared him away. Perfect utility. Just to get Flamesy out of dodge.
Nice team play to just make sure you don't lose man advantage.
Good first kill for what it's worth, but that's also an upgrade here for Vitality.
Impossible for GamerLegion to control that AK, so it will be found. MP9 swapped out in Apex's hands. ZywOo given a tease.
Damn, and then he can reroute exactly to where they're watching him, but Towson still wins that duel. Extra aggro from Towson.
Dink right around the corner makes it awkward for ZywOo. We've got one set of eyes holding for that potential connector push. The AK slips up into the Molotov pool. Apex is, he's got to offer up more damage, and that's going to allow them to know exactly where he is as well. So GamerLegion slice right through this force back from Vitality. They thought they could make this happen with majority MP9s, but instead GamerLegion's T side with an even further opening.
Clear out the bank, they're walking by him. Okay, they see Mezzy now, he goes down.
This is big.
A board white here, beautiful stuff out of GamerLegion. It's well handled.
Finally forced to save our Vitality in this next round as well. It's a clean shot from Towson, the tap for the damage, make it awkward for ZywOo to clean up. For a second, I was scared that Apex was going to find something from that deep corner, but...
Yeah, you could see that, like, ZywOo had entertained the thought that he was going to reroute the balloons, but didn't believe that he would actually peak that quickly. 71 kills this series, so they will not be breaking the record. They'll take the win over the record, I'm sure.
Congratulations, the Mongols. Your record remains.
It's a big stack.
Easy for Rez. Came into this round with 5 kills to his name. Gets to feast on some easy close as Snacks will find that triple as well. This is now a 2-round game. Sure, T-side of Overpass, you were absolutely slammed back on Mirage, but GamerLegion are within touching distance of this Vitality now.
Snacks up to 18 frags off these ecos. Apex did everything in his power to get the rounds for GamerLegion in that first half.
Challenge into short, fast move from GamerLegion, putting Hypex to the tip of the spear.
And it's normally an up. You can, you know, maybe the ticket from ZywOo actually, so it's a free one. Not something you want to spend too much money on, T-side overpass.
Meanwhile, Apex perched, looking for movement outside connector. They're all keeping their heads tucked for the time being. It's been real quiet this round.
Totally normal positions here over in B. Just gonna flash clear, not see anything. If he peeks on the inside of bathrooms, obviously, Rez is here watching. Man, again, timing, God strikes again, somehow gets out of there. And back to this shadow advantage position.
Now it's smoke in front at 40 seconds. Fire burns inside of the bathrooms, and Rob's
They walk it.
Play on top of the bench, waiting for the
GamerLegion like walking through him.
Good spam. Rob's down to 40 HP. Still sitting on the perch, though. He will find that bomb plant. Denied for now as it gets scooped back up in ZywOo.
Well, it's a weird smoke.
Yeah, it is. Again, this same pocket, right? We almost saw Apex get away with a moment like this from the same play. Flamesy's going to draw attention over towards the dumpster. Good single kill from him. ZywOo's yet to strike. It's covered. VR got the double. Rez has got the response. 7 seconds, and he's going to have to grab that bomb from the other side.
Oh, he's killed the clock.
But he's going to miss the time. He's got to go for the frag. ZywOo can't run. No, he does. Wraps back around heaven, dodges the threat, and forces an 11th on the scoreboard.
That's ridiculous. ZywOo even hung out a little bit. I know he knew about the clock, but still stood there just to stall him out and then got away perfectly. There was no counterplay available. Had to hit him inside that smoke. Couldn't find the damage, and it's an 11th for Vitality. Last time out's getting called here for GamerLegion, but it is actually a close game. And the ops coming back out for Hypex. And that was also a close round. I wonder if they're going to try to gamble on some kind of fast beat. And we know that they've thrown that out, but it was early on in the half. It obviously didn't work out that well. Kind of liking their slow plays right now towards the A site. That's all you need to do.
Playing with his food. Hell of an effort from PR with that multi-kill in the middle of all the chaos. It's a high-pressure situation unfolding on the bomb site in a matter of seconds, and PR is the guy that tried to step up to make a difference. Close but no cigar. Man, they forego everything, right? But this is with that double bathroom setup out of Vitality.
It really screw up Vitality's money, though, if they pulled this out. They've got a better buy than they do. One kit on Apex.
Down here towards this B site, clearly GamerLegion's intended target. Rops never took a look down into connector either. Just kind of positions in bathrooms for now.
We don't have an op on ZywOo. It's a grand chance here for GamerLegion.
Apex gets a whiff of it.
Headshot.
That's good damage for what it's worth. Double nade, nobody home. Flamesy in the mud, MP9 in hand, a Barrows player to try to support him. And here comes that commitment. GamerLegion in thick. Short side stays off for now. Fire at their feet. That's going to chip away at Towson. ZywOo's on the scene. Kills go GamerLegion's way for now. Mezzi strikes off of the barrels, and that's for sure going to draw attention. And over towards short, we've got another fight. Snacks picks that one up. Man advantage GamerLegion despite the lower health on a few. ZywOo still yet to get into this engagement.
Yeah, it's the key moment. Can they establish? Got to get the bomb planted. Clock is starting to bleed down.
Molotov Hypex, smoke grenade ZywOo. Kid on Apex needs to be picked up, and it has been now. Mezzi retrieves it. And as this cover on the walk-up is temporary, that SMG is thinking about going for the dive, but now it's in the 1v3. All the more awkward here for Mezzi. GamerLegion get what they want. A post plant on the bomb site. And with a reload off the MP9, they'll jump him. Majority alive. Hey. GamerLegion trail by 2. And that was an all-in moment. They had nothing to play for but the B bomb site, and they make it happen.
Those are legitimate entries right there. That looks super solid from GamerLegion. They ate a lot of the counter flashes, but to be honest, Vitality were a little low on money to put that full defense together. They'd had an MP9 that Mezzi switched out to. He probably just grabbed the gun and hoped it was an M4. Had a few bullets left over. Oh, an excellent shot from Rez. And this actually queues up a chance to get it to double digits. Like, there is no buy right now for Vitality.
You know, Snacks was the unsuspecting hero yesterday versus the Astralis. He is now the top performer on this critical map for GamerLegion's tournament life. He bests Rops in a lurk play 1 round ago and earns them this anti-eco. USPs try to push the issue into the short side, and it's first blood GamerLegion, as you'd expect, with a measly buy like this.
That's all the utility they had.
You missed your one chance to really catch GamerLegion off guard. Nothing to blind them from here on out. A 1-round game. The T-side performance here from GamerLegion. Unexpected, to say the least, when they lost the pistol in the second half, and that was fully converted by Vitality for a 3-0 CT side start. We'd think this one was done. Instead, 5 of the last 6 rounds now racked up by GamerLegion's offense.
And again, we had that save 1v1 from ZywOo. He still won't have enough money for an op. Didn't have one last round either. That's a distinct advantage going over to GamerLegion. And even though it was the B attack that they hadn't done in a while, it wasn't one straight out of spawn. There was some thought behind it. They made sure to try to soften up the wood wall with their double HEs. They worked the map accordingly. So they're really playing, they're believing in themselves. It's not too scrimmy right now. It's a lot better than even the CS we got for them yesterday versus Astralis.
And I'd say even beyond that, even once they got into the B-bomb site, they hit the pause button perfectly in the 3 versus 2. Catch the duel versus ZywOo, win it out from there. So that entire round, like you were saying from GamerLegion, the initial setup and the mid-round moment, all clean CS. Now you've got these guns back in Vitality's hands. Demons in overtime, Vitality themselves. Three chances to, at the very least, secure OT. ZywOo takes a quick glance over top of Connector, and Rez doesn't see it.
If they kill time inside of blue right here, we got to look at that Rob's timing as well. ZywOo will see this, but he'll die. Flamesy comes back with a kill, but this will actually speed up Rob's, surely.
He could still be the hero of this round. It's being held. Oh, he hit the beacon. Hypex survived it. Another critical high-octane duel for Hypex that he picks up. Man advantage, GamerLegion. Tie is on the line here.
And they're watching for this, but they're peeling back the wrong direction.
Apex with the jump spot.
We saw something.
That's what he needed. A glimpse of any kind of presence.
He calls everyone back. They're going to want to move fast now. GamerLegion.
Frag grenade on Flamesy. Apex has gone unnoticed. Snacks is going to find the kill. Apex is going to need more than just that one. It's another headshot. Got that headshot down. We've got a tied game, folks. An 11th for GamerLegion off this T side. And another moment where Hypex, we thought that flank from Robs could have been killer for GamerLegion's mid walk-up.
Yeah, he sped it up, but they didn't get tunnel vision. That was really nice.
Survives this dink.
Excellent shooting again. Now they really threaten overtime. Half investment will come because actually Vitality have lost considerable amount of rounds now. So it's a bit better than just USBs, but not by much.
Try to get tricky with the jumping MP9.
Oh, he's gonna jump again.
You'd think not. Surely not. Could try to change up the boost, but looks like that'll get predicted. Hypex missed chance to strike one down.
Gotta be careful, man. It's overpass.
Third time's the charm.
Oh, you're joking. 3 different looks.
Yes, sir.
Eventually it works. They don't op him out of the sky.
Oof, dangerous to play that game. You know the Opera was already waiting for something like that. Just reconfirms.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And then rinse and repeat.
Confirms that it's fully clear, but that's going to open the door for Robs to get a move on. Finds contacting Connector. Townsend down to 30.
Nice spray.
Finds the headshot.
Hard one to track, right through that wall.
It's going to bring it back even. You've still got Mezzy low HP. You've still got Apex's MP9. 35 to this clock. And GamerLegion, we've seen them hit the pause button, take their time, and come out on top. But will they leave it down to the wire lethally? Snacks clears out Flamesy. That low health of Mezzy still problematic. He's going to be the next contact. 5-7 drops with nothing to show for it. Here's Apex's SMG. Double kill suddenly. GamerLegion.
GamerLegion are in the lead. That is OT secured. Incredible they make this comeback on T side. After the worst performance we've seen on stage in a map, they bounce back versus the best team in the world on overpass. T side to lock in overtime.
That was a Vitality playing for overtime, though. Back with the pistols and now in with the guns. And for some time, we've been watching ZywOo play with an M4 out towards bathrooms, losing duels to Rez, etc. on the party play. This time, AWP for the final round of regulation. This is where ZywOo's had his best impact on the op. And it's going to be the final hurdle for GamerLegion to close this out in the 24th round. Those boosts, such a nuisance. 1 round to go, and Apex tries to keep vision, this time passively up from heaven. Utility over the top. GamerLegion know what they want, and that is a win here on this B site right now. Flamesy has cover temporarily. Apex with another multi-frag, and he's gonna let that magazine dump. Flamesy's got his. 12 health still to try to play. Last 2 players for GamerLegion. Pinned in down behind the pillar. ZywOo's got it over the lip of the ledge.
Must be
Hypex one more time. Doesn't have his op. Needs to suss this out.
He can separate them.
Down beneath. Vitality in round 24, hang on to that B-bomb site critically.
And now it gets really scary because obviously Vitality in overtime. They don't lose here. They get pushed to overtime sometimes, but they don't lose here.
Apex really bolstering this defense in a couple of these rounds, being bigger than he is. Taking those fights and this time setting up his teammate to perfection.
That was actually another very nice looking exec from the team. Getting that first kill, Mezzi at the barrels. Flashes were working perfectly, mollies were zoning.
10-1 in the last 11 overtimes, just to paint the picture here. GamerLegion are gonna know damn well that the challenge is afoot. Hypex back in for an entry, back on an op as well.
He always tests this look. He hasn't really seen anybody walk into his scope.
Vitality do a good job of dodging that regularly. Will this round be different? Simultaneous multi-push out towards long side. PR is going to look to take his chance in through Monster. Mezzi's played this spot before. PR ready for it. Flamesy's going to reveal himself. And if he tries to ever leave, this op is trained on his angle.
A little bit of, oh, the flash is perfect, and Rops is actually an aggressive line. This is a perfect setup versus the long play. Are they going to lose focus?
He's waiting. He's still back there. Rops in the corner with multiple players to walk through. He finds the first one clean.
And the op's on the line. What are they going to do?
You're going to have to fall back and hope that third piece joins you from the B side, trying to keep this pressure on Rops. He'll ride with it. Who do you think you are to push Rops out of the long corner? Not this round, GamerLegion. Vitality with a lead off of the back of this one. A triple from Rops on long, set up with the trade frags back on Monster. GamerLegion tried to test the waters on both sides of the map, and it dries up on each end.
I am so impressed, again, by another good look here from GamerLegion to start off. It's just obviously the power of a player like Rops to deny all of this, and the setup as well for Vitality to counter this play towards long. But Flamesy taking his frag, not getting tunnel visioned, just keeping an eye on short, the flash to support him when they trade PR and to get him out of there. There are a lot of things in place to make sure they didn't just get caught off guard by one guy on the other side of the map. Blink and you miss it, Vitality are back in the lead. They just have such a wealth of ideas. Oh.
Revenge.
That'll sting, yeah.
Mezzi not hiding from the fight, but rather taking it on his terms. Will thrust Vitality back to another man advantage in OT. I mean, the rumblings inside of this B site, very obvious. So GamerLegion tried to isolate those positions with nades. Flashbang makes it awkward as well. Suddenly you've given up a lot of those opening spots you wanted, and you're just stuck down in the dirt. Oh, Perez has got a double. Awesome jumps on that. So much movement within the B site. It feels like GamerLegion sensed what they wanted. But look at the damage that's been done here. Is this retake on?
Oh, no one on default.
Nade comes up short, any kind of a monster peek. Oh, but the misclick here from Zywoo as he unscopes. His nade can't finish it either because Hypex is the one that had full HP.
They don't believe he's walking up on this so quickly.
Past tense, now also walking wounded. This 5-7 ready to clear. It'll find the first on res. Hypex down in the same position. Smoke goes over top. This is going to open the door for Rops to cross into the site. Graffiti peek holds him back. Snacks got it in the bag. And tied game again from GamerLegion.
I love that from Snacks, taking that fight, even though it looks like if he dies, it's a weird 1v1. He was not in a great spot to come in if his teammate died. Excellent to draw attention away, a response for GamerLegion, and a 4v5-1 at that. They got some beast entry fraggers.
Fight. Gonna fight fire with Flamesy. Throw him into the duel, pop open connector. You've got a player tucked in Rops as well. He'll try to time timing. Oh, Tyson able to react. It's the view model that blocks that corner when you first pop up, and still he's able to react to the shot. Beautiful recovery. Oh, orange in this one. from GamerLegion. Snacks is off Mezzi out of this with the counter pick down through Monster. Sick double op turnaround, and Snacks now sits 26-17 on the elimination map that GamerLegion shouldn't have had a chance in.
Oh, this becomes entirely real now. 1 round TT overtime. Is that going to be enough? Hats off to Snacks for this performance. After the round that Robs just had towards Long, not getting that kill on the first peak.
Yes, sir.
And Towson getting his 10th frag in this map.
Heavy hands from Snacks and PR has shown us in playoffs already his ability to recover within halves. Add this one to the tally. Rests positive and rests on top his teammate here with Vision. Blocked temporarily by that smoke. They're gonna open it up, try to catch contact, but Mezzi plays it passively for now. Ooh, eats the flash. That's gonna confirm the presence. You've got this Rez versus Mezzi fight queued up. Yeah, and Rez is gonna find the headshot. Now he wants to get out of here, but that's not a luxury afforded over. Rops is gonna maintain the pressure bottom door.
That's that flash from Apex. It's perfect. Bomb in a position where they're gonna actually have to collect this. Regardless, it doesn't seem like they've picked the site just yet. Touch of damage on Towson.
They play the field at the start of this round. They find that duel back and forth towards Khan. Now it's about grouping up, but to do so with what Max 2 smokes, that last Molotov thrown, a singular flash as well for Zywoo. It's gonna come down to the monster duel for Towson. He eats that flashbang, but it does come back the other way. It's gonna at least slow it down momentarily. And then that shadow advantage for PR. They draw up the gunfire. Apex and Snacks trading back and forth. And it's 2v2 once more. Short peek comes through. Bomb on the other side of that pillar, trying to keep his head tucked down, but Snacks into the sniper, out from heaven. Hypex yet again with impact.
And now it has to be a clutch. The bomb, can it get planted?
Yeah, Snacks is gonna try to go for the spray, but it's off the mark. Now Flamesy's on for it. 1v2, offers his first target!
Oh, it stays saved by Flamesy.
Absolutely jumps on the duels the moment his hand's no longer busy.
They got a little too excited. Snacks thought he had a line on that bomb plant. It wasn't flat against the wall.
You can't make mistakes against Vitality.
Yeah, and then Hypex, I think, dropped one shot from heaven. Oh my goodness.
The finest margins.
Great transfer, oh my goodness. Just to keep him honest, an insane clutch goes back the other direction. GamerLegion try not to overreact, game's not finished. Let's see if that's affected their mental. Great chance to use a timeout. Rez delivered that first kill last round. They put him
moves.
Tip of the spear.
We talked about as this game's gone on, GamerLegion have pressed their luck further and further, but this time it's gonna get punished.
Yeah, that's their own, they blew that smoke open themselves.
And Mezzi's gotten further through connector this time around. We saw him dueling down towards the ladder. Instead, it's an instant kill from him. So Rez and Snack with nothing to say in round 5 of overtime. And now in a 3v5, it feels like somebody's got to put the squeeze back on Vitality, so a great time kill for PR. And Hypex on the brink of getting a chance to equalize 3v3, but it doesn't walk out.
They purposely avoided him, and now Towson from the bottom of the board needs a heroic effort here.
Oh, it's close.
On the pillar, great
Nice.
first kill.
Clean one, and as he jumps back down, dodges that threat out from the monster. That's 2 of the 3 confirmed. Big commitment from Vitality, and they've got a huge numbers advantage. Towson's got to go above and beyond. And as Robs comes down to clear him, the trade potential's there, but it's not even needed for Vitality.
The smokes come in. It's a double retake here from the stairs. They're going to hear people jumping. It might be both confirmed.
Hypex's op's been hot.
They can push this up into heaven if they wanted to. They know they're both here.
Flames to the back of Pillar, but it doesn't quite
do anything.
flush, and so ZywOo peeks into that duel. Doesn't find it yet. Hypex trying to play both sides. Where does the fight come from? He can't figure this out just yet. Tries to play the timing. Double off retake.
Crazy.
PR switching over at 100 HP. And the CT supply smoke to the bomb site. ZywOo's gonna pounce within that moment, and PR's meant to be doomed, but he will still take a swing at this with that M4. And so as he taps the bomb in an act of desperation, it's Mezzi's denial, Vitality with 1 round to close.
Yeah, you can feel the pressure now from the 1-on-2 to this round. A couple of mistakes being made. PR with an excellent trade back after that opener that ZywOo grabbed, punishing this broken smoke. And it looks like Snacks can finally be bested in a 1-on-1 duel to give Vitality an incredibly hard time. And this is where we're reminded you can get close.
Many have.
The records in the wins. 10-1 in overtime are Vitality. Finishing the job seems close to impossible.
Trying to jump through Rocks with the trade on Towson. At his score line, I think he'll just at least have gotten his 1. A wild opening duel for Vitality, and then they fall silent.
You look at the scoreline with any other team and you think, well, they already got their 2 CT rounds, but
Rob's trying to jump into the site, and Mezzi's got the entry to really get this going. It's numbers strong Vitality. Rez, single kill. Heaven, all that remains of that B defense, and Snacks with Hail Mary utility to just try to slow it down. But look at the hell. He's going through it, because it's Snacks with a hell of an effort, but unfortunately this one dries up. Vitality are legends. They bend, but they're not meant to break. And Hypex will put that to the test as forced to reposition with that fresh smoke in front of him. This feels like time is against him.
This would be the most incredible feat yet for Hypex, but no reason not to try it.
Overtime is where Vitality make their money.
There's kits on the site, no utility, up and play, life on the line.
Grab that kit by Pillar, maybe, but with this huge reposition out of Mezzi, there's at least free space, but now Hypex, the sprint has got to occur. You've got to go. Time is of the essence, and he's already let it slide. Final chance, and ZywOo's all too ready. Vitality prove again why they are the best. And an uncharacteristic challenge from GamerLegion after a flat first map and an underwhelming first half. T-side comeback. Who could have seen it coming? But a little too short in the end.
I think it's very rare in esports when you can book yourself into a grand final and seem a bit, I guess, frustrated and pissed off about the performance. It's not very Vitality what we've just seen there, despite the fact that you were victorious, Apex.
What was the score of the first map? Thank you.
Good point.
Thank you. No, I mean, we know we came to this tournament without much practice, like 0 practice. We prefer to rest. And obviously, there are some moments we're shaky, and that was the case on Overpass City side. But what this team is all about is the composure, staying composed in hard moments. They were 12-11, we come back and we win in overtime, so that's what matters for us, is focusing on that.
Were you quite impressed with your opponents here? Did they give more than you expected them to?
No, I think they're a great team. They've been improving a lot lately. But yeah, even without practice, we beat them. So overall, I think they're improving, but we're still better, to be honest. So yeah, I think it was a great game to play. I enjoyed at least that overpass because, yeah, Mirage was a bit too quick.
All right, so you go into another Blast Grand Final back-to-back, once again against NAVI. You have their number as of recent form, but they are desperate to beat you. How are you feeling going into this one?
Well, as I said before, I think we might maybe struggle a bit more. We haven't practiced that much, but we're here to win the trophy. We're here for nothing else. So it's going to be a great one for sure. They really want to beat us. We really want to not let them beat us. So I think it's going to be a good one, and hope it's going to be a great show for here.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vitality will step up and take it indeed, booking into another grand final tomorrow. We've got Coach Exitaz here with us. So, yeah, Dan wasn't too happy about being said that it wasn't that clean. He said, well, what was the score on the first map? But I think it's an honest question, right? That overpass was very, very difficult. Tell me a little bit from your perspective, what made it so, yeah, hard to play?
I think the T side should have been better. We had good situations. After that, it was 10-5, I think, the lead. And I don't know, for me, we stopped to play. We didn't have info on B. We didn't use flashes from short, etc. So basically, I think they did well as well, but it was not pretty. I don't know. We were hesitating to do some moves. It was not the best Vitality version on CT for sure.
Well, we know that you guys have been focusing a little more on making sure that, I mean, the major is very, very important, right? And you've been playing all these tournaments, you get to all these playoffs. I know how busy it is, how much the travel is, and some of the members have been vocal about, yeah, it's not as much super hard practice as always because we need to get through this. Do you think that this is just a side effect for now that's going to net a more rested team and a more complete team when the day does come?
Yeah, I mean, we have to, at some point, to make some priorities tournament, right? But I also think it's not only the excuse right now, the lack of practice. I think, I don't know, sometimes I feel like we took things a bit too easy, in my opinion, especially on CT side, or when we lost 1-2 rounds on T side, we went down. I mean, I meant in group stage.
Yeah.
So, it's okay, we cannot be at 100% of the time, right? But I don't want to use it as an excuse. We have to improve.
No, absolutely not. But like when we talk about Vitality floor, that floor is still extremely high. And I guess you would be afraid if that floor gets lowered, right? Because that means then you're in the danger zone. But you're not there yet.
I think that's why we are the best team in the world. Like when we are not at 100%, we can still beat not everyone, but almost
everyone.
I guess I would just kind of continue on with that idea that, yeah, the group stage, you guys lost a map, or a couple maps actually, I think. So what do you think is, I mean, what do you think is the reason for that? Is it just the practice stuff or what?
No, in group stage, honestly, I feel like we were really tired. The energy was not there. Okay. Especially the second game, you know, we won the first map against G2. It was on Mirage, really tough, you remember? And we were outside, I was like, wow, they are really tired right now.
Okay.
We have to fight, guys, because it's going to be tough otherwise. And I think it's the problem. I think the advantage last year, remember when we won the Grand Slam, we have a blast tournament instantly, I think it was in Copenhagen.
Okay.
This time, I think we did have time to digest a bit the Grand Slam. It was better last year, at least. We have to play Insta, and right now, I think it's a bit harder.
Yeah?
In your opinion?
Because I'd say like the Grand Slam, I mean, it is super, super important, but in itself, it's just that moment, right? It happens to be that tournament that you win it. But is it mentally kind of a big step? Because it's like, oh, this has been in the back of our heads for so long. Now we get it. Is that what you're talking about in terms of it's hard to reset after that?
Yeah, because it's still an amazing achievement, right? And as I said a couple of times on different interviews, for me to win Krakow was the key, because I do believe right now with our situation, it's not easy for us when it's not a Grand Slam major to make sure we are still motivated to win another trophy. Of course, a trophy is still a trophy.
Yeah.
But it's tough to explain that, but that's not easy for sure.
Okay, I have a question about on the good side? Because obviously you've had some close ones, but I think people are still trying to find ways to define your guys' era and what you guys are so good at. In your perspective, because you've been with teams before that were, you know, didn't always have the most success, like other iterations of Vitality, G2 and whatnot, but what makes this Vitality so ascendant, transcendent to the sport?
For me, it's tough to explain, but it's all about the balance. I think Apex can improve a lot about giving more space to the other to bring their own ideas, first of all. They accept everyone accept to make more sacrifices. For example, Robin has to send more utilities, William as well. You know, Zaiwu, it's not like acting as a star player. So basically, when we have a prep, for example, I cannot say every game we have one round for one player, or for every player, but almost. And that's something is really good. And we try to, as soon as someone doesn't feel comfortable on map, he doesn't hesitate to figure out how he can improve individually, and of course with the staff behind and done. So it's a lot of things at the end, and also the confidence we have right now. You know, we know we can win everything. We know we can win the major. We know we can win the Grand Slam. We know we can step up. We can pop off at any time.
Last question for me is just about your grand final opponent in NAVI.
Yeah.
Third time you're facing them in pretty recent memory here. What do you think they have in store for you? Because, you know, they want to finally take a map at least.
Yeah, I don't know, because honestly at Blast Rotterdam, I felt like they were really good, and I thought it could have been a tough game. And last time, I don't know, maybe they didn't show up, or also I think they wanted so bad the Grand Slam, so it was insane. But yeah, it's definitely a tough opponent, as you said, 3 times in last 3 tournaments, I think, right now. I feel like we are really comfortable against them. We had the advantage last time, we had more time to prep the Grand Final in Rotterdam. This time it's them. Let's see if it's different or not.
Let's see if it pays off. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. And we'll see you in the Grand Final. And we're going to kick it over to Dust, who's standing by with FaZe.
Thank you so much indeed. I am here with FaZe after what was a roller coaster ride of a series, if we're honest, because we'll start with the first map, Mirage. You kind of just tore him up, if we're honest. In fact, I don't know if you know this or not, but you actually set a record in that game, another record. I know Vitality has plenty of them at this point, but that was the least amount of kills we ever saw in an arena game from an opponent.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. So, so what was kind of your thoughts going through your head as you guys were just kind of bulldozing them on Mirage?
I think the prep was pretty good. I think we just knew what they were going to do, and also we did the plays at the correct time. The individuals were sharp. I think it's been a while since I saw all 5 of us above like 8 kills, because usually, you know, it splits apart to one side. Like, let's say they come A and I have a good game, then the B is pretty quiet. Everybody this game was pretty on point on that city side, and then obviously Zaya was exceptional, as he always is. And I think it was just tough for them, because I think whenever they had a plan, we did the correct answer against that, so that caused them to have basically 0 opportunities, and then T-side just pistol and anti-eco, so yeah.
Yeah, so we get to overpass, and obviously you guys have a great start, 7 T rounds. You open up 3-0 second half, 10-5. We're like, okay, we're about to see a similar story. At what point did you guys start to feel a shift in the game where things were starting to get a little bit scary?
Well, I think they played pretty well. Obviously, a lot of rounds they won in City was because of like crazy clutches, crazy good shots, like 2v3s. The 1v2 by Hypex was crazy. And then they got a lot of rounds on the board, and we had like our momentum a lot of times stopped due to like a crazy play. And then when we got to City, I think we had a correct idea, but when they came B, we didn't hit our bullets, and we were not that prepared. Like the timing they popped B on the last round, not on the last round, the rounds before the last one. You know, we just make the plan. I'm going to somewhere, and then tack, they flash, they come out short, they come out monster. So it was a bit tough on that side, and they had really good timings when they popped, and their execute were kind of good. And I would say like I didn't feel like we played bad. It just like I think they played well, and we didn't do the move we wanted to do as soon as we could, and then it caused them to have a pretty big advantage. But once we get to overtime, the world, it seems like paradise nowadays. So.
Yeah. So before overtime, though, like what was kind of the pivot to get you there? Like what do you feel was kind of the tone shift and the mentality to kind of make sure that you're able to drag this into extra rounds and have an opportunity to still 2-0 the series?
Well, we always try to adapt. We always try to see what's the reason we lose, and then we try to kind of like let's do that against that. And I think we just did that, and people hit some good shots, and we kind of like clinched the last few rounds. and that put us there. But I think we just like adapted to them. Like we tried to find the solutions, but we couldn't. We were not like consistent in that sense that we had, you know, like we won the first round of overtime, then we lost the second round of overtime, but we were in a big advantage. So like we were 5v4 and we kind of knew they were coming B. So I think we kind of had like the answers in mind, but we were just a bit too like sloppy with the way we executed our plan on that city side, and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do now is actually going to bring up a round that you actually clutched at overtime, which was absolutely massive, by the way.
Yeah, the best clutches, yeah.
I'm just going to play the clip, and I actually want you to just kind of talk me through this process and what you're thinking as this round plays out.
To be honest, I knew we have a good situation there because when they killed the first one, and then we knew that the guy's barrels, I think we had a good situation. But when he killed the Apex, I was a bit like worried because now I don't know, the Opera could be here, anyone could be here. But in this sense, I didn't know the time was so down, but my teammates were like, you have 10 seconds, 10 seconds. And there I knew that if I plant in the default spot, he might spam. And then here, because Ipex spammed and the other guy spammed, I knew they were not ready for me to just insta-swing. They might think I'm like just at the back. So this is a big inspiration from Zyro, just to go pick them and see who's better in shooting. So that was the case there. I just thought, you know, because they both shot, I know where they are. I don't think they will expect me to just swing on both of them. They will expect me to take it easy, maybe play a bit back, but I was like, fuck it, bring the trouble.
Well, speaking of that was obviously a big moment for you, but I feel like you've had a really big year, right? I mean, I feel like you were definitely a very strong player the first half of 25. I think obviously you have a couple other players in your team who kind of take, you know, kind of the star role of the squad, so to speak. But I feel like this year I've really seen you kind of reignited in a way. No pun intended to your name, Flamesy, of course. But it seems like we've seen some really, really strong individual play out of you. What has been kind of the shift in your mind kind of this year to kind of get you to that point?
I think there was many opportunities for me to improve on last season, and also the first season. Even though we won everything, I felt like I could have done better individually and could have been more for the team. I think the few things is that how I approach some of the games, how I approach the preparation, my individual prep, and the second thing, I think obviously the team is doing pretty well, and if the case is that the team is doing well on the entry, it's obviously going to be my side to kind of shine and these kind of things, and I also think that this year has been like my communication has improved a lot, and I think that helps a lot because even if you have a shit game, even for I Am Rio, I played 0-11 in the half.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you keep the communication, keep the mindset that everything is fine, like you just didn't kill, I don't care. Things are gonna go your way and you're gonna connect eventually. Even on the beginning of Overpass, I think I was like 1-6 or 1-5, but I was so sure that I'm gonna have opportunities if I do the things I know that are good, and at some point, you know, you get an entry, you get another entry, you get a round here and there. So I think it's just about like trying to maximize everything out of every round and out of every game, and obviously focusing, like even if it's, you know, GamerLegion are playing good, but even if it's GamerLegion, you're gonna prep as if it was Spirit, Falcons, like NAVI, all those kind of teams, because it's just, you know, you wanna do your best in every game, and that's what I'm kind of approached in last year. I wasn't the same, I would say, with the same mindset. I was just running around and hoping headshots will connect.
So obviously, Vitality is a team that is putting together crazy records as the greatest team of all time, in my opinion, and I'm sure you'll have your feelings about that as well. But you're about to play your 15th best-of-5 grand final for a chance at a 14th trophy. That's kind of just crazy to say. You've only lost 2 series all year. I'm kind of curious, because when I talk to Apex, he knows those numbers too, right? And everybody knows that it's all about winning the Grand Slams, it's about winning the majors, it's about winning trophies, but how much do the little goals matter to you individually? Like these other like little records that you're setting, like how much do those mean alongside the bigger ones?
I think in the end, we want to build a legacy. We want to pass Astralis and have no debate on that. And then the second approach is that, you know, eventually in years to come, there will be another team who comes and they will be better than us and they will break every record and everybody will talk about them. And they'll be the new trouble in Counter-Strike. And we just want to make it harder for them. And we want to make it, we want to make those records a bit more extended. And I think those records, they matter, but in the end, you kind of don't care, because as long as you win trophies, as long as you win the big ones, nobody gives a fuck. You know, if you win the major, if you win Cologne, Krakow, Katowice, whatever, and then you can get a Grand Slam and you win like a few like big blast trophies, and I think it's pretty good. And obviously, it's not going to be easy to win as many trophies as we can. I think this one, for example, like, you know, we're in the final, but we had a week that we didn't practice, and you know, you came back from Brazil, back to Europe, and then you gotta like reset the jet lag, then you go back to America and you get the jet lag again. And it's not easy, and you could see it in the group stage, like how we struggle, and some of the maps that were our best, you know, we start losing and we're losing our records. But we know that the main thing that matters is those major, this Cologne that is right around the corner, because that's what we're coming for. But obviously, like, man, I would love to win as many trophies as I can, you know, I would love to get this one. But also we're kind of realistic with the expectations that, you know, we just want to come to this tournament and give our best and see where we can get to, and we're in the finals. Maybe we played sloppy Counter-Strike, but in the end, if we get this trophy tomorrow, nobody gonna remember that. And for us, it was never about the records, just game by game, and focusing on the process gives you the records.
Well, thank you so much, by the way, for sitting with me here and giving me such great insights. We appreciate that oh so much. We're gonna let you go. Have a good one. We'll be back with another segment here soon.
Thank you, boss.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from Flamesy. I love hearing him talk. A lot of insight that we're going to talk about tomorrow as well, in terms of their form and their jet lag, and how maybe he isn't that confident tomorrow, which maybe is a good thing as well. That means on the other side of the coin, though, we have GamerLegion. We are just, I think, in the process of recording an exit interview with Hypex. But before we do, I've got another Polymarket prop for ya.
Let's go.
And this one is, will the Blast Rivals Fort Worth Grand Final be a sweep? So a 3-0, right?
No. At Rotterdam, I predicted that NAVI was going to get a map there.
Yeah.
They didn't. I was hoping that they would get one in Rio. They didn't.
Yeah.
Third time's the charm.
I think it's 5 games for sure.
5 maps for
5
sure.
maps for sure.
I know that at least one, okay? My analyst career on the line. At least one for Navi tomorrow.
Games that League of Legends snuck in there. Maps. 5 maps.
5 maps.
Yeah, that's how they do it here.
You're going even, wow, even crazier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I think the interview is ready, so we would love to hear from Hypex.
Hypex, so close to taking that to map 3.
Yeah, it was very close. We forgot about Mirage. We went into Overpass, looking into it as it's a new game. Learning experience as well. And I mean, it got closer than we expected. And then, yeah, we just didn't pull through.
It was your first ever time on a grand stage like this yesterday. And you performed a level above here today. How proud are you of your own performance here?
I mean, Overpass, I started off good, and T-side was a bit slow for me, but the guys were carrying through there. And then, yeah, over time, could have gone either way, I guess. We threw on CT the first round. I think it would have looked different then. But yeah, I was happy with how I performed.
You mentioned that it was like a bit of a learning experience. Just go into a little bit of detail about what you feel like you've learned there going up against the best team in the world.
I mean, obviously, yesterday was my first time on stage. Today was my second, and for the team, it's a new thing as well. First win on stage in playoffs in this lineup. So, I mean, for everyone, it's amazing, like feeling the pressure, feeling the nerves kick in, and performing under the pressure. It's good. That's personally what I learned, is just like shutting down and not listening to the noises around you.
Well, great performance from you, and congratulations on your debut on the main stage.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
It was a pleasure, really. They did so well throughout this tournament. Hypex also has a couple of rounds he might want to look back at. He was very impressive in some of those, so we'll be excited to see. And yeah, GamerLegion made a fan out of me. I'm just going to say it. I really wanted them to get nuked.
The crowd definitely had their back today.
Yeah.
This was very hostile to Vitality, but on the flip side, I do think that GamerLegion came here, they had a mission, find an upset here or there, they did just that, and that's already extremely impressive to me.
It is. Let's take a look at the bracket, because it is finalized. We get the final that we were promised. I think a lot of people will say in NAVI up versus Vitality. Well, it is a best of 5, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay, because I said 5 maps and you were like, what are you saying?
All best of 5s now in the CS world for Grand Final.
Yeah, but
even right?
Yeah, I was just saying that, is it going to get to the 5th map?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, you think it's going to go the full distance?
We can talk about it a ton tomorrow, because then we're going to be really breaking it down. Oops, we were supposed to do something, but we're not doing it. Okay, then warm us up for the final tomorrow then, before we go at dinner.
Ooh, I mean, we got a shaky Vitality, you know, wavering just a little bit. I thought maybe that might just be a studio group stage thing, but it even happened to him here on the stage against GamerLegion on Overpass a bit. So I do think while there's a little blood in the water, I think, you know, Navi might be able to shark a couple of moments and maybe even get a map. But, you know, obviously Vitality is always going to be the favorite going to any game they play.
At least a map for Navi tomorrow. Bold. That's all I'm going to give
Wait, you are the biggest Navi fan ever.
Akaze lover.
Talks.
Come on.
There's no Ancient in the pool, okay? I mean, I'm a realist at the same time, okay? If Ancient were in this BO5 Grand Finals, two maps for Navi. But without it, I'm getting one.
Okay.
Mirage. Let's get Mirage, Navi. You heard me, Navi Nation.
He's pointing at no one. There's absolutely nobody here. There's nobody here also. They kicked everybody out. Who's in the chat? Any Maui snakers in the chat? Is that what you call them?
Press 1 in the chat. Press 1 in the chat if you're still here.
Listen, I always wanted to be...
It's the snake pit, by the way. It's the snake pit.
The snake pit?
It's the
I
snake
always
pit,
wanted to be a co-streamer. That's why I'm so pissed at them, apparently. Thank you so much. This was a great day. Some great semifinals. Maybe we would expected a little bit more out of some of the games, but hopefully that sets us up for a fantastic grand final tomorrow here at Blast Rivals Fort Worth. So get some sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow for Navi versus Vitality.